My D&D character breaks his only favorite toy tomorrow morning
Tomorrow morning.
in a
Tomorrow.
D&D campaign that I'm totally gonna ruin everything for. What? No, never mind.
Yay! I was gonna say I love hearing about ruining things. That is some great English.
Me too, because I'm basically putting a dangerous magical sword into a hellfire furnace, and that's totally gonna be fine.
Woo! That sounds wild.
It's a whole story. Yep.
sounds like a sounds like a fun story nonetheless. But yes. Um yeah, I don't know what the yes is, but hey guys, Spellways here. I'm joined
Yeah.
with
Dragon.
and hi, it's been a while. We're
Really.
doing Shrek and Talk, even though I have a good feeling it's probably gonna be mostly what do you call it? Um
Talk.
talk and talk. Like just
Yeah.
chatting really, because hi, yes, it's been a while and there's a lot of things to talk about actually.
Mm-hmm.
Contrary to belief, there's a lot of stuff I need to talk about because a lot of stuff has
Oh yeah.
happened since the past literally month and a week since I streamed. Also, I am now really trying my best to drive normally, but now it's the one time I can actually drive stupid. But that's just me. And I feel like I'm like actually driving like how I usually drive now.
Mm.
I've gotten, well, if anything, let's just start with the updates.
Yeah, go for it. I mean, this is gonna be mainly him talking this stream, y'all.
It is, and
I'm
hopefully
here
I
to
don't get
like
distracted.
offer like details if he misses anything or whatever I know, which I don't know a lot to be honest. I really
You
don't.
actually don't. You only know like half of it, I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
Probably even less, depending on what other things I did have not brought up yet, which is probably a bit. Now I think about it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, outside of what happened about almost a month ago, now I think about it. Hi.
Wow.
um, I have we'll just go with more of the life stuff, I guess. But um, I have somehow gotten used to driving to the office more to the point where I'm driving to the office 3 times a week now.
Which is like the 3 days you work.
Exactly.
Daryl, wow. Okay. My mind quickly put that together and I was like, I'm so proud of my brain. I'm on so much meds. Wow. Here we go.
You took the two and two together, and actually, yes, that is correct. I have started to drive to the office literally now my whole work from home, like work from office days, and
Wow.
I've gotten used to it. It's weird to say I've gotten used to driving, and I never thought I would say that,
Mm-hmm.
because I'm a transit boy, but I still love my transit. I still like to ride it when I need to, but I've also found the oddly soothing sensation of driving, even if I'm driving at rush hour.
Mm-hmm.
Because usually I'm driving with I'm driving coworkers as well, so I'll usually run the carpool lane, and with like fast track and all that stuff, I can actually use the carpool lane, and it will be for free, because California started to charge their carpool lanes. Technically, they're called express lanes, and they're like tollways, but with three or more people, you can use it for free. So I got so used to driving, and I just always offer. It's like, hey, wanna come with? Wanna get in my car? My car. If you know that reference, good job. Um,
Wow. All I gotta say is, well, I got it. Yep.
yeah. Um, but yeah, no, like I just started getting used to driving quite a bit, and it's funny. It really is funny because I never thought I would. Also, the weird part is, oh my god, I am actually driving like how I usually drive now. The way I'm handling this wheel is so weird because it's actually how I drive. Oh, this is
Wow.
weird. This is weird. How I make turns and
You've
all
got
that
your
stuff.
hands on the 10 and 2 position.
I do not now. Actually, I actually don't
Oh.
drive in 10 and 2, but I have good control of
Okay.
I do have good control of my car, as well in this game as the truck. Like I surprisingly have good grip, but I feel like I drive like I'm gonna say this right now in the most interesting way. But if you've seen the position, you know what position I usually sit in. I drive like a little bit in a douche. Not in a douchebaggy way, like actually, but like the seating position, yes, where it's like Some people does some tea bags do the like their hand on like the 10 o'clock position. For me, I find putting my hand on the 7 o'clock position very comfortable.
Mm.
Only because I don't think I want to like stretch my arm out too far, sort of thing. And then I have my right hand sort of stupidly on the gear shift, even though I drive an automatic.
Hmm. Wow.
I feel like I'm driving a manual, even though I know I'm not. um, but I got comfortable doing that, and but yeah, no, I got pretty comfortable doing that, and most of the time, if I need to use the right hand, it's like if I need to like precisely maneuver the car, and there'll be a few times where I would need to do that, especially like getting to like narrow roadways,
Mm-hmm.
um, and all that stuff. Like I want to make sure like I'm in the center of the lane, sort of thing, rather than being like not in the center of the lane. So, oh, I entered the wrong way. Nailed it. Well, at least this is a game. I could do this.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, I've gotten so used to driving. It doesn't help. I also drive more and more on the weekends, going everywhere in the South Bay, in San
Wow.
Jose, and the East Bay sometimes.
Damn.
Eventually, one day I'll drive to Santa Cruz. I don't know yet. I don't know when, but one day, maybe when it gets warmer, because it got cooler again.
Yeah.
But yeah, I got used to doing that. Also, driving to the office a handful of times to San Francisco, proper. I may also help out like one of my coworkers who's planning to move here in a little bit into the city, and I think
Oh.
they just wanted to use like a big car. And hi, I drive a big car,
Mm-hmm.
so that might happen. Depends. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but yeah, I've gotten used to more driving outside of a week and a half, sometime in the first week of April, because I was not here. I was not in
Mm-hmm.
the States. I went somewhere.
You did.
I did, and I think I kind of talked about it last Truck and Talk.
I think so. Yeah.
It's been a hot while, honestly, guys. But I feel like I might have talked about it last Truck and Talk, where some of my coworkers and I were planning to go to Japan for cherry blossom season. Um,
Yeah.
and the idea was that we're not really going to purchase tickets per se, because my coworkers have really cool friends that works at an airline, which I won't say,
Mm-hmm.
unless if you guys will see the pictures here follow suit in a bit. Um, but we use their little fun program where you can fly standby, and this airline flies to many places, including internationally, including Asia. And I have to say Asia because we technically didn't fly to Japan first.
That's true. That's
um,
true.
yeah. So I think I do remember talking about it. If not, maybe I already talked about like the specific airline that we actually did fly. Who knows? Tune into last session's Truck and Talk to see if I did. But basically, we were thinking of going to Japan sometime at least on the first week of April, because we were busy. We were busy like right before due to like a lot of meetings, and then I know for the fact I was gonna be busy after with a lot of meetings coming back from a Japan trip. So we thought of just doing it the first week of April for the cherry blossom seasons, which was running quite late this year, is what I've heard. Um, so we were planning to, I think, leave on the Friday of, which I believe was the 29th of March. We were planning to take like a mid-morning flight, so we were, if we have done that flying standby and got accepted, we would fly. We would just work half a day probably, and then check in, get on the plane, and go. Maybe work half a day on the plane as well. Some of them would. Otherwise, I would just take a half day off and relax the fuck out of it. Unfortunately, as the days got closer to the 29th, the flights to Japan got full. Originally, we were supposed to go to Osaka and plan out a few days there so we could look at Osaka, look at Kyoto, and then eventually go to Tokyo. But those flights were full, and then the flights to Tokyo were full, which made sense because cherry blossoms were starting to bloom now. So it was almost all for naught. Like potentially we may not be going to Japan. Until one of my friends had a bright idea. Why don't we not fly to Japan and instead fly somewhere else? Why don't we try and fly to Korea? Oh, that's full. How about Taipei? This, mind you, they were looking at like Friday evening around 6 p.m. And they noticed that the Taipei flight that leaves at 11 p.m. on Friday was available. Had some seats left, but was available. So, in the stroke of like reading the messages coming through right after I took a nap on that Friday, I saw them says, "Hey, do you want to get on this flight to Taipei? And then we'll figure it out from there." It's like, sure, why not? And then once that happens, off all of us went to San Francisco International Airport, and really, on the way we go. Well, not really. More of like a, we got our standby tickets, but there's still a possibility that we may not get into this flight. So, but we managed to get to SFO, got our bags checked in, and then got our standby ticket, trying to see when we will actually fly. And we're just waiting for the announcements for boarding. Then boarding happens, and then they boarded everyone. For those who doesn't know how standby works, you wait for everyone to board before you get to before you get to know if you're going to be boarding that flight that night. So everyone boarded, and there was just like a handful of us left, and then they started calling out for standby people. And it was getting a little bit worrying because from what I overheard from my friend, they overheard from the agents saying that we may have to weight limit this flight. So they may not be able to fill the whole plane up because of some weight restrictions landing into Taipei. So that was like a little bit concerning to hear. So with that, there's a possibility that either some of us, none of us, or one of us won't be going to Taipei. And then after they started calling out the few people for our standby, then they started calling out my friends who were higher up on the list. For me, I was at the bottom of the list because I'm just like that friend of a friend of a friend sort of thing. I'm slowly going down the list, and then I started walking up and hearing that same conversation as well, and it's like, ooh, that's a little bit disconcerting. But somehow, some way, I think I was the last person to actually board the flight as standby. We managed to get on the flight to Taipei. And even though I'm technically driving right now to my destination, which I need to see how far it is. If it's far, it's far. I'll pull over somewhere real quick. Because after this is just going to become a just chatting stream.
Well, why don't you, like, finish this trip, though, and, like, talk about other stuff, other updates?
Other updates. Oh, that's fair. Let's see if I can think of something.
We will definitely talk about all the details of the trip, for sure, but...
Yes.
There's some of us in this call who has no idea what's going on with, like, work, or friends, or family, or, you know, all the other things that happen outside of the trip. So I want to know those things.
Ooh, good question.
Yeah.
Let's see. At least prior to the trip, there was not much major things either with family or friends per se. Coming after, it was also nothing too major outside of my dad turning 70 years old. Happy belated birthday. Technically,
Happy belated!
I greeted my dad's birthday on his day, but I'll just do it here a little bit late on the stream.
Me too. Happy belated!
Hajonk, hey crow. Hajonk, wait, I need a horn.
Hyonk!
It's
I
Hajonk.
can't be a Canadian geese tonight, guys. My new science is it. There you go. All right, damn.
Who would have thought I could sound like a Canadian geese going?
They live in my school, or well, my schoolyard.
I'll eventually talk about the fun trip here in a bit. But yeah, no. My birthday. My dad turned 70 because I turned 30. For those who doesn't know, it's a 4-year difference between me and my dad. Yeah, he's an old fart now. He's an old boy now. But they're getting there. They're still living the life in the Central Valley, and nothing too crazy or anything like that. Getting by and all that stuff. I guess one fun update with them, they're planning to go to the Philippines, or it's already planned to go to the Philippines sometime in mid-July to mid-August. I wish I
Ooh,
could join them, but I have other vacation plans sometime later this year, so I cannot use my vacation hours for that.
yeah. Oh, sorry.
It's
As for
okay. It's
one
okay.
potential reason for that, sorry.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. That's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
Um, Outside of that, no. Friends has been doing well. After showing my Japan trip to them, now they have the thought of like, okay, now we need to plan our Japan trip. It's like next year, please. Let's do it for once. Next year. But outside of that, they're doing great. Nothing, yeah, nothing too crazy. Some of them have like they're on their like low periods at work, so not like a emotional state, but more of like a there's not a lot of work to do sort of thing.
Yeah, for like friends and such.
Yeah, like some of them, one of them has just finished a tax. They work in a tax software business, and they just finished the tax season. So basically, there's like no work for like a couple months, sort of thing, or not really no work, but like a lot less work, a lot less
Yeah.
busyness at work, sort of thing. The friends who are work at the warehouses, I don't think they've experienced too much busyness this time around. It's not much like big shipping rushes or anything like that. So, but all of them is fine. I think some of them wants to plan on going to through some trips this year. Probably not as grand as like what I did here or what I'm planning to do in the future. But I think one of them wanted to go to Hawaii because they just wanted to get out, sort of thing. And also apparently they also wanted to go to um, a Don Quixote that is over there, which is the Japanese random shop that I went to, and I showed it to him, and it's like I need to go back to. He said, I need to go back to uh, Hawaii because apparently he found like a Don Quixote shop over there. Basically, for doesn't know, who doesn't know what Don Quixote is, it's a chain of technically stores from Japan but has expanded worldwide, where they just sell a shit ton of random things. And basically think of it like a Walmart but more random. More random, more wild. That's Don Quixote. Yeah, one of them is planning to go to Hawaii, not only to do that, but also probably just to like experience like the touristy stuffs around there. Would I know which island? Not particularly. I don't recall which island he wanted to go to. Another friend is planning to go to Vegas again in the summer, which is funny because Vegas in the summer is like hot as fuck. um,
Yes, it is. As someone who got to go to Vegas in like what, sixth grade in August? Oh boy.
yeah, I remember going to Vegas in June of 2016. That was terrible. I also went in
Yeah.
July. That was even worse. I was
Oh
like,
my gosh.
ouch, piercing. But yeah, he's
It was
going back.
105 for like 3 days straight for us.
Ugh.
Yeah. Desert
Um,
heat too.
hit
Ugh.
desert heat too. The striking dry desert heat.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's gonna go. I think sometime July because he is going to another convention over there. Not this time. I think I might have explained. No, I don't know if I explained my friend going to the Final Fantasy con thingy mahooza that went in Las Vegas last year. But this year, he is going to Evo, which is the gaming. I don't know if it's more of a convention and less of a or less of a convention and more of like a community driven event slash tournament, which is like it's like a tournament of tournaments sort of thing. I don't know. It's hard to explain Evo because I forgot what Evo is. but he
Well,
but he and his friends, his like Discord friends, are gonna go to Evo this year, and I guess he was invited. That is the police, um, or not really invited, but like encouraged, voluntold to go. So he's probably going to be going to Las Vegas for Evo this year, and apparently all of his friends are planning to join a tournament, which is hilarious. So they're all gonna try. My friend joked, it's like, well, I'm gonna try to lose immediately, just so I could have fun and play all the gambling games or whatever like that. I'm just like, wow, did you enjoy Las Vegas that much? I was just like, that's surprising, especially coming from some of my friends. Um, But yeah, I think some of them were like want to do Evo, the others want to do just like fun Las Vegas shenanigans, which is always fun to do in Vegas and always stays in Vegas. Um, and yeah, like I think most of them have been doing fine. I'm trying to see if wanted to also go to some local conventions here, and I think some of them are. Some of them are planning to go to Fanime next month. Like I kind of want to, but I've also jokingly talked with my coworkers of saying, "Hey, why don't we go to Japan again for the 3 day weekend?" It's a stupid joke.
Mm,
Who knows if it's gonna happen though?
my gosh.
But yeah, no, they're doing fine. Um, yeah, nothing too crazy. Same with the parents, nothing too crazy. But I managed to plan out their. Ooh, I forgot I'm driving automatic, not manual. Yeah, we already planned out their Philippines trip for this year, so I'll have a fun time in the Philippines. Maybe I'll request some snacks and such again because it's Filipino snacks and whatnot. Um, in terms of work, it's been busy. It was busy before going on vacation to Japan, and it was busy after coming back from Japan. It's still busy now. I still have to go through a bunch of reviews, a couple of appraisals, and all that stuff. It's been a busy time, but it's keeping myself busy at work, keeping myself distracted at work, so I could um, make that money and get my vacation hours, so I prepare for what will happen. Well, should not should would happen in September and October.
Mm,
Yeah, I'm going to a lot of new places this year. Now I think about it,
which is good for your bingo card.
it is. I know. I need to review my bingo card because there are some things I need to knock off
We should do that at the
now.
end of stream.
We should.
Yay, I'll remember it.
Yeah. Thank you. Because there's some things I can knock off, but also there are other things that are going to be knocked off here in the future too. So
Yeah.
all is good. Um, what else? Is that missing anything?
All I asked was like work, family, friends, and I think you
Working
covered work,
friends.
family, friends.
Yeah, I guess like one other thing from work, we're still trying to wait for an update on it, but we have no idea when we're moving to the office yet. To be
Oh
fair, it
yeah.
is not yet the summer, like the late spring summer months yet. But like there's been some tentative dates for early, for like June.
Yeah.
But there has been no like signs of like hey, we have this is the definitive date, or like this is gonna be our tentative date. Everything is still kind of up in the air at the moment, where
Fair.
haven't really heard too much or like when um at least when things will be happening, when things will be moving per se. Um, One of the main reasons that I don't think we're moving yet, though, or like anytime soon, is that they're still remodeling. I think I might have explained it before on last Truck and Talk, probably like a month or two ago. But they are remodeling the office to meet our needs. So it may take time, and it sounds like it still is.
Mhm.
So one projection that came from our like president said June, but there's been other projections from other departments who have seen the office where it's July, August, September,
Oh yeah.
which is like a very big difference. Um, which is kind of a problem because we're still hiring a lot of people, and we're kind of running out of space in the office to fit where people can go.
Oh wow.
And I am very well hoping that we move in soon because it's gonna be crowded in there very fast.
Yeah.
Um, and technically it already feels a little bit crowded now, because it's like we're up. I think we're like 2, 3 desks away from actually filling up all our spots in our department. And it's like, well, if we wanted to fill up more, we're going to have to spill to another department's desks. And they're already filling up as well. So it's like, this is a bit unnerving, to say the least.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah. But hopefully we get to hear more announcements very soon. So we can be ready to go for the big move, even though we're moving like 2 miles away, 3 miles away from our office. Um, I just want to be in the new office now. Um, but yeah. What else? What else? What else? I'm trying to think in my head. I'm almost there. We're almost getting there. I'm about to drift my truck here. Drifted.
Oh my gosh. Ooh,
Ooh, I
that's
like
my
how.
contribution to the stream tonight. Ooh,
Ooh, I like how this is a truck route, but this is all residential. Like, what the heck?
yeah, no kidding. But wide road for a residential.
It is. Welcome to Montana, Wyoming. Because I'm in Cheyenne.
My wow.
Montana, Wyoming. Ooh, a hard stop. You know, one thing I want to do now, ever since I got so used to driving, I really want to drive a real truck. See
Oh
what it
my
feels like.
gosh.
It's like I wanna be like still one of those people that has set up like a whole setup. But I think I still have to wait until I move. If I ever move. For those who doesn't know, I'm still in the same old place. My brother doesn't want to move. I think he's kind of comfortable here, which is okay. I'm pretty comfortable here as well. It's a
Yeah.
nice little duplex, quadplex. It's technically because there's 4 units of sorts.
Yeah.
Enjoying the little
True, true.
enjoying it. I do wish still a few things because since I got back to the adult life, even though I've always been an adult,
Well,
getting back into like the um, adult life of like not having an in unit washer and dryer. It sucks.
mm,
It still sucks to this day to experience that.
yeah, that's true.
And I'm just like, I don't want to walk out and go to the garage, which is like a little bit further away from coin laundry. Hoo-yah.
That's fair. Sorry, guys. I know I'm like low energy, but I am fighting off a cold, so I'm
Yeah, she
sorry.
is fighting off a cold. Like, I feel that, honestly. I
Yeah.
was like that about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago as well. Um, pretty sure we all caught it in different ways. I think you got yours because you just probably like multiple things.
Yeah, Toastmasters conference this past weekend with lots of people, and then like handshaking, hugs, and networking. And
Mm-hmm.
then coming to school, and a lot of my students are like dealing
Sick
with
as well.
allergies and sickness as well. And then I'm like, cool. There's no break from any of the germs, and now I'm
Yeah.
like hit pretty hard, and it sucks because tonight I'm like, I have my voice back. I sound normal.
And then
But
the
now it's my
sniffles
sinuses are just so
kick in.
full. And I'm like, go away, sinuses. I need new ones. I want replacements, please.
I want replacement sinuses. Oh my god. Wow, I've gotten so used to driving. This sounds so smooth to me now.
I'm looking at like your little sassy pose with like only one hand and just like hand up to the
Yeah.
camera, and I'm like, oh, look at you being all sassy.
The weird part is, it's like, I actually do that in real life. It's so weird. That's the thing. Like, if you see me back up and do that, it's, well, to be fair, when you back up, especially when you're trying to like parallel or like go full back, you have to have only one hand and look back. I do
Yeah,
cheat with using the camera, but I do look back a few times to make sure that I am
yeah,
going out straight and safely,
yeah,
sort of thing. But no, that is my position, and it's like I just felt that I was like, I'm gonna try and reverse this. It's like, wow, that felt so natural to me now, because
yeah.
for those who wants to know, I blame my coworkers for this. I've got so used to backing up into a parking spot now.
Oh wow.
It's gotten very comfortable for me for
So
doing
you're
it.
that douchey driver.
I am weirdly. Like I always think of people backing into parking spots. It's like they're that kind of person. Hi, I
I
have
have
joined
now
the
become
club.
one.
I have become one. I've gotten so used to doing that. So if you ever see me driving, I don't know, Violet, hopefully one day,
Yeah,
you'll see me doing that. It's like it's
in
so
the UK. Ha
comfortable.
ha ha. No kidding. Don't
I
drive
don't
in
know
the
about
UK.
that. Driving on right
Opposite
hand
side of the
side.
road. Ooh.
That's confusing.
Yeah.
That one actually legitimately would be confusing for me.
Yeah. Yep. Oh gosh.
But since I managed to make that load, actually I need to drive this to. I do need to drive this to a repair shop though, because
Oh
I
well,
have
should
this
we
truck.
tell them about like what we're hinting at in September?
Yes.
Okay.
Um. How do you want to? Do you have a good transition as to like driving on the right hand side of the road in the UK? I don't know. I don't
I
know if that's.
mean, I was just gonna be like, yeah. So we're hinting at quite a bit here, a little bit, but uh, what a month or so ago, my favorite UK-based D&D show is doing a live show in London in September, which is just past my birthday, and I'm turning 30 this year. And so I
Happy
was humming,
30.
happy 30. So I was humming and hawing, like, should I go? Can I make it work? I'm still kind of trying to dig myself out of a financial hole. Can I do this? And then
Mm-hmm.
all of a sudden, one of my friends, Han, who is in America, is just like, I'm going, I'm buying you a ticket, we're gonna make it work. And I'm like, oh,
Ooh.
okay, great. So we met up and we got tickets as close as possible to our other friend Ryan, who lives in the UK. And then we also got to connect with our friend Manti and Marbles, who is in our D&D group, like the all of
Mm-hmm.
us there, Han, Ryan, Marbles, me, Manti, and see if they're all going, and they are. So
Oh.
not only is like this Canadian and the American going over, it's like everybody, everybody that loves high rollers that we know are going to this live show. And so I was like, okay, cool, that'd be great. And then I had the realization that the night of the live show would be Daryl's and mine's 10-year friendship anniversary,
Happy
September
10.
17th.
I'm glad you remembered the down to the date. I know I recall the year. I somewhat recall the month. I do not recall the date.
I
So.
don't know why it hit me because I was like, oh, that's kind of funny. The live show's on the 17th of September. I know something about 17th of September, but I don't know what. And then like it hit me like, oh, maybe I can convince Daryl to come up so we can celebrate 10 years of friendship in London.
Yeah.
To
And
be
this is.
wild and kind of hopeful that'll happen. He might have to come to a D&D show, but oh well. He can do it. Apparently, he's supposed to be very beginner friendly. So,
Interesting.
yeah. So he might have to come to the D&D show, but depending on how long we're there for, I can really like take him to my old stomping grounds because I lived there for like almost 2 years. So it would be really exciting to do
Yeah.
that.
It's like just like piecing another piece in our friendship puzzle, basically. Because for those that don't know, 2 years ago it was my first time visiting her again in like a long while in
Yeah.
Edmonton. And if you're watching this on the YouTube as a VOD, go through my Canadian vlogs. It explains a lot of stuff.
Oh
Like
yeah.
a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah. Because he got to see a lot of my old stomping grounds. And then when I was down there in 2015, I got to meet him in person there
Mm-hmm.
and got to see like where your school was. And it's like, this is, yeah, where I always go to Walmart and Target with my parents. And like,
Yeah.
we got to do a little bit of that there, but I haven't been there since. You know, our SF Bay person.
Mm-hmm.
So I need to like after this trip, like next year, is like okay, I got to go down there and like look at your stomping grounds now.
Heck yeah, one day. Definitely one
One
day.
day.
That'll be fun.
But yeah, going to London though would be so cool. So I'm trying to convince him to go, and it sounds like it might be possible depending on dates and such.
I think, like,
So I'm trying to
yeah.
wait for him to be like 100% confirmed so I can book at least the flight maybe next month and then hotel later.
Mm-hmm.
or hotel in June, and so that way the whole trip's basically paid off. And what I've been doing with my tutoring money is I've been putting that into savings so that I would have money to spend when I'm there.
Nice.
So yeah, the money that my mom pays me for tutoring my little brother is all in cash, and so I've been putting that cash into piggy
Putting it
bank.
to the side.
Yeah, so that's really exciting. So I know for sure I'm going.
Yeah.
Um, I just am trying to convince this guy to go.
And I
His
think
10-year friend anniversary in London, England would
it will
be
be
the shit.
it would be such a blast. And it's like I
Maybe we'll
think
celebrate at the Canadian bar after the show. The
I
Maple Leaf.
love it.
A
And I
lot.
think
The
it
connections of everything would be so good.
right. And like keep looking at the calendar, it looks like it just will fall into place perfectly. Like
Mm.
actually. Because I think I've talked about it before on the stream, but I also plan on going to Belgium
Yeah,
to
very
one.
loosely.
Yes.
This is more details to fill in.
um yes, cuz I will be there, like I'm planning to be in Belgium for 2 weeks. One to work at our headquarters office, which is in a farm, and I just need to talk to the right people to see where we could do, like where we could stay and all that stuff. And then the week after that is our yearly convention for our company thing.
Yeah,
And it's always been my dream to go over there. Not really my dream, but it's always been a thing that I want, like I put on my radar ever since some of my coworkers went last year, and it's like, you know what, that's interesting. I want to go. Like now, I now legitimately want to go. And weirdly enough, that lands up the convention lands 2 weeks after the the high rollers
High
show.
Roller Clown Show. Yeah,
So it will land into place, like actually. So
yeah,
there is a high possibility, if not almost complete certainty, that this will happen.
yeah. I'm trying to make him decide before May 1st.
Yeah, I need to I still need to remember to talk to the people just so I can at least start confirming myself, sort
Yeah.
of thing. And I do need to talk to some of the people because we do have I forgot something. So technically at work right now, we do have someone from Belgium who's come up to our office for the month to do
Oh,
some trainings and whatnot. So I might have to talk to them to
yeah,
see how all of this can work out. And hopefully by the time that happens, I have a good idea of how it's gonna work where I could start planning it.
yeah.
And
So that would be really exciting.
yeah, and then that would be fun to be. Yeah, I'll be going everywhere this year, definitely.
Yeah, what? Japan and then like London, England, and Belgium.
London, England, Belgium. I technically will now have, after doing that, the amount of countries I've been in 2024 will be two, three, 5 countries technically.
Wow.
Technically, I'd say one kind of counts. One kind of counts, even though I had a 6 hour layover because I went outside.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but the other ones, I stayed there for a night. The main trip, that, and
Mm-hmm.
then London, and then Belgium, which would be or
Yeah.
UK, England, and then Belgium.
Yep.
Ah, it's gonna be great.
Probably no Canada trip in any of that, but
Unfortunately, no. And then I just did a quick look at my bingo card, and I saw that it's like travel to Canada. It's like that's not gonna happen. I wish I could make it
unless
happen.
you come up here for like a really random New Year's, like last minute thing.
Right. I don't know. It all depends on like where I land, if I have the time, sort of
Come
thing.
enjoy freezing fucking weather for the first time.
I'm good.
Oh, it's to be fair though, New Year's is in the middle of the week, but that might be a good opportunity to have a really long weekend. Come on the
Could.
27th and go back on the 2nd. Because your office would definitely be closed on the 31st and 1st. Maybe the 30th.
No.
No?
We are only closed the first. So that means we're closed on the 31st. Yeah. Closed on the 31st. And
But
I
that's
believe
typically a work from home day, so
And I think, hold on, hold on,
I'm
hold
looking
on,
at the
hold on.
calendar, being so sneaky, like, but they're all with you because of.
I need to check something real quick. I need to go to my Gmail because I know it's in here.
Not your Gmail.
Um,
Look at me trying to convince them to squeeze in a Canada trip at the last minute of the
I
2024
don't know.
year.
I don't know about winter Christmas.
You know.
Wait, did I look at the wrong year? Month? Oh, I did. Ha.
Well,
Um. Wow, these just do suck.
the what sucks?
Oh no, just the timing. Just like the the days of the week.
Yeah, right.
I I just realized like most of my holidays for this year, like observed holidays, it's on a fucking Wednesday.
Yeah.
Christmas, New Year's. Technically here it's a federal holiday for Juneteenth. Also on a
Mhm.
Wednesday. Like and also 4th of July Independence Day is on a Thursday, which is stupid.
Yeah.
Some of these things does not make sense.
It's Canada Day. Monday.
See that at
It,
least makes sense. At least it lands on a Monday.
oh, when's my birthday? Oh, Wednesday. Oh, well. I gotta keep continuing the trend of Wednesdays.
Wednesday. Wait, when was my birthday? Was it mine's on a Wednesday?
Yeah.
Thursday. Never mind.
Oh, yours was Thursday. You're good.
Yeah.
Hee hee. I tease, but yeah.
We'll see. We'll see. Because at least then I would hopefully recuperate more hours and then all that stuff. Because technically, I would for the trip to London, I only need 1 week.
Yeah.
Because the next week when I go to Belgium, I work, and then
Yeah.
the next week where we have our convention, technically it's work.
Yeah.
Yay for loopholes, to say the least.
There you go. So yeah, we gotta get that confirmed because I think we're thinking of a week
Hmm.
in London.
I think it's gonna be at least a week. Yeah, like a little over, like a little over a week in London
Yeah,
for me.
because I was
Prob-
thinking 13th to 20th for me.
and I think it's gonna be 14th to like the 21st ish, 21st, 22nd for me for London before going.
You should do like the 22nd because then you can have like a full day of doing whatever you want in the UK without me. That sounds sad, but
That's
also like it's your first time there, so I also want you to have a day where you're like, I'm gonna go do what I want to do.
that's fair. And then the 22nd, I'll be my travel day to Belgium.
Yeah, I get to go to St. Pancras Station for the Eurostar.
Eurostar. I will. I definitely will ride the Eurostar. I'll spend the extra money compared to flying a cheap ass flight.
You gotta do the Eurostar. You
I
gotta.
have to do the Eurostar. I
You
miss
gotta
the
go in,
trains.
under the water.
Well, that's true. Under the
You gotta
water,
go
100 miles an
across.
hour, go. So one thing I didn't experience per se when I was in Japan was riding the high speed rail. I thought that was gonna be the time I'd ride the Shinkansen, but it was not. But I guess I get to ride the European high speed rail. So you win some, you lose some. And at least I get to experience like yeah, riding a fast train because what is fast trains in North America?
Although we're building
Neither.
one up here. Woohoo.
Oh, you guys are. Oh, is it like the Edmonton to Calgary corridor?
Yeah.
Yay! Noise. That actually deserves to have high speed rail, honestly.
For real. Our country's too big.
Meanwhile, California high speed rail is not going to open till like 2040 at this point, and it's like $40 billion over budget or something like that. Probably not like that much, but like 10 billion over dollars over budget, which is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, high speed rail. God. Words.
Gotta love
Let me
words.
see. Yeah, let me see. It's projected to finish in. Whoa, that's so fast. Speeds of up to 400 kilometers per hour.
Sheesh.
Jesus. That's wild. $9 billion.
That's cheap. And that's actually really good.
It's in proposal stage. We don't know when it's gonna be finished. Maybe. Is it really gonna be called Prairie Link? Ugh,
Because
nerds.
it's going through the prairies.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is all the information about company. I don't care about your company. Give me an estimated timeline. Whatever. That's something that's being proposed right now, though.
Right.
It stops in Red Deer, Airdrie, and then Calgary, I think.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. So yeah, 400 kilometers per hour though. That'd be crazy. We could, if we had no stops, we can get to Calgary in less than an hour.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's like a flight.
Yeah.
We just go Newman, boys.
Yeah. We just go new. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
You should go
We
back to
should.
Japan for high speed rail.
It's time
Actually,
for.
I want to go to Japan now because my little brother might get to go to Japan next year with
What?
very Ainley, like with the school.
Really?
Yeah, school trip.
That's a crazy school trip.
My sister got to do it in high school too.
Oh, really?
Go to Japan. Yep.
Oh, that's amazing.
I'm the only one who didn't get to do a big trip in high school.
Aw.
Yeah.
I never. Oh, like the biggest trip I ever did in high school was. What was it? Go to LA.
Yeah.
That's all I remembered.
Yeah, I'm the oldest child problems. I was the guinea pig.
Aw. I was like doing other things, sort of thing.
No, just being a hard worker.
Oh. Aw.
Working to support the fam. Life.
Be-
But hey, you have your photos open. You should
I do have a
talk
photos
about
of.
this while I go make disgusting blowing noises.
Okay. Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
So, going back to yeah. So we're gonna. Oh, I need to change this to just chatting before I forget. Because again, I'm done right now. Well, it's been a while talking about my trip. Oh my god. But yeah, it's been. Um, trying to see if I remember how to go back. Yeah, flying standby and finally getting into the plane and whatnot. Yeah, we all managed to get on board, and get ready to go. So this is my picture of sitting in what is premium economy for this airline, which is really nice. If you could probably look closely, you can see what airline I actually did fly. um, One good thing, I guess, with the standby status that the coworkers' friends has is like you could potentially get upgraded to better seats. And thank God we were not doing 14 hours in economy. We were doing 14 hours in premium economy, which is very not as luxurious as like business class, but it's pretty up there, I'd say. You got like a really nice amenity bag, more space for your feet, more like seat space. Um, Get to spread out a little bit better. You can recline a lot better. Luckily, the one good thing with this flight is that, and actually both flights, both going to Taipei and then back to San Francisco, was that I got bulkhead seats. So behind me was nothing, so I could just fully recline and not worry about anything, which is really really nice. Um, but yeah, this was a long flight on a big plane. So 14 hours was mainly the first 2 hours you wait for your food, and then you get your food, you eat your dinner, and then the next 10 hours you try to go to sleep as best as you can. Um, Unless if you're sitting in Polaris business class. So if you know what Polaris is, great. But if you sit in business class, you probably have a better sleep. Here, the flight to Taipei, I think I got a very broken 6 to 7 hours of sleep. So I was still tired as fuck by the time we landed. But I somehow managed to take pictures of where I was sitting. God knows what time this was. I don't know if we were um, 2 hours away or this was mid-flight, but I remember just taking a picture of just sitting where I'm at. But eventually, 14 hours later, we managed to land at Taiwan Airport in Taiwan at like 5 in the morning. No, 6 in the morning because this flight was
Something
running
like that, yeah.
because this flight was already running an hour late, leaving San Francisco, and we got to Taipei 40 minutes late, which is not terrible per se.
Hmm.
Because even then, 40 minutes before that, it would be 5 in the morning. So it'd be like, what the fuck do you do at 5 in the morning at Taiwan Airport? Um, but we managed to land in Taipei with no issue. And basically, we weren't really planning to go to Japan like right there and then, sort of thing. We was like, why don't we just like explore the night in Taipei? So we decided to just stay in Taipei for the night. So we went through immigration, wasn't too bad, sort of thing, and managed to make it to Taiwan. Like,
Yeah.
uh, it was the last time I've been to Taiwan. Technically, it was during I was transferring at this airport to go to the Philippines. But this is the
Mm.
first time I actually like got out of immigration and then heading towards the city, sort of thing. And I'm not gonna lie, it's actually pretty easy to get to the city. One good thing is that they have a heavy rail system. They have the Taiwan MRT that runs local or express services to the main station in Taipei. Luckily, we managed to find a hotel right before we cleared immigration, and we stayed at like a hotel in New Taipei City, which is just west of Taipei. Um, and luckily, it was just like a 45-minute ride on the local, which we ended up taking or like a 20-30 minute ride via express. Um, and yeah, one cool thing with like the trains in at least the Taiwan Metro is that they have luggage racks. And I think on the express trains they have better luggage racks and like really comfy seats. This one is actually resembles as just a normal train, like a normal subway train. But they had luggages and whatnot, and we managed to like um, throughout this train ride to our hotel, we managed to we already got our hotel before immigration. During this ride, we were trying to figure out one how to get to Japan, and two, technically, we may not go to Osaka, but go to Tokyo. We need to find additional accommodations because the original accommodations to Tokyo was only for like a week. Technically, by the time we get to Tokyo, we would be there like 2 days early, so we would have to find like an accommodation beforehand. And I believe the second accommodation, or the original accommodation that we stayed at, did not have any nights available before that. So luckily, we managed to find a good cheap way to fly to Japan because it was kind of expensive, very last minute to fly from Taipei to Japan. But we found a good cheap way to do it, and then we managed to find a pretty decent Airbnb to stay for the first 2 nights since we were going straight to Tokyo instead. Managed to do that all within 45 minutes within this train ride, which is pretty cool. Good trying to point. There you go. Throughout the train ride, though, it was a little bit cloudy, and then suddenly started to rain, and then started to downpour by the time we got to our station. And so by the time we exited our station for the hotel, I noticed that it was just pouring, like as in it's raining cats and dogs. Because Taipei is basically a tropical country. It's close to the equator, so it's not only warm and humid, but it gets a lot of rain. And I remember we finally got off the train. Train left the station, and we just hear. One good thing is at least the train stations there are enclosed, so you don't get wet, even though it's an outdoor station. Or the station's like outside. We could just hear the rain, and the rain was just storming down, and I'm just like, shit. And the unfortunate thing is that there's no shuttles to the from the train station to the hotel, so we have to leg it through. It should be like a 5 to 7 minute walk, but it was a pretty soaking 5 to 7 minute walk to the hotel. But we managed to make it, albeit all of us were drenched. And unfortunately, since it was like 8 in the morning at this point, or like 8:30 in the morning, we were not able to check in. Check-in was not until 3 p.m., as in many hotel rules and regulations around the world. It's usually the case. So we had to figure out what to do for like the next what is it? 7 hours before we could check in. And at least the one good thing with Taiwan, or at least Taipei, which is like a really good thing everywhere in Asia, I would say, is that they have a lot of convenience stores such as 7-Eleven. And so the first thing that we decided to do was to walk to 7-Eleven. Luckily, by the time we thought of doing that, the rain stopped. Or at least it was like light rain at that point. So it was easy to walk to, and the hotel also provided free umbrellas, which is awesome. So we just to borrow. So we just ended up borrowing a couple of umbrellas and walked towards 7-Eleven. And I think for some people who were following me on Twitter, you would have seen this picture where I finally found the Pocari sweat that is very cheap, as well as I think I found Mentaiko potato and tuna sandwich, which is our Mentaiko potato salad and tuna sandwich. So like one half is just potato salad with some special things with it, and then the other half is a tuna salad sandwich. Definitely goes well with my Pocari sweat that I got. And then I immediately remembered of like how cheap things are in Asia, and I wish I was back there, because oh my god, it was high quality and pretty cheap. I believe this whole meal was about $2, if not less than $2. Like, where can I get a meal like at that price in the States? Like, it's not
Yeah,
even
right.
possible at all. So like when I saw that, I'm just like, fuck, I want to move here. Like 100% I want to move here. I also did end up taking a picture of this. This is technically the alcohol section, and it was really interesting to see the Ultraman alcoholic bottle. Also, hi Pat, how is Japan? I'll eventually start explaining that here, but first I have to explain about Taiwan, because we went to Taiwan first for a night.
He
But
had a
also Japan
crazy
was very
journey. Oh
fun.
my god. Yeah,
It
he had a
is.
great time in Japan. I am jealous.
Japan's cooler. Just saying, I don't know. I would still want to explore Taipei. I mean, I did explore Taipei for a
Hi,
while.
Pat. I was gonna say, we all know that Canada is the best country here. Please, please, right? No, it's fine.
100%. 100%.
I'm just super lame. Let's be honest. Yeah,
Aw. Japan's not that lame. I'd say it's still marginally better.
but
It's
he got
still
a
at least
whole
better.
meal for $2, and I'm so jealous. What the
Yeah, the Pocari salad
fudge?
sandwich was amazing. And then after that, I remember mocking my friend for getting onigiris. It's like, man, what, you're gonna be getting onigiris in Japan? It's like, yes. It's like, there's no way I can't do that. Spoiler alert, I did. But after 7-Eleven, we decided to go to McDonald's, because why the fuck not? It's Asia McDonald's. Why don't we just go to it? It's like there's a McDonald's in Asia. I kind of want to know if there's anything different with McDonald's in Asia. So we went to McDonald's, and I think, yeah. Some of the cool things that are here are the caramel milk tea. That is milk tea. That is not coffee. The double sausage egg McMuffin, which I don't know why that's not a thing in the States. I know you could probably make
Yeah.
it, but why is this not a standard thing in the States? Like, please bring this. This is amazing. This was delicious. I want more of it. Also have the reusable McDonald's bag that I decided to buy because, hey, it looked cool. Unfortunately, I left it in my car.
Oh
So
no.
I don't have it for show and tell this time. But it's a nice reusable bag, and I started using it. Unfortunately, it doesn't get as much comments as my Pokemon Center bag that I do have somewhere in there that I'll grab later.
Pokemon Center Bag though is like the shit.
Yeah, I'll grab it.
Pokemon.
I'll grab it when we get there. And also,
Okay.
there's also this Grimace card that I also got as well, which
Oh yeah.
for whatever reason I don't know where this Grimace card is. I thought I checked
Oh
every single
no.
bag and I don't know where I put it.
Oh dear.
Yeah. So I spent like $1, well less than $1 for that card, and I can't find it. I was like, I want to find this damn card. Where the fuck is it? Um, but I paid all this for like $7. Like, come on. Why is everything so expensive in North America? It sucks.
Because capitalism.
Of course, I mean, also there was capitalism here in Taiwan. So right after McDonald's, we decided to go to the outlets because it were like a 20-minute Uber ride from the outlets. So it was like, why not? Plus Uber was like relatively cheap. So we went there. We decided to just do a little bit of window shopping and whatnot. I didn't really take too much pictures because it was just like outside of like the mall. Because hi, I'm in Asia. I'll eventually post this one day. And then I guess like this really cool fountain of like all these dragon heads. I just
Dragon
realized
heads, yeah. Oh, I love them.
they look really cool. Oh,
They're all going, ah.
they are going ah. Also, I'm gonna fix this.
Are you editing a photo right now?
No, I was
Oh,
trying to like
okay.
zoom in because it's kind of looking a little bit weird.
Um. Oh, 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 oh,
I know.
oh.
Also, I just in case if I was not gonna see any cherry blossoms in Japan, I at least had this one to go with it. It's like, hey, I found cherry blossoms,
Yeah.
guys! Yay! Even though this is Taiwan. This was me sending a picture to my friend about Pocari Sweat because my friend really loves Pocari Sweat, and I just had to tell him that hey, a 1.5 liter bottle is just $1 here compared to like $6 in America. It's insane. Um, I guess also at the same time we ended up getting food at this at the mall as well, which we ended up having some good old Taiwanese chicken. Um, and fries, I think, and they were pretty good. Again, pretty decent, pretty affordable. Um, some pictures at night. Oh, okay. So after the mall, we decided to go back to the hotel because it was getting close to 3, and luckily we were able to check in. And then by the time we all checked in, we took showers and then took a nice 3-hour nap. We were not supposed to take a 3-hour nap, but we took a 3-hour nap because we were dead ass tired from our flight to Taipei. So basically, this picture is about 9 o'clock at night, close to 9:30, walking to the station to go to downtown Taipei, or the Taipei Center, or at least around the center of Taipei, to experience the night markets. Now, one of the things that we wanted to do was go to like the more famous night market in Taipei called the FRYYAY night market. Unfortunately, it was too far for us to get to and be too late by the time we get there. Because then after that, we would be a pain and a half to try to figure out how to get back to the hotel. Um, in the meanwhile, while we were so we ended up heading towards another night market that was like close by the main train station. And apparently, this like at this main train station, there was like an underground mall that had all sorts of stuff, such as Gashapon and like bunch of like other electronic stores. Unfortunately, it was closed for the night. Well, like most of the stores were closed for the night. But we were like thinking, it's like maybe we should go here, go here the next day. Spoiler, we did. Um, and this is just some pictures of us walking down the Taipei streets at night, seeing some of like things, doing like little night photography, even though I'm just like with my camera phone. Some fountains. Try my best to take pictures at night, which usually I'm great at. Actually, this shot does look pretty good. This is like walking towards the night market, one of the night markets there, and basically we're just gonna try out some like night market foods, which I believe this one is like more of like different kinds of skewers, but like the foreign parts of meats. Oh, there's some safe meats here as well. And whatnot. So this is like all grilled. No, this is not grilled. I believe this is stewed? I can't remember. We didn't really order from here, so I can't really say much about it. Yeah, this is what like the night market scene looks like. It's crowded, it's busy, but it can be fun to walk around. Um, One warning: if you're walking into the Taiwanese night markets, especially in Taipei, expect to smell stinky tofu because stinky tofu is definitely a thing over there. It's basically, I think they fry tofu with some stuff, and it just smells. It smells kind of rancid, but apparently it's really good. And I did not want to try it because of the smell. I believe this place was making scallion pancakes. This place always had a line, even though they had a line, we still ended up waiting there and getting one. We ended up, I think, getting some pork, which was like really spiced fried pork, which is very heavy as fuck. There's also, and apparently this has been a craze like recently, but it's the fruit that's covered with like a simple syrup sort of thing, and they put it on the stick. And surprisingly, this thing was good. The strawberry was amazing. The grape was pretty okay, but like it was pretty damn good. Let's see. Yeah, so we got like strawberries. It's my friend's holding. He was holding the grape, but we ended up both getting strawberries. At this night market, there was also like a lot of. I think many of the night markets as well. There's like a lot of like little like pinball, like arcade style games, that line the streets. Surprisingly, it's like it was weird because going to Japan, I know it's like pachinko. Here, it's like pinball, and I'm just like, are they the same? Different? I believe they are a little bit different compared to between the two. But as you can see, this year we were waiting for a scallion pancake. Just like more nightlife pictures. I don't know what's with me getting bikers or like people's faces on my pictures, but it's great just to see their stoic faces as I take a pic. Because you guys don't need to hear that, but that's like the night market, just walking around. The video is only crap because this is uploaded to my Google. This was just like uploaded to my Google Drive, so it's not like the full rendered version sort of thing, but it's like enough to like show. But yeah, that's really cool to like walk around. Thank God it was not raining, which is one good thing, but it's nice to experience like the nightlife sort of thing, having food, enjoying the fun times. I believe at around this point it was like 10:30 at night, so getting close to midnight, which just like Japan, Taipei does close at midnight. So if you missed the last train, you missed the last train. You got to take a taxi or an Uber to get to wherever you need to go. But yeah, so we ended up having. So here's our passion fruit tea with boba, and then the scallion pancake. That is $1. This is $1, and I wish I want to go back now to just have more. Everything was just so cheap, and I'm just like, I can't have anything here the same ever again because everything is so expensive here. So, and as always, I always try to take multiple shots because some pictures just end up not being well. This one was interesting. I don't remember what it says on the plaque because it was dark as fuck, but there's like a statue with like a lady standing and their treasure behind. I don't know what it was. I don't know what it was for. I think it was just mainly for the area, but I don't know their main reason.
It's cool though.
It is. I was just like right there, like we were walking back towards the station, and we just saw the statue.
Oh.
These photos were all Instagram photos because photos I posted on Instagram.
Yeah.
So, but by the time we finished up at the night market, we were heading back to the station to get on the train to get back to our hotel. Luckily, we didn't wait any longer because if we did, we would have missed the train. Based on like the schedule, we got back down to the main station and everything was like dead quiet. Like no one was inside. Everything was closed, and not only that, the main entrances to the train stations were closed, or like the entrances in the underground mall were closed. I'm like, fuck. Are we gonna able to get a train back home? Um, Luckily, we managed to find one entrance, and then I managed to like check the schedule, and I realized there's still one more train left that leaves in 10 minutes. So we were like, we just bunged it down to the station, to the platform, and be like, huh, we made it, sort of thing. Because yeah, that would have sucked if we missed literally the last train, and then we would have to like pay a little bit more for an Uber or taxi ride. But starting the next day, we went back to the underground mall, and I just noticed like a bunch of like random stuff. So some like Genshin, VTuber stuff. This was interesting. One of the stores had like a claw machine, like the claw part of the claw machine for sale. I believe it's just for novelty, but it was still interesting to see this. I was very tempted to buy it, but I didn't. Some Kamen Rider stuff because my friends and I are into Kamen Rider. I forgot about this one. There was also some Yu-Gi-Oh stuff as well, which also included some dual discs, and specifically the dual discs from the new Yu-Gi-Oh series called Rush Duel. That's why there's only 3 card slots for it. But they also had like other like Yu-Gi-Oh stuff and whatnot. And it was interesting because like when I saw this, I'm just like, ooh, it's tempting to buy this, but then I realized I'm going to Japan. I might be able to find this for cheaper. But we're all tempting. Oh, right. I've been meaning to share this picture to you too, Violet. But I also like there's like a lot of anime stuff, and if you look into the picture specifically, you may actually see something here. Yeah, like there's like a lot of whole anime stuff. I think it was like which one's this? Shoko Sensei, Classroom of the Elite, Buffery. A lot of like niche animes, which is interesting to see the merch of. And it's like, I need to see if I could find this find this in Japan. Weird spoiler alert, I was not. Unless if I was looking at the wrong spot, I did not spot any of these. So I kind of wish I got it here. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. It was also very interesting to see a mahjong set for Attack on Titan. That was going for like 7,800 Taiwanese dollars, which is like $200. Kind of wish I found this in Japan because it was because it would have been tempted to bring over, even though I have no idea how to play mahjong. From the underground mall, we decided to go to one of the like shopping districts over there. I believe it's called Xianmending. And I know for the fact we always make the joke as Ximending, like Ximending. Yeah.
Haha.
Haha. We managed to walk over there, and we managed to find a boba shop, and we ordered some boba. We also managed to not only get boba, but we also got some hot star chicken, which is like a really big chicken. Really big chicken thigh specifically. I remember when we got this, that chicken was freshly hot, like as in when you touch it, it burns your hand. Quite. But this combo literally powered me through lunch. Like I didn't need to have any lunch. Having boba tea and the chicken was just perfect. Oh yeah, I guess there's also like another boba tea shop that's actually doing a Genshin collab, and it's like, this is tempting. If I didn't already got boba. Yeah, like I guess they're like doing like some Genshin collab and whatnot.
Yeah.
We also did stumble upon a Don Quixote, or how they call it everywhere else that is not in Japan, Don Donkey, which is the random shop that sells everything and everything. But we managed to find the one in Taipei, and we went in and explored. So this was like the precursor of like going through Don Quixote in Japan and experiencing the weirdness that is Don Quixote itself. Like literally, this is how the shop is lined up. It's just filled with random stuff. I almost was almost tempted to buy the chocolates here, even except I forgot. It's like I'm going to Japan. I know for the fact I can get those chocolates in Japan. I can hold off. But knowing that they were like 72% cacao or 86% cacao, and the strawberry one, which is like I'm slowly running out because I brought this to the office and like I want more of this now. This shit is good.
Yeah.
But yeah, like managed to get into a Don Quixote. It's a damn little penguin which I have like a little plush in here somewhere. Um,
I've been to the stadium. Sorry, I'm playing GeoGuessr. What up?
no worries. Yeah, like I managed to like take quite a bit of pictures. So just like going around, there's like a lot of Western stores, and then the usual, and then like the very unique Asian stores as well. Most of the Western stores are like the Western brands, so like Adidas, Nike, and all that stuff will cater towards the Asian sizes. So basically, if you are a bit big, it don't fit you. Like if you're like a Western size sort of thing, it may not fit you.
Mm.
I believe if you go to like Asia, the max size for like shirts is like a large to XL,
Yeah.
and then a max like shoe size is like an 11 men. So if like you're within those two things, perfect. Go shop in Asia. But if not, it may be a bit tough to find out. I remember experiencing that back in the Philippines and definitely experienced it in Taiwan and Japan.
Mm-hmm.
It was just also interesting to just like see so much like anime game esque ads in Asia. I'm so not used to seeing it here, but like seeing it like everywhere in like Asia just felt right. And it's like this is weird, but it's also cool.
Yeah.
Um, love taking pictures like random ass hallways. I realized like right here is just a Slurpee ad, so that means I'm right by 7-Eleven.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, I'm showing something phallic, but it's okay. It's already an hour 17 minutes in, unless if Twitch decides to ban me for this, which I'll do quick. But for whatever reason, they really love these things, which is like a baked goods but shaped like this. And apparently, it's Taiwan's #1 souvenir, which I don't get. I'll leave it at
Yeah.
that. I also uh, managed to find out it was not the Chinese king of pastry fillings thing, but it was a witch made cafe. It's a really interesting concept, and it was also interesting to see like make cafes in Taiwan, which I guess makes sense in some places. It was interesting to see like a witch hat made cafe. So I was like, ooh, and I was like, I'm planning to take a picture of that. That's pretty unique. Maybe I would see some more in Japan. Obviously, I did, but I didn't see like the more unique ones like this one. But yeah, so welcome to Xiamending. But yeah, if you read it as it looks like it says, if you replace the X with an S and then you'll go there. Then from there, from Xiamending, we decided to go to Raohe because one of my coworkers said that Raohe actually had a day market. Plot twist, that was a lie. But with that, we had to use the Taipei Metro, and I remember going down one of the staircases in the Taipei Metro, and we just saw a big ass Haikyuu ad down in the hallways. Definitely promoting their latest movie that came out, I think, this month, if I remember correctly. And it was like literally wrapped both sides, so it's like, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna take a picture of this. Try to also like take random pictures of like looks like liminal spaces and whatnot. Kind of looks like it if you see it. If not, no. I don't know why I have a random recording of a hallway. Probably I'll use it for like a video of sorts later on. Yeah, after a train ride over, we got to Raohe Street, which is where the night market is. Unfortunately, in the daytime, it's pretty damn quiet. Like, actually, it's pretty damn quiet. There's not a lot of stuff is set up. mainly put like mainly if things were set up, all the vendors would be like right here in the middle of the street, so you'll be able to like order all the things and whatnot, but not at the daytime. So it at least encourages me to go back to Taipei one day to experience the Raohei night market. But you have like all the pictures. Like here is the deadish scene of the Raohei night market. One cool thing is that like right by the Raohei market is the river, and like they have like a little river walk, so it's like a really nice place to just like relax, walk, bike, do whatever sort of thing. They have like a nice little like love lock sort of thing here. I don't know how to call it. I don't want to say monument, but what's the word? Like thing. Standing thing. I don't know. But that's cool. They also have like benches that's like spells out the word love and all the other stuff here. And then yeah, just have a river. Apparently there's like another airport like right by, because I remember hearing planes taking off and landing around this area. There's also a lot of colorful bridges too. And with me liking infrastructure, I wanted to take all the pictures, so I did. Here, like all the pictures. Apparently, like this one's like marked red. The one on the left was yellow. The one in the distance was purple, which is pretty cool. You can see her in the distance. They also had like a really cool mural on because it's interesting how this is separated from the river, where like this is on the riverside and the river walk, and then there's just this wall before you see like the actual like main city. I think it might probably just used for like probably like some flood management or something like that, or maybe there's like a lot of like noise that they just wanted to put a barrier up. But like in between the two, there's just like this cool mural that spans most of the wall. Or actually, it's that part of the wall. From the looks of it, doesn't look like it spans too far after. But we managed to like chill here for like a few minutes before our flight at the night going to Tokyo. So just chilled for a little bit. Tried to think of like what we're planning to do and all that stuff. I just ended up taking a lot of pictures. They've actually cleared up and actually looked pretty cool. But after Raohei, we took an Uber ride back to our hotel, and then from our hotel we walked towards the train station to get back to Taiwan Airport, and then from there managed to check in with Peach Airways, a budget airline in Asia. It's actually run by, I believe, ANA Japan. So all Nippon Airways, for those who want to know, one of the Japanese airlines. Managed to get all our stuff in. Managed to check our stuff in. Get through immigration pretty easily. Some of us had our like premium credit card, so we ended up just relaxing in the lounge for like an hour and a half, and then boarded our flight at like 8:50 at night from Taipei and flew all the way to Haneda Airport in Tokyo. Technically Yokohama, I think. I don't know if it's Yokohama or actually Tokyo, but managed to fly to Tokyo. And here we are at Haneda. This is just a quick picture because it was already 12:30 to 1 o'clock in the morning. And for those who doesn't know how Japan works, things shut down after 12 o'clock in the morning. So there was no train lines to get to our Airbnb, which sucks because our Airbnb was literally a 3-minute walk from the train line that brings you to Haneda Airport. If we ended up finding an earlier flight, we could have just taken the train and then be at the B&B pretty quickly. With that, we had to wait for 40 minutes in a taxi rank to get a taxi or taxis to our B&B. Which I guess wasn't too bad. I thought it was going to be like hell expensive to get there. And I think we only paid like 4,000 yen per taxi, which I guess it's probably expensive for some people, but in hindsight, that's only like $30 for a Like, yes, $30 for a 20-minute ride seems pretty expensive, but it's not too bad in a sense. But we managed to get to our B&B, and we were still a little bit awake, but very hungry. Luckily, Japan is Japan, and you can find a convenience store that is open for 24 hours. And so, after we settled in our B&B, we decided to walk out at 2 in the morning to go to a convenience store. The first one we tried to go to a 7-Eleven, but it was closed at midnight. So I thought, we thought all convenience stores were open. No, just some. But we managed to find a Family Mart and managed to buy some things. Unfortunately, I don't think I bought. I don't have any pictures of that here because all we wanted to do was just buy some food, buy some drinks, and then eat and then knock the fuck out. But here are some night shots of where we stayed near Shinagawa Station. It was pretty cool to like just see like the small streets, but it's like a cool like arcade with like all the houses and the shops and whatnot. It's a really nice place to stay here near Shinagawa. But at least these are like all the photos I posted on I think Twitter, and I didn't start posting on Instagram till way later. But starting off our first full day in Tokyo, Japan, it was nice and beautiful and sunny and clear. It was not like that for the rest of the trip, or at least a good majority of the trip. There were days where it rained, there were days where it cloudy, but managed to at least experience some nice sun. So I just like ended up taking pictures as we were walking towards Family Mart, and I'll eventually towards the train station to head out to our first day. Again, as with many pictures that I have, it's mainly like some weird food pic, especially for Pocari Sweat, because I'm sending this to my friend who wants to know the prices of Pocari Sweat everywhere, or at least I want them to know how much the prices of Pocari Sweat is everywhere. And if I remember correctly, Pocari Sweat was $1 here, so it was like marginally more expensive than in Taiwan, which was I think less than $1, but still relatively good prices. Very cheap food and drinks, which makes it so much easier to just buy almost everything that you want. I also tried the famous Famichiki, and I also tried out Nanachiki from 7-Eleven and the Lawson's chicken from Lawson's. And I will just say this now. This is, I think, one of the only few pictures, if not the only picture that I have of like the Famichiki. And I would say this is the best out of the three versus with Family Mart, 7-Eleven, and Lawson's. This is the best chicken, the best kombini chicken you'd ever get. I understand the hype of Famichiki, and you should get a Famichiki when you get to Japan. Also, for those who doesn't know, I have a big fascination of trains, and I remember back many years ago when I was like a wee little lad and I always go through YouTube like watching trains and whatnot. I remember watching videos of like, American trains, European trains, and I remember specifically watching Japanese trains. It's like, one day I want to experience the hecticness of this. And I'll just say, it's fucking surreal to be there. I'm just like, wow, it's interesting just to like be here at the station waiting for a train. And it's like, wait, this is like waiting for a Japanese train. I remember watching videos for this and like, I'm here. I'm going to be riding one sort of thing. So yeah, I'd say it felt very surreal for me, especially for a person who likes trains a lot. So expect a lot of train photos as we get through. From what I gathered with Google Photos, I think I have taken from what I gathered Google Photos, I have taken 1,500 photos. I'd say about 10% of them are trains, 10% of them are things that I was buying for friends, and 20% of things are buying for friends, and 30% are cherry blossoms. Everything else is just other. But yes, trains, being inside a train, waiting for a train. I also did record videos of trains coming in because it's just like, yeah, I'm that kind of person. But honestly, actually, really looks cool to just like remember, like, just like, hey, I rode a train in Japan. Woo. Um, at least the one good thing here when going around Japan is that you could technically trust Google Maps to most extent if you have a good sense of direction. And because of that, you don't have to worry about looking at this map. You could just use Google Maps most of the way through. I guess one thing I should bring up, internet connection, internet connectivity. Luckily, I had T-Mobile, and I had like one of the more premium plans for T-Mobile where you can get a few gigs of data included in your plan wherever you go. So I had I had internet when I was in Taipei. I had internet when I was in Japan as well. So I didn't have to like purchase another plan to use internet. So I was able to run Google Maps and all that stuff pretty easily, try to like navigate myself all around. I remember like the one thing I was gonna do is like I'm gonna try my best to get lost in this whole maze of the whole complex network of JR JR Rail, which Japan Rail, Tokyo Metro, amongst many of the other train companies that runs in the Tokyo Metro region, and see like, can I get lost here? Spoiler alert, I did not. It was actually really fun to like navigate myself around many of these places. But also could get very overwhelming seeing every like how busy things get and how massive like these stations get to try to like figure out your way. I could see how overwhelming it gets. But yeah, I think at least the first stop we decided to go, or at least for at least our first day, we decided to explore around Ueno, because I believe one of my friends wanted to shop for new shoes, because when we were in Taipei, when it was raining, he was wearing shoes that had had a very flat bottom, or not a flat bottom, but like a very smooth sole. Basically, there's no sole, so anytime he walks, he just slips. Thank God he never fell with those shoes, but he wanted to find new shoes regardless. So we decided to head towards like Ueno, towards like the northeast side of Tokyo, sort of thing. Not only that, but one of our friends also had to get a Suica card because he does not have an Apple iPhone, and if you have an iPhone, you can at least load a virtual Suica card. With Android, you have to go through a whole workaround of trying to load up a Suica card onto your phone, which requires like a Japanese Gmail account and all that stuff. So we said, F that, we'll see if we can find a Suica card in one of the major train stations, such as Ueno. Luckily, there is one, and I guess I should probably... Not only did my friend get one, but I also got one as well. Even though I have an iPhone nowadays, I also got myself the Suica card as well. One fun thing, I think if you've heard the news that there has been like some shortage of these Suica cards because of the IC, like the little chip that is required to have be in these cards for it to work, due to like a semiconductor shortage. There's still like a shortage going on. These cards are kind of impossible to get. Luckily, if you go to a major train station like Ueno, you're able to get one. And I was able to get one, managed to fill it up, but I never used this card. I ended up using my virtual Suica instead. But hey, at least now I have a keepsake of a Suica card, and just in case if someone needs to use it if they ever go to Japan in the future, I have one. And luckily, it's also not the foreign, like the tourist version, because apparently the tourist version has like a red color, and it's like, I think it does have like cherry blossoms on it. However, that can only work for like 28 days and then it stops working. This one, it's permanent. You can use it anytime sort of thing, and you can refill it as much as you want and use it to go places or buy konbini food, because apparently, at least with Japan, you can use prepaid transit cards to pay for your stuff at convenience stores or play crane games, which I have unfortunately learned when I was there. I totally did
That's
not
kind of
spend.
cool, actually.
It is, so just in case, it's like if you don't have like a credit card or your debit card or maybe some cash, you can at least use your IC card, your transit card to pay for stuff. And yeah, I've used it a few times and I realized how convenient that is. I'm just like, wow. It's like I don't really need to carry cash per se. Well, you should. One tip here is that you should always carry cash because some places only accept cash. But just in case if you don't have any of that and you have your IC card, just tap and go with your food or
That's
playing a
pretty
crane
cool.
game. I just wish I never learned about playing crane games and whatnot though, because I did spend quite a bit in it. Not as much as I usually spend in America, but I spent quite a bit.
Yeah.
Um, we have like a lot of pictures of like inside Ueno Station, which looks pretty. Also very overwhelming
Yes.
because it's a very grand station. Um, not as grand as like Shinjuku or Tokyo. Oh my god, Tokyo Station's actually a lot. That's one of the only places I got lost at actually. Um, but yeah, and it was yeah. We finally got out of Ueno Station and just like boom, buildings, and it's like it feels like I'm in an anime. Wait, no, I'm in Japan. Why did I say that? Well, it makes also sense too, I guess, because it's like
Yeah.
most of the time if an anime takes places in Tokyo, it's like boom, this is what you normally see because it makes sense. This is what you normally see. But I just like yeah, just started taking a picture of everything and anything sort of thing, just random stuff here and there. Going through Ueno, me taking a video of a train going by. Um, what I always find cool, especially like in Japan, and I think it does apply into a couple places around the world as well, where sometimes they just like if there's like a train running above, especially like on an elevated structure like this, Japan makes the most out of it and builds stuff at the bottom, which is pretty cool. So like there's like a bunch of shops around there, like right under here. There's actually a really small Uniqlo like hidden right here, like right behind this truck. Um, I think I showed a picture. I don't think I did. But yeah, like it's just cool just to see like a line of shops run down this thing, just right above the railroad tracks. It's pretty amazing. And I believe it's like yeah, just random shops, restaurants, and whatnot. So I just took as many photos as I can. Oh yeah. Um, I realized that Japan is okay to go hard on like some sensual equipment, um, such as tengas for men who wants to have a nice pleasuring time. Yeah, they also have like a bunch of other things like
Mhm.
lingerie, costumes, new DVD and outlet DVD for like all the raunch, not really raunchy, but like sexy stuff sort of thing.
The
Um,
adult pleasure.
the adult pleasuring and like it's just shown out there like out in public like there's no censorship compared to like many places here sort of thing where it has to be hidden behind doors and doors of stuff like here it's just like well
Behind
if you
like
stumble
tinted
upon there it's
windows
weird.
and glass walls and whatever.
Yeah, here it's just
Yeah.
like this is this sort of
Yeah.
thing.
Hello.
um Also found like yeah like a bunch of like shops that are like selling these like cool jackets and whatnot. These are pretty expensive. I believe some of these are like 200-300 bucks, but they're pretty. But there's like a lot of random ones. Probably this one I should censor, but you know. Um, yeah, a lot of cool shops. Definitely for the week that we were there in Japan, it was very busy because it was the start of the bloom of the cherry blossoms because it was running late. So with that, it was just packed no matter where we went. Yeah, some like these cool like shirts and jackets, more trains. Um, I think we ended up like spending an hour here specifically because, or not hour, like maybe 30 minutes here specifically because my friend really was trying to find shoes. And so we almost went to every shoe store to see if we could find his size and then like specifically certain styles. I did find these like two little pandas, like statue right here. And then what's cool is that right behind us is just bike parking. So there's like this little ramp that bikers can go down and just park their bike and then come back up and then do their shopping or whatever. I also tried to play Pokemon Go while I was there because I said, "Why the heck not? I'm in Japan. Let me spin some
Which, by
Pokestops
the
and
way, he still hasn't played since.
I haven't. I tried my best to
God damn
play
it.
when I was there, and then after that, when I got back, it's like, okay, I'm done.
I'm just like, I want your postcards so bad.
Which that means I'll open the thing as I go by.
Yeah.
What do you need me to update the game? Okay, I'll update the game.
Update game.
But yeah, so I played Pokemon Go while I was there because mainly I wanted to get the Pokestops. I did. And then eventually my friend decided to message me. He should get some exclusive Pokemon in Japan. I was like, I'll try. I don't know how well it would be because I use my phone for other things, but I'll try. So, also again, me and trains. You expect train footage and everything galore because I like trains.
I like
I
trains.
like trains. Meow.
Meow.
But after the 30 minutes of my friends failing to find shoes for him, we decided to get some lunch, and we managed to find this unagi restaurant close by. And so we decided to get some. Decided to get some unagi.
Mm-hmm.
Just walking the thing. We did first. Oh, I did love the hot towel that they provided. That was really amazing. It's
Oh
really
my
good to
god.
have. The good old chopsticks and a little holder that's there. It's really cool. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, we got some appetizers. We got some chicken yakitori, and then this
Mm-hmm.
unagi yakitori. But it's I believe it's the innards of the not the yakitori of the
Chicken?
unagi.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's like, it was like very interesting and very chewy, but it was still pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
But the chicken yakitori was amazing. I wish I had more. Unfortunately, I did not have more outside of this because of I totally did not get sick when I was in Japan. Totally did not.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I definitely it was my fault for not being fully prepared for. Well, it's my fault specifically, but I blame my body for it because it was rainy one day and then I started sweating and then I took off my thing because I wanted to cool down and then I think that's where I got sick. His body does not know how to regulate temperature properly.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I
here's my.
feel it.
Oh. But yeah,
I'm trying
here's.
not to crash right now. I'm doing my best.
And I'm trying my best to. Ooh, which one can I send you? Hold
I'm
on.
transferring
Ooh,
Pokemon. I have too many Pokemon.
you can have my Tokyo my Tokyo Skytree one.
Oh,
Oh shit! I have 9 eggs to hatch. Okay.
here we go.
What did I get? Most of these eggs are from Japan.
Ooh, yeah. What Pokemon will you get?
Just play it around. Oh, is that an Alolan Farfetch'd? It was.
Oh, is it Sir Farfetch'd?
I think it is. I'm trying my best to like show it in stream as you get to
Oh,
see my
I mean, I'm
Unagi.
not even looking at the screen right now.
Oh, it's
So,
okay. I'll at least show it to the people.
Smoliv,
Oh my god, Togepi. I think it's
Togepi.
Togepi.
You're so lucky.
Another one.
Togepi. Togepi.
Togepi.
You might be able to evolve it.
Maybe. Oh my god. This is.
Oh, look at her little Godita.
Wow, this is so
Oh,
many eggs.
lucky. Hello, baby.
Wait, I'll change it to here.
Oh, smooch him.
Apparently, it is my first Moochum. That's weird. I thought I found
Actually,
it once.
I think you would like this photo from Edmonton,
Oh,
Alberta.
I got a Pichu!
Pichu! Oh.
I got a heavy Pichu.
Big boy.
It's a big boy. But yeah, see, it shows. I caught it in Tokyo, Japan, and hatched it
Yeah,
here in
it
Menlo
was.
Park, where I live.
Oh my god, that's so
It's so
cool.
cool.
I like saved your postcard, and then I sent you one of like pretty sign up from the north side of Edmonton. Well,
Ooh.
so yeah, if you click on the little pin though, it adds it to your postcard book.
Oh, it does. Wait. Ooh, there's a
Yeah.
Charmander.
So I've got your couple Japan ones.
I forgot Pokemon Go had an update.
And
This
then
is weird.
I got a cool one from someone in New York. Okay,
Okay, wait. I want to see
Pokemon
this.
Go break. I just
Pokemon
caught a
Go.
coughing.
Ooh, I see.
Coughing. I need more
Yes.
incubators. Yay, you saved it. Yay.
Yay, I got it.
Now fill your items postcard book. You'll be able to see it.
I've been always trying to like figure this out.
You're welcome.
God, now I'm playing Pokemon Go. Okay, let me
Yeah,
pull
yeah,
out
you
so
are.
you can see this.
Food.
Food. But yeah, that's the Unagi. I think we spent. This was like 3K yen, so it's like like about $20, which sounds about right. To be fair, this is fresh unagi. Like, I'm pretty sure it probably was like caught, killed, and all that stuff and grilled up all in the same day compared to like unagi here where it's like frozen and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So having that experience of like actually having fresh unagi, it's just amazing. But really good food. Gotta love the pictures and really enjoyed just really enjoyed the atmosphere there. It was very interesting because, hi, none of us really knows how to speak Japanese, so we were just butchering our way, trying to like, well, at least they have an English menu. We'll try our best to butcher our way with simple English, or try to be slightly Nihongo with the very minimal words that we know of.
Is Nihongo the same thing as like gringo in Spanish?
Well, define gringo for me. I keep forgetting what it is
Oh
specifically.
my god, it's like just like a typical English person.
Oh, oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Well, no, I think no. Nihongo more is more
Yeah, a
like
person, especially an American who is not Hispanic or Latino.
no,
Yeah,
Nihongo.
basically a foreigner.
Yeah, like basically a foreigner.
Yeah.
Well, no, Nihongo is definitely like Japanese, I believe, if I remember correctly.
Oh, okay.
It's it.
Explain though.
I unfortunately use it as a joke. Some people use it as a joke, even like those Japanese that knows English, but will
Well,
know how
it's
to
kind of like
speak it.
a Latino person would like be like, oh yes, I'm a Latina, and like would like excuse her behavior because of being Latina. Or like
Uh,
teasing each other, but like, oh yeah, that's just the Latino way.
Kinda. I know what you
Well,
mean.
never
I know
mind.
what you
I'm gonna
mean.
shut. Come on. Damn it. I'm trying to
No, it's like
understand.
I know what you mean. I'm just like trying to figure out. It's like, yes, it's hard to explain.
So, I tried to understand. I'll just have to not understand for now.
No. Um, but yeah, we tried our best. We tried our very best to like speak with them. At least it's like again, not really again, but more of like a one tip. Don't speak. Try not to speak in full English. They will not understand you. But if you can like break it down, make it simple, sort of thing, they most likely will. They'll probably will be able to understand what you're trying to say. When in doubt, also just point. Even though I tried using the pointing method and it has worked many times than not. So, but I also try my best to like kind of enunciate it as close to like Japanese esque sort of thing, because there's like there are like some words that the Japanese do use that are like based on the English word, but it's pronounced in a Japanese way, sort of thing.
Milku.
Milky. What are the other ones? Orangey.
Milku. I only know about Milku because the game grows.
Oh, milky. Cakey.
Milku. Kiki.
I think I can't say. Chicken. Cheeky.
Cheeky.
Even though that's not really supposed to be like actual chicken. Yaki is the chicken. No, Tori is the chicken. Yaki is grilled. I
There
messed
you
that up.
go.
I messed that one up. You can tell how well I know my Japanese, aka no. Um, but yeah, so like if you want to like try your best, it's like you could try to speak English, but don't speak full English. Just go very simple English. But it's also try your best to like kind of understand what they're saying. Like usually you could kind of understand it
Come
through
prepared a
some.
little.
What was it?
Nothing. I was just say come prepared a little bit. You could like a little bit of practice.
I would say so. Like it actually would have helped if I had a little bit more practice in the language to like kind of understand. But I feel like at the same time, with enough anime
Oh
and
my
stuff,
god.
you could probably understand it contextually as what they're asking for.
Yeah.
Especially like in the context of where you're at, what you're doing, and the action that you're doing, you could probably understand what they're talking about.
Fair.
Um,
Oh my god.
I just wish I remember some of the lines that I usually get accompanied of, like, "Would you like a bag?" Because that was the line I eventually remembered, and I could also always say like yes or no. Though apparently there's been some confusion where some cashiers would ask, "Oh, would you pay with cash or card?" versus asking for before asking, "Do you want a bag?" And if you say yes at the wrong time, it gets awkward. Thank God that didn't happen to me.
No. Well. Oh
Um,
gosh.
but after the Unagi, we decided to walk towards Ueno Park. I think this is like I just like take a picture of just like a random, like not really a random street, but it's like one of the main streets between, like looking. Actually, if I remember correctly, I'm looking towards Akihabara. It's like one of the main streets that connects between Akihabara and Ueno, and I was like, ooh, it's like hi, it's like Japan, Tokyo. One fun comment, one fun thing that you brought up, Dragon, when we looked at
Mm.
photos personally, is that you said Tokyo looks like a concrete jungle based on like this
Yeah.
picture, right? And I would definitely agree. I'd say 80% of the time it looks like this, where it's just either the street, sidewalk, or building. That's it. No greenery, no shrubbery or anything like that. Mainly, like the greenery is like on the main streets, but there's also quite a bit of parks as well. Like surprisingly, there's quite a bit of parks. It's not all concrete jungle as it seemed to be. So you can always like you will find the greenery like elsewhere, but it is rare. Um, really denotes like how much of a very condensed city Tokyo is, like the greater Tokyo region is. It's just all concrete. Or mostly concrete. But they try their best to have greenery as well.
Yeah. I just like keep comparing it to London a little bit, where I felt like there was like small sections of concrete, like
Mm-hmm.
city, but for the most part, it is
Green.
quite green in London
Yeah, you guys
in
have like a lot
comparison.
of bigger parks and like recreation areas for like a major city. Like I think like New York New York is pretty concrete. San Francisco I think is also a little bit concrete as well, if you really look into it. Yeah, I remember like at least looking at like Google Maps and like some of your pictures and videos. It's like wow, there is a lot of greenery. It feels like more suburban for a
Hmm.
major city,
Yeah, I
which
mean,
is
I didn't get to explore all of London, of course, because that would take forever.
right.
But for the parts that I went to, I'm like, damn, like you can expect like greenery around, like it doesn't feel
Mm-hmm.
bland.
And it's like I think even like in some of the urban centers, it's like it's always interesting to see a bunch of like trees, parks, and all that stuff as well.
Yeah,
Yeah, like
and
I
like
want to
little
experience.
ravines, and little rivers and things. Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
And it's like I want to experience that. Hopefully in the next few months. We'll see. We'll see.
September,
September.
please.
But speaking of green, I have this nice, beautiful green drink here. Or at least one of them is a matcha drink. That was a seasonal thing. But my friend and I wanted to try melon Fanta because they have melon Fanta, and we decided to get a melon Fanta McFlurry. Melon Fanta, not McFlurry, melon Fanta. What do you call it when you mix soda and ice cream? Float.
Oh my god, yeah.
My brain was just dying. It's like, what is the word float? This one was heavenly. This one was amazing, and I want more of it.
Mhm.
Um,
I'm just doing like a Google Maps comparison of like Tokyo and London, and I'm like, yeah. London's very green, and then you can just
yeah.
see plain, quite a lot throughout Japan, like just from a very far away view.
Like if you look on a satellite view, you see the drastic difference of how much green there is in London
Ooh,
compared to
that's a good
Tokyo.
idea. Oh my god. Okay, now I gotta go to
It's
London.
it's so different. It's crazy, but it's
Oh
like
my god.
yeah.
Jesus.
But I because I think it's like at least London has some sprawl. Tokyo does not. Tokyo is very confined. Because eventually, when you like zoom out of the further out of the Tokyo region, it gets pretty green.
Oh yeah. Like from like in Saitama and Yamanashi and Nagano and all these
Yeah.
outer outer parts.
Mm-hmm. And if I recall correctly, technically all that green spot, it's green, but it's very hilly. And I believe
Yeah.
London is relatively flat. Like there's some hills, but it's relatively flat.
Eh,
So
um,
yeah,
yeah.
there's a definite big difference knowing how much like it serves sort of thing at the same time. It's like though I would also say it's like probably like I want to experience. Hopefully, I'll get to experience this, and I probably will when we get to like your stomping grounds of like how long does it
Yes.
take to get from like one end to the other sort of thing. Because I know if I had to like
Mhm.
traveling around the Yamanote, which is the circular line that goes around Tokyo, it takes 45 minutes to ride the whole thing from end to end, or like from the start from like the start of one spot back to the start of one spot.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried riding like the circle line in London? Like the whole thing?
I've been on the Circle Line once, but not for the whole thing. I was just actually gonna look up at. I've done the Piccadilly.
You have done the Piccadilly, and I think you've done it end to end, right? So it's like kind of like a stretch sort of thing.
I okay, except whatever. Go away,
Also,
cookies.
hey Izzy, welcome. I'm just getting
Hey.
through the first day of Japan. It's okay. I'll speed through this because it's like there's actually like a good majority of these pictures are gonna be like I get to press next quite a bit because it was part of my photo reel that does not need to be here. But yeah, like even though like Tokyo is like dense and concrete jungle, it's pretty fast to go around the whole thing. Cause I remembered going from like Ikibuku like Shinjuku Shibuya to like Akihabara, Ueno, and Tokyo, which is like the first three that I mentioned, Ikebukuro, Shibuya, Shinjuku, they're on the west side. Ueno, Akihabara, Tokyo's on the east side. 25 minutes to get across.
Oh,
And
wow.
I'm just like, wow, that is actually a lot shorter than I thought it would be.
Yeah.
How been? It been good. I was in Japan like a couple weeks ago. I'm going through it. Outside of that, I've been working a whole lot.
Yeah. Same.
I kept seeing your updates. Hi, yeah, I know. For those who wants to like
Oh yeah.
see like the updates of like such of like when I was on my trip, Instagram was the best one. The one time I actually had to upload on Instagram is what was like my whole Japan trip,
I'm
and
so glad you did it every day too,
I was
for the most part.
voluntold to do it every day, aka my parents, because they that my
Oh,
Instagram
good.
feed goes to Facebook, and so they could see all the pretty photos. It's like, you know, I'll make it my thing. And so, if you want to see a lot of some of the photos that I've taken here, beautified and look pretty, it's all on my Instagram. Twitter, I did
Yeah.
try my best to post like funny, stupid updates such as loving the bidet, which we'll get to.
Yeah. Lots of bidet updates.
Yeah. But yeah, before we head towards like Ueno Park and Ueno Park itself, we decided to do a little bit of shopping. I think I managed to find a Daiso that was selling a lot of Sanrio stuff. I do have a couple coworkers that love Sanrio products or like Sanrio characters and Sanrio stuff. So I was like, I'm gonna take pictures, try to grab their favorite Sanrio characters, and just grab a bunch of shit. Managed to grab like a couple stuff here at the Daiso, even though I realized Daiso in America starts carrying Sanrio character stuff. Also got some from Don Quixote and amongst many other things. Kind of wish I explored a little bit further for Sanrio, though. I know I could have. Sounded and looked like it was fun. It was very overwhelming, and I know for the fact I didn't do everything, but overall was fun for a good first trip to Japan. Um, Also saw like a Sanrio gift card. Apparently, when my coworkers went to Japan like 2 weeks before, she went to this same exact shop and said it sucked. So thank God I didn't go in here.
Oh wow.
But yeah, man. After like doing a little bit of shopping, managed to find the first cherry blossom tree that everyone started taking pictures, including myself, as you could tell. So
Yay.
incoming spam of cherry blossom photos. This is one of the ones I posted on Instagram, but a lot of it. Um, since it was like it was the first. It was like our first full day in Tokyo. The cherry blossoms was just barely blooming. Um, Around Tokyo and specifically in Ueno Park. Luckily, we went to Ueno Park again, and then from there was full ass bloom. It looked beautiful. So these photos doesn't do a lot of justice because they were not in full bloom just yet. They did look pretty though. Like going through the parks, like it was just not really blooming just yet. It's like kind of deadish sort of thing. Not really deadish, but like it was a slow. It was taking a slow time. Its time to start blooming. So like through here, it's like you can kind of still see like the trunks of the tree, but there's like been some flowers growing. Luckily, a few days later, like almost a week later. No, this is Tuesday. We went there Sunday, I believe. It was full bloom. So like in like 5-6 days, it bloomed beautifully. Was the geisha area place being closed to tourists? Unfortunately, I did not go to Kyoto, so I did not know if it was closed or not. Because I believe the geisha stuff area thing was. I've heard about that news, but I did not go there, nor saw many people, like many, like geishas, like around the area. Because I saw that it was closed to tourists because people are dumb. Yep, I've heard of that too. I believe mainly that was in Kyoto, and we just never went to Kyoto. We were supposed to go there and Osaka before going to Tokyo, but we did not.
Yeah, it was mainly a Kyoto issue
Mm-hmm.
because I saw a lot.
Yeah.
Because this dude talked about his trip all the time. That my whole TikTok became about Japan. And
Hi.
it still is briefly talking about things in Kyoto all the time. And I'm like, oh my god, please.
Yeah. And it's interesting because I still am on a Japan high, and I think I've told you, but I'll also tell the stream here. I want to go back like ASAP.
Yeah, yeah, you do. I'm
Especially a couple of annoying streamers that keeps going to places that cause trouble for attention. Yeah, I've heard about that. Weirdly enough, I did not see any like content creators or like anything like that. All of us are just normal tourists that are taking videos and photos when I was around Tokyo, which is probably for a for good reasons. Which is probably good actually in general.
yeah, yeah, for sure.
Um,
Oh,
yeah, I took quite a pictures of like them like slowly blooming. So like looks pretty white. There was like a little bit of like pink in them. So sometimes if I just do a little fringing, you can make it look pretty. But um, yeah, they were like slowly blooming here at Ueno Park. There was quite a bit. Walking through this basically that whole street was just a whole thing of um cherry blossoms, and well, all around Tokyo, it was like that. So like there's like some places that have one or two trees. Others have just like a row of trees, sort of thing. I have more pretty photos coming in here, but yeah, like I've taken quite a lot of video. And people like posing onto the cherry blossoms and whatnot. Definitely, this was one good spot to take pictures and like pose with it. But there are better places as well around the Tokyo region to take pictures. I did remember one of my friends wanted to go to Ueno Zoo. Unfortunately, they were closing up for the day because it was already close to 5, and Ueno Zoo closes at 5. It was just like kind of like recording everything here, just like showing everything. And I just realized my friends, my coworkers, I just zoomed in. I forgot about that. Um, that was such a beautiful video. It's like I knew for the fact I wanted to show that one. It's funny.
Yes.
Yeah, lots of cherry blossoms. I'll do a little bit of fringing, but they were pretty. They were getting there. At least when I was on this first full day, they were getting there. But luckily, it was like at least it was a clear day. Literally, the day after this, it started raining and pouring the whole day. But luckily, I get to experience like all the cherry blossoms. Yeah, they just pop. They just look beautiful. We also went around, like we still continue to go walk around Ueno Park. There was like some of these like food stalls along the way, like just like right here, between like the Torii Gate. I believe it's like leading to one of the temples within the park. Yeah, they're just selling like usual Japanese snacks or like inner like Asian snacks as well, and food. I think my friend ended up getting yakisoba. We ended up getting a chocolate banana. For whatever reason, I did not take pictures of those. I don't know why. I think I was just so fixated with the cherry blossoms, I forgot to take pictures of other things. So it's like, this is one of the temples. I think it was like closed for the day, sort of thing. But it was pretty busy, to say the least. Yeah, so like I took pictures. That's like many pictures like all around. Definitely first day was like a lot of sightseeing. A lot of photos, yeah, like Torii Gate. I just like just taking random pictures of the landscape or like at least the area sort of thing. Hopefully people are not watching where a person just randomly taking a picture of a staircase. Who knows? Yeah, but there's like different kinds of foods here. I believe there's like a place that are selling like takoyaki, shaka shaka fries, like shake fries, yakisoba, chocolate banana, which I remember getting. And yeah, after Ueno Park, we went back to our B&B because another friend who just came from their flight from SF to Haneda wanted to bring their bags into our B&B. Funnily enough, that person actually works for the airline that we flew in, sort of thing, as a mechanic. So like he works for United, and we were able to also use his benefits to get us over here. So not only that, he was able to join us in all the fun festivities and all that stuff throughout Japan and whatnot. So this was like just heading back towards the B&B. Again, me as a train enthusiast, I just wanted to like record trains. So just where's the train? It's right there. Haha, train. I'll eventually use it for something. I don't know what I'll use it for though. But after we dropped off his bags, we decided to go out to the convenience and grab some drinks. And I'll let you know, not only like food and non-alcoholic drinks are cheap, actual alcoholic drinks are cheap. And if you not a beer person, I think you would like Japan because they have things called chuhais, which is basically highballs. And surprisingly, they make canned highballs really good, and it's really cheap, and it can potentially fuck you up if you drink a lot of it. But after getting like that, after getting the drinks, we ended up going to 7-Eleven, grab drinks. Right outside of 7-Eleven, there was like this little temple with a cherry blossom tree, and so we just took a shit ton of photos here, and it was so cool because obviously there was no one here. I felt like I was disturbing the peace though, being around this area, but it was so cool to take pictures here. And they also had like the little like I don't know what this is called. Like this is like a place to like do your prayers and whatnot, and like do the whole ritual, not ritual,
Your offerings?
offerings. Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, you do like your whole offerings here and whatnot. Like it was very cool. It's like a miniature version for the area. And then yeah, like there's like the some of the statues and all that stuff, and then yeah, there's a cherry blossom tree here, and I'm just like, ooh, it's pretty. I'm gonna try my best to take photos. Right, this was unfortunately right after sunset, so it was getting dark, as you can tell. But I tried my best to take as many like photos of it. I also did the hand holding thing like that. I was like, hey, at least this branch is low enough for me to do this. I pray to God I don't get caught for doing it. I didn't. And if I did, it would be weird because and if I did, why didn't they should have told me sooner, because there's like a police box nearby this area. They could probably told us to not do it, but yeah, I decided to like, do that whole photo thing like that. I tried my best. I just didn't know how to really do it per se. Yeah, I tried my best to like take as many photos just in case if it like the bloom may not happen in the next few days. I'll at least have a bank of like a good bank of photos of cherry blossoms with me. So with that, going through the photos, just like these are mostly the ones I post on Instagram because it's like cherry blossoms. I got you, fam. I'll get them. But we were, by the time I was like posting this, we were back at our B&B, just relaxing, talking about random shit and whatnot. And then a couple of my friends decided to just take it easy for the night and just slept in. The rest of us decided to have a fun night out. And from here we decided to go towards like Ikebukuro for some oh boy, shit talking. Yes. But yeah, some of us decided to go to Ikebukuro because, well, I wanted to go to round 1, and there was a round 1 in Ikebukuro. So I decided to go to the arcades over there. And one other thing was that one of our friends, their college roommate, was also in Japan, and so they wanted to meet up, and so we ended up meeting up with them, and then ended up like hanging out, going to a bar. We'll get to that part of the story eventually. Here, but
Eventually
isn't like the next probably 5 minutes. But in the midst of getting ready to go to round 1 and all that stuff, we were trying our best to heavily pregame with more drinks and chuhai, such like chuhai and whatnot, and to the point where I think one of us was almost out of it, and well, two of us was almost out of it, myself included, because all I remember is after drinking a second or third can of a chuhai, I was already feeling it. Like trying to walk straight was a bit difficult, and this is interesting because it was 8:30 at night in the Tokyo area. Let it be known that at 8:30 at night, it's still freaking busy on the trains. Like it was crowded. Let me try and get there. Yeah, this was at 8:30 at night on the Yamanote. It was literally packed. Like you're touching elbows with someone on this train ride. Like yeah, well after rush hour, I think. Well after rush hour, because I believe everyone is now like either going to like actually coming out of work around like 7 or 8, and going to the bar around that time. So it was packed to the brim. But managed to make it to Ikebukuro. Took quite a bit of pictures. I don't know. Yeah, in Ikebukuro, just in case if he doesn't know where I'm at. I'm at Ikebukuro. Ikebukuro Station. Surprisingly, like around this area, there was quite a lot of like, and I think mainly like in like the big places like Ikebukuro, Shibuya, Shinjuku. There's like always like a lot of shops, restaurants, arcades, and like pleasure, like amusement um, locations. I was gonna say stores, but like locations. But yeah, we decided to go to round one. Um, trying to like show this. I believe round one is like somewhere right here. What I didn't know was this Gigo arcade. It's also another arcade. What I didn't know is that uh, the Sega arcades, because if you like, I think if you've seen like old videos of like older videos of Japan, especially going to like Akihabara or like any of the bigger stations, sub cities, was that like there's like a bunch of Sega arcades, which like competes with like Round One, Taito Station to have like crane games and all that stuff. I didn't know that the Sega branding is now Kigo. So I was like, I remember like trying to like find. It's like I remember seeing like Sega arcades and whatnot, and I didn't see anything. And then when I came back to America and I watched some more Japanese videos, there was a video that mentioned that all the Sega arcades became Gigo. So apparently this is like a Sega arcade, and apparently this Gigo specifically in Ikebukuro was one of the largest. Like it has so many crane games and other machines and whatnot, and I definitely agree because I remember going in there and I was just like, "There's too many crane games in here. I want to play all of it, but I'm gonna run out all of my money." So I didn't. But yeah, I ended up going to the round one. There was also like a couple of like clubs as well, which did just a regular club Mixa, Hall Mixa, Studio Mixa, Bang Dream, and D4DJ. Interesting. And then like theater and live cafe. So I guess there's like little like show things, I believe, if I remember correctly. But yes, we managed to get to round one. Apparently, it was 10 floors of round one. The only reason why it's 10 floors of round one because the floors are pretty tiny. They're like long and narrow compared to like wide as fuck. Hence why there's like 10 floors. We ended up playing a lot of crane games. The one cool thing with round one in Japan is that all crane games are 100 yen compared to other places in Japan, like Gigo and Taito Game Station, where they have crane games at like 300 yen. With the ones in round one, they're all 100 yen, which is pretty cool. Unfortunately for this day, I did not win too many things, but we did end up going to the same round one again, and then ended up winning a lot of things. One of the things is actually going to Dragon. So you're gonna see it in your box when you get it sometime next week. It's gonna be a crane game prize that hopefully you will like.
Ooh. Ooh. Exciting.
Yeah, but yeah, like all UFO catcher games, which is the crane games, 100 yen per play. Best deal ever. It's like you're literally paying 60 cents to play a crane game. But we ended up staying here for like an hour. Met up with um, their coworker's roommate, past roommate. We just ended up playing like quite a bit of crane games. I ended up playing one of those like they have like these like very grand coin games, like coin pusher games, that for whatever reason I also didn't take a picture of. I should have, but I remember like Japan was like well known for like these coin pusher games. And I decided to try to play it, and I was like, this is very overwhelming. I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm just pushing coins and pray to God I do win something. I did not, but it's okay. You're there for fun. It's for all fun and amusement.
Mhm.
But yeah, we ended up spending like a good hour and a half there. I think we ended up leaving round one around like 10:30 p.m. And we're just walking back towards the station, trying to figure out what the heck to do next. We're trying to figure out if we wanted to head back all the way back to our place, or we just wanted to hang out elsewhere. And then one of the friends decided to recommend going to Shibuya and finding a bar over there because there's like a couple bars down in Shibuya. So we ended up going down that way. So I just ended up taking more pictures as I went through Ikebukuro. Now it's like late at night. I just wanted to like get that nightlife picture. Also found a JDM vehicle, aka like the ones like they try to modify to fit this whole car, Japanese car aesthetic sort of thing. It was
Hmm.
interesting to finally see, like, it was interesting to see one. So I took a picture of it. A couple of our friends also took a picture of it. Yeah, just in case, again, where I'm at, I'm at Ikebukuro. What was cool is that this thing here, this bar, this cafe and bar here, Cafe Bar Rage, is actually an esports bar. So you can actually watch or play esports or any other video games at this bar. It was really cool. I wish I went in it. We never did. I just remember seeing it a few times, and I was like, "Oh, that is so cool to see that." Um, just in case if you guys have any doubts of there if there's any English in any of like the Japanese trains or anything, don't worry. They do flip from kanji and katakana to English to help out for people that needs to get to one place or another. They'll tell you which line you're gonna be riding and which direction you'll be going. And trains will also tell you which direction you'll also be going as well, so you're never gonna be lost. But after that, we managed to get to Shibuya, and I realized where we're like walking towards to go to the bars. We're gonna be crossing the famous Shibuya crossing that everyone loves to record and take pictures at. But first, I decided to take so many pictures of just being around here. Well, at least around the Shibuya station. Eventually, I'll take the picture of Hachiko the dog and all the stuff the next day because we ended up going to Shibuya again the next day. But yeah, here's the crossing. I'm gonna like fast forward a little bit because they're doing a little bit of construction. But I tried my best to record the whole crossing. Yes, there's an IKEA over there in Shibuya. I didn't know there was an IKEA in Shibuya until I found it the next day. One thing, if you've recognized the Shibuya crossing, is that there used to be the word Starbucks here, and it used to be a Starbucks store. It's not there anymore. It looks completely so it was like a little bit like I was trying to figure out myself. It's like, is this the right crossing? And then one of my friends noticed. It's like, wait, there used to be a Starbucks here. It's like, really? I was like, yeah, but now it's gone. And then I looked it up. It's like, yeah, it is gone. So that means it's like this is the right crossing. It's just weird because there's no Starbucks there anymore. But yeah, like I tried to zoom out and like you can see like all the different screens that run around there. Um, yeah, trying to like walk through like all the shops and all that stuff around here as well. Took quite a bit of very blurry photos, but like here's the Shibuya crossing from the other side facing towards Shibuya Station. Here's the Shibuya Scramble. Like a really big tall building. Just like building like some quite a like few like what is it, multi-use buildings as well. Apparently you can go up this tower to get a whole nice vantage view of the Tokyo skyline. You also have that and Skytree on the east side. The Shibuya Scramble is on the west side, so you get to have like different views. I just ended up like taking quite a bit of pictures, and we eventually found ourselves like through like the wound our way to like the street where there's like a whole bunch of bars and whatnot over here. I guess at Hyakendana. A little bit further up in Shibuya. So I like tried to take pictures and whatnot. So it was like it was cool just to see like the nightlife, especially since it's like the first proper night now, rather than being there at 2 in the morning when it's all dead. So I like took all the pictures like that. There's this QR card for this is a QR code for the menu at this bar that we went to, which was hell and a half to try to get to find the menu because when you scan this QR code, you need to have the line app. Once you have the line app, you load into a web page that eventually gets to you have to like type in a couple things. After that, you'll load into the page that has the menu, which you have to Google Translate because it was not in English; it was in Japanese. Luckily, my coworker's past roommate knows a little bit of Japanese, so he was able to order all the drinks for us. And yeah, we just had a nice fun time chatting while playing Uno and being pretty salty at Uno. I blame my coworker who kept suggesting to like we're gonna speed this game up by saying if you have this you have to take a drink or you have to take a sip of your drink. I was like, why? That's a terrible idea, and we did it anyways. Um, all the like the fun shenanigans of Uno and having a conversation led to us missing our last train of the night. We somehow ended up staying at this bar till like 1:30 in the morning, and then I realized it's like, oh, well, I guess we're not getting on a train tonight. Um,
Oh, whoops.
yeah, no worries. I see your message.
No, I was reacting to the thing, but also, yeah, it
Oh yeah,
is.
sorry. But yeah, we ended up like missing the train. I was like, oh well, so much for that. Like we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Um, of how to of how to get home. But we eventually like after a few drinks, we eventually said bye to our coworker's roommate, past roommate, and I believe he was like already finishing his Japan trip, so he was probably heading back, sort of thing. But like he was coming from like northern Tokyo, and he was actually coming like not northern Tokyo, northern Japan, and was actually just visiting Tokyo, so we just ended up visiting at the same night. It was nice to meet with him. Hopefully, I get to meet with him here because he technically works here in California. So one day. Um, yeah, like a lot more photos. Just like taking a lot of photos at night. And then after we said our goodbyes, we ended up going to like a couple family marts to purchase some food and drinks and whatnot. And I said to myself, I told myself, it's like, I wonder if we could find other things before we have to get on a taxi to go back home. Unfortunately, and I guess fortunately at the same time, I managed to find the big ass Don Quixote, the Mega Don Quixote in Shibuya. And for whoever wants to know, this Mega Don Quixote is open 24 hours. So if you do miss the last train and you don't feel like going to a bar, you could just spend yourself 5 hours here and shop until the first train. We did not do that. We ended up like I think staying here for like an hour, doing some shopping. I ended up buying a whole like some. I have a better picture of this somewhere. Yeah. Some Kit Kats to try out, high chews, and a whole bunch of these baked cheese things. That it was an inside joke for our friend group because one of our friends who also worked for United and had the benefits was requesting these baked cheese and his he didn't provide an amount, but more of like a bring as many as you can. And so as a joke, we decided to just start buying a shit ton of it. I think he ended up with like 90 boxes in total, sort of thing. But yeah, we ended up just scouring through Don Quixote, the big Don Quixote in Shibuya, which is like 7 floors tall. Lots of random stuff, such as like random snacks and whatnot, the Hello Kitty stuff, some designer stuff like Gucci. I have an ad about Jolly Ranchers? No. But there's like the designer stuff. We try my best to like slow down a little bit. A lot of Sanrio stuff because again, Sanrio is pretty big, pretty popular in Japan, and it spreads all worldwide. So I guess it makes sense to just advertise all the Sanrio stuff. The plushie of the Don Quixote's mascot. And then, because it's 2 in the morning, in Japan, this section of Don Quixote was not covered at all. So basically, anyone have full access and can see everything of the R18 section. So basically, you have all the Tenga stuff over here, all the pleasurable items here, and then we have all the fun hentai. I'm not zooming in for reasons. But yeah, that's all R18 hentai. And then here's all the pleasurable stuff. I'm glad, Izzy, you came to like the right point where I was just talking about the R18 section that was being exposed at 2 in the morning. I also had like this, such as like the Don Quixote penguin, Sanrio stuff, and designer stuff. Yeah, the forbidden area. And then apparently there's like one section of the Don Quixote that's the whole Tenga shop, promoting everything Tenga. And then right next to the Tenga shop is Barbie dolls. Great placement. Great product placement. I'm back from my jolly adventure from the Ranchers. Love it. They also had a lot of Pokemon, Pocket Monster stuff as well. All the plushies. If you
Gotta
forgot
catch 'em all!
gotta catch them all, Pokemon. Just in case if you don't end up going to a Pokemon Center, you can at least go to Don Quixote and get them. But yeah, that was at least the first night, my first full day and night in Japan. We missed our first train, and so we stopped at Don Quixote. Then after that, we got a taxi, had some food, and then went to sleep at like 4 in the morning. Mind you, we had to check out of this Airbnb at 10 in the morning the same day. But yeah, these like we were able to check out, and then from here, this was a day where we transitioned from our first Airbnb to our second Airbnb. Luckily, it wasn't raining just yet, so we were able to get ourselves onto the train, lots of trains and whatnot, and then got to our second Airbnb. Luckily, it was like only like it was 3 train rides, but managed to get there in like 25 minutes, which is pretty good. This is one of our friends who works for United, that joined us in the trip. He was also the one that was pretty out there, like a little bit drunk all of last night and just having a fun time. I don't know why we just ended up taking a picture of him. But we were able to check in to our Airbnb pretty early, and we were able to like drop off our stuff, and we just ended up starting our second day in Japan, going to Akihabara, the fun weeby technical place. Of course, I had to take pictures of trains because trains. Unfortunately, this train trying to get to Akihabara, it broke down 3 stations before Akihabara. Yeah, actually 3 stations before Akihabara. For whatever reason, I remember that the train doors closed and then the power shut off for the train. And then it rebooted, but it did not want to go. And eventually, it was then the whole line just decided to just shut down for a few minutes, for like 10-20 minutes. So it was interesting that like how perfect the train system is and the train services in Japan, especially in Tokyo. This happened. I'm just like, well, that's awkward. But we managed to get out from this station, and we ended up walking towards Tokyo Station, which is pretty close by. Somehow, amongst walking there, we found more cherry blossoms, so I took pictures of that. And at this point, it was starting to rain. After that, we just I think explored a little bit of Tokyo Station, try to see like what's around there, maybe try to see if we want to get lunch. We also found this weird ass escalator where it goes up, then straight, then up. I don't know why the escalator was built like this, but it was. It was a weird ass escalator, but very convenient. But we managed to make it to Akihabara, and the first thing I found myself was the Tamashii Nation store. For those who doesn't know, the Tamashii Nation store, they do figures and whatnot, and specifically they do figure arts. And the one thing I did notice is that they had Kamen Rider figure arts, and my friends and I were just I was like ecstatic seeing that. I was like, ooh, there's like a whole display of it. And so cue all the photos of the figure arts that I found, as well as their shop and whatnot. I'll kind of like speed this through. There was also like releasing their Kyoryuger Red for their 10th anniversary, but yeah, just like a lot of like figures and whatnot. And one cool thing is that they had the Kamen Rider displays. So took as many pictures as I can. Luckily, they were all good to take as many pictures as you want. And so I just did that. All the pictures, all like the Kamen Riders and other figures that they do. It's pretty awesome, honestly. So, hopefully, if I remember one day, I'll try to batch post all these photos somewhere, somehow. They also had not only like Kamen Rider stuff, they also had SH figure arts of like other animes. This one was Mashal, and I wanted to send it to a friend because he thoroughly enjoyed watching Mashal. They also had a couple of like Spy Family ones and many other like animes that I thought I took pictures, but I guess I didn't. And from there, it was just pretty much exploring all of Akihabara. Went to like Animate, a couple other stores and whatnot. So just like flipping through the photos of Akihabara on a rainy day. It was interesting experiencing this while walking around Akihabara. There apparently is umbrella etiquette, where if you are tall enough, please lift your umbrellas up for the short people to walk with their umbrellas. It was weird to see, but it ended up being a really efficient system of trying to navigate with umbrellas. Because oh my god, every almost every single person had an umbrella. Like you could tell, well, almost every single person. So yeah, like really had to have some umbrella etiquette with it. Um, I also managed to find myself into like a used hobby store, which sells like also a lot of Kamen Rider figures, and this is where my 20% of Kamen Rider stuff is going to appear, because I kept finding a lot of like gently used things at a bargain, because hi, it's Japan. It's definitely a lot cheaper if you get it in Japan compared to having it imported to the States or wherever. So there's gonna be a lot of photos of that. I'm gonna like skip it through as fast as I can. We took quite a bit of pictures here. I think if I remember correctly, after like going through a couple of shops, we ended up relaxing a bit at an interesting location. We didn't relax at like a ramen shop. We didn't relax anywhere like that, like a ramen shop or a donburi shop or anything. We ended up relaxing at a Carl's Jr. because apparently there was a Carl's Jr. in Akihabara. Luckily, the Carl's Jr. at Akihabara was pretty decent, and they had really good burgers. A little bit expensive, but it was pretty delicious. Also, this is my friend picking up more of the cheese bake things, another 30 boxes of such. Had to get his pleasing smile with it. But yeah, we managed to like explore Akihabara for a little bit on this day. Unfortunately, it was raining, so we couldn't explore too much. After that, we ended up reconvening with other people as well at Shibuya to try out some sushi at Sushiro, which is a conveyor belt sushi place, and a lot of people will probably know the more popular sushi conveyor belt place called Kura Sushi. But apparently, from what I heard, is that Kura Sushi sucks in Japan compared to Sushiro, and so it's better off to just have Sushiro. One fun thing with the Sushiro, when we were there at Sushiro, was that they had a Monster Hunter collab, so they were serving like unique plates unique plates for like the Monster Hunter collab. This one I believe was like chicken and beef with onions, mayo, a little bit of cheese on top, and then the rice under. It was an interesting sushi. I don't know if I would get it again. They got its limited. But they also had Italian sushi, which was cheese, basil, cheese, basil, and then either a selection of salmon or prosciutto. Surprisingly, the one with salmon tasted really good. We actually dunked on trying Italian sushi because like there's no way this is good. We then ordered it and said it was the best thing ever. Yeah. All the sushi plates were good. They were also pretty cheap as well, between like 120 to like 200 yen per. There was also like cheap alcoholic drinks, cheap non-alcoholic drinks as well, for like 300-400 yen per drink. This strawberry parfait was like 400 yen, which is like really good for 400 yen because it's like a lot of dessert for just that price. I thought I was gonna diss the dessert at a sushi restaurant, but actually it was pretty good. That was the damage I did. I think it was like 14-15 plates in total. There was like a few plates that were not seen because they had bigger premium plates. And I believe overall for the three of us that was on this table, we ended up spending like $60. If you had to do that here in the States, you'd probably be spending like $150 for sushi. So it's like, oh my god, like the value in it, it's amazing. A lot more pictures of like Shibuya. We ended up walking around Shibuya for a little bit. Um, quite a lot of night photos. Again, I have like a lot of like copies of photos. It's just like walking through one of the blocks in Shibuya. Just seeing like, it's like even if it's like a little bit of rain, even though I don't think it was raining bad, it was just like cloudy. Still a lot of people walking around, and I believe this was just on a Wednesday night. See how many people are just walking around. It's crazy. And yeah, I've been just like taking like quite a lot of photos. Try to like get to the Shibuya crossing here again. This time like a little bit less people. I remember someone just decided to throw their umbrella just so they could take a picture real quick, which is funny. I also found Hachiko the dog. For those who doesn't know the story about this dog, it was a dog who was waiting for their owner, who unfortunately passed away when he was out on his trip. With that, this dog was so loyal that he was just staying here for like a good 8 years before he passed. And like it was basically just around this area right by the Shibuya station itself. For being such like a noble dog, they decided to commemorate a statue for him, and this is his statue. And I would try my best to like find like good photos to take. So like I try to take it like with the Shibuya crossing. I also try to do it with the cherry blossoms, but it didn't really work. I did end up finding like some cherry blossoms nearby. I try to like take it with the Shibuya crossing in the background and whatnot, and just ended up taking quite a bit of photos because we're like waiting for a friend group that walked away to do a little bit of errands. I think this was us heading towards Meguro because there was a lot more cherry blossoms right by the Meguro River, and we wanted to see if we could see it at night because one of the friends in this that we met up was going back to the United States the next day after ending their Asia trip. So wanted to at least give them a chance to like see some cherry blossoms. Also, it was interesting that riding the Yamanote line, on the front it would show the destination of the stations you'll be going to depending on the direction. In the back it's just cherry blossoms. You don't need to know where you're going. But I find that like a really cool touch with the trains. We managed to find the cherry blossoms down on the Meguro River, but it was not blooming just yet, and unfortunately at night you can't really see it. Like it was not on full bloom just yet, but you can't really see it at night. Was tempted to go here again in the one morning someday. I just forgot to do that because I had other places to go to. After that, we split apart. Some of them went back towards our B&B in Meguro. The others, including myself, decided to shop again at Mega Don Quixote. And because we shopped at Mega Don Quixote well into the night, I think we got there to the Mega Don Quixote in Shibuya at like 10. We didn't leave the Mega Don Quixote till like 12:30. So I guess we missed the last train again. Us. So we had to take a taxi back home. But outside of that, that was the end of day 2. Here's the funny picture of me of just the bidet instructions. But this is where I started the bidet appreciation posts of one of 2 that it was on Twitter. Just really enjoying the bidet. Not gonna lie, it was surprising to use it first, but once you use it, you can never go back. I miss using a bidet. It sucks now to have to use paper, but if anything, I could just spend $2, $3, or $900 to get a Toto bidet myself. It's tempting. Those are the photos for Instagram. Again, you can see them on my Instagram. The photos I posted. More of like trains and whatnot. Basically, this third day, it was a Thursday, I decided to start my shopping day by going back to Akihabara and finding stuff. And weirdly enough, I ended up buying a lot of like the Kamen Rider figures from the SH Figure Arts. Like a lot. I'll eventually hopefully show it here soon. But first things first, I found like a gashapon place, and apparently one of the gashapon machines had the Tokyo Metro things. I have it in my bags. Here, real quick, let me try to show it. Ow. I managed to get one of these little light mascots. So it shows like the train line that you ride on, and it actually does light up. You kind of see it. It's pretty noticeable. It's kind of noticeable. Funnily enough, the N is for the Namboku line, which is one of the lines that we frequently rode. So it was cool to get that on one of my gashapons. It's like, hey, it's a line that we actually been riding throughout this whole trip. So it's really cool to get that. There was also other gashapons, which is where I got the little chippy thing as well. Put it on my bag. That's really cool. Yeah, this was the backpack that I ended up using when going around all of Tokyo. Yeah, a lot of pictures of like figures that I wanted to send to like friends. It's like, hey, did you want this? Did you want to buy this sort of thing? Also, somehow, like even in the midst of Akihabara, where it's like all tech and weeb, I still managed to find a little park that has cherry blossoms and like just like normal Japanese people like sitting around relaxing, which is really cool. Just ended up taking quite a bit of pictures. And this is the thing about this game. It's called Densha to Go. This is the train simulator arcade game that I wanted to play, and it was available, but oh god. But they had the bigger one too, and this is the one I wanted to play. Unfortunately, someone was playing it, and someone was playing it really good that I had some shyness to actually play the smaller one, because it's like, damn, I want to be as good as him, but I can't do that. Like he's playing this game too well, so I didn't bother to play it. And unfortunately, I didn't bother to play it for the rest of the trip. I never bothered to find the machine, and even though I wanted to play it a lot. Oh well, hopefully the next time I go, I will play that game. But at least this time I tried my best to take as many like clear photos of being in Akihabara. It's a little bit cloudy though, but at least it's not raining. Being right here in front of Akihabara Station. I think I was just like, recording, just like being around and whatnot. It's really cool, like to see like all the ads and all that stuff, all being around. You also see like a lot of Genshin ads too, because yes, Genshin. During the time when I was there, right at the Akihabara, there was a limited time store called the Kaiba Corporation store, where it sold a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh merch. And so my friend let me know on Twitter about it, and he told me, it's like, you should find this. Luckily, I was at Akihabara when he sent me that, and I said, oh hey, I'm gonna find that. Few like an hour or two later, found it. So took all the pictures, and I managed to find myself around. I found the KC store, the Kaiba Corporation store. They sold a lot of whole cool merch and whatnot. So they had keychains, shirts, keychains of monsters, the cards, bookmarks, tapestry, and all that stuff. And I think going through, like here's that. They also have like mugs and glasses and cups. I wish I got this, but I was scared of trying to ship it or trying to like package it in my bag and whatnot, and then it may end up breaking in my bag itself, so I didn't bother as much as I should have. But this looks so cool. They had like all the I think like figure stickers and whatnot of characters from different series. So you got 5D, Zexal. I think there was GX somewhere here. I think GX and like other stuff is like towards the right of this. They also had figures of the dual monsters themselves. I didn't know it was made through Bandai Namco, but they also had like the Dark Paladin, Dark Necrophere, Celtic Guardian, Jinzo, Flame Swordsman, a bunch of other ones. I think even Blue Eyes from all the way in the corner. But it was really cool. I also wanted to get this, but it was like a little bit bulky. Even though for the fact that I've bought so many figures, Kamen Rider figures, I could have fit this in here. In hindsight, I should have, but I didn't. I restrained, but I should have not. Because it would have been cool. And I believe these figures were like around like 5,000 yen, I believe. 4 to 6,000 yen, which is actually pretty affordable. At this point, I think I was just meeting up with a friend who was coming from Asakusa because he went to buy a $350 knife, a very premium knife, but an expensive knife. Anything in the meanwhile, I was just like kind of recording around because I knew there was like a train coming through, and I just wanted to take the picture of like, hey, look, a train. And yeah, I think I was just like exploring around, recording as much. And yeah, we ended up meeting up with each other, and then walked around a couple more stores as well. Yeah, finding like figures and whatnot. In the midst of that, I also bought my suitcase that I bought from Japan, which is like a black 24-inch checked luggage suitcase. It was like 10,000 yen, which was like around 60, 70 bucks, which is definitely cheaper than what I could get here for like a 24-inch suitcase. I think 24-inch suitcases go for like 90, 100 bucks. At least there, I got it for like 70, you know, and was planning to because I was planning to bring a lot of shit. No worries, Dragon. Hope you have a great night. I will try to go through all of this as I go by. But yeah, hope you have a great night.
Bye, everyone. Sorry, the meds are hitting hard.
Oh no, not the
meds. I need sleep so bad.
Yeah, no worries. Take it easy. We'll definitely talk again. We'll get to your parts hopefully in the next stream.
Bye, Izzy. Keep Daryl company because he has a lot to talk about.
It's a lot of stuff. I know. Hopefully, we'll get to it.
You will.
We'll definitely get through it. So.
All right. Night, everyone. Bye.
Bye. Have a good night. But yeah. Looking through this. Also, when I'm looking through this picture, I took a picture of the ad itself because. Hi, I used to play Vanguard at one point. I was waiting to see actual Vanguard ads somewhere, and I found it on a train. So I took a picture and sent it to a friend. From here, we reconvened and then headed out towards Shinjuku for some. We were supposed to do some bar hopping, our dinner and bar hopping. But fortunately, during the time I was here, or at least on this day, I started to get sick and I did not feel the need to do bar hopping and whatnot. You think you still have your deck? Ooh. I think I still have my decks as well, but I know they're terribly outdated. Why would you hop in a bar? I mean, don't you want to go from 1 to 1 to 1 to 1? I don't know how you can physically hop to it, but, you know, it's possible. It's possible if you try. But yeah, so we managed to get to Shinjuku, and we're mainly aiming for Kabukicho, and then right next to Kabukicho, which is where all the bars are. Mine are from 2018-ish. Same. I think some of them are like 2016, 2017. The others are like 2018 as well. Something Maids. I'm trying to remember that deck, honestly. But yeah, like, this is like my first time exploring Shinjuku, and also I don't get it. Apparently, like, I know it's referenced in like Persona and like other places where people get infinitely lost at Shinjuku. I did not. I never got lost in Shinjuku. I didn't get lost in Ikebukuro or Shibuya. Well, kind of Shibuya. But the only major station I did get lost at was at freaking Tokyo Station, which I'll get to. But getting through getting through Shinjuku and going around Shinjuku, it's not that hard. It's big. There's a lot of platforms and a lot of train lines that connect to it. But Shinjuku is not that bad. Shinjuku is pretty straightforward. Also, it's really interesting to see a Blue Archive, the animation ad going on. It was also interesting to hear this ad playing as we were waiting for someone to get out of the restroom. But managed to find more cherry blossoms at Shinjuku. I just wish I explored Shinjuku a little bit more. I didn't really explore Shinjuku that much. But yeah, we're like trying to like walk towards Kabukicho and all that stuff. I ended up, I think, exiting the wrong exit, so we had to walk all the way across through Shinjuku Station, across Shinjuku Station. Apparently, I missed the turn for the tower, the tower where Godzilla always tries to attack in Shinjuku. Like literally, if I turned down one street to the left versus to the right, I think I would have saw it. But apparently, I missed it completely. Like I don't know how, but I managed to miss it. Like it's like somewhere, like somewhere here, if I remember correctly. But yeah, somehow I just missed the tower, and I believe it was just probably there. Oh, hey! I just noticed the 3D cat thingy ad that's right here. Apparently, a lot of people have captured the ad where this cat just pops out. Apparently, I took it at the wrong section because this is flat as fuck. Yeah, like I took pictures like around Shinjuku, but I didn't really take the picture of like certain places. Yeah, like the tower in Shinjuku, I forgot about it. Did take a picture of Kura. But yeah, like the nightlife in Shinjuku, very busy even on a Thursday night. Like this is like 9:30. It was busy as fuck. I think like people like either heading into or out of the bars or to the fun clubs in Kabukicho. Yeah, like yeah, heading towards the head is all of Kabukicho if I remember correctly. And we're like slowly getting there. I just took like as many pictures of that. Oh, there was an Abura Soba shop. Oh, I need to try it. Um, we managed to find ourselves in one of the main streets of Shinjuku, and apparently this is the. It's not a Don Quixote, it's the Don Quixote, the one that gets easily referenced on in the Yakuza series. It's the Don, and if I remember correctly, it is the Don Quixote that is next to Kabukicho, because Kabukicho is right there. So I took the picture of that. I didn't know that was I forgot that was a thing. To be fair, I didn't really play Yakuza as much as I should have. But yeah, that is the Don Quixote over there. But yeah, we were the only one I know is from One Piece. Oh, interesting. Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't go further into Kabukicho per se. We headed straight for where our friends were, who already explored Kabukicho and managed to find themselves at the bars. So I didn't experience the beautiful red light district that is Kabukicho itself, where you can be offered a lot of services. Oh, another ad is playing. Yeah, we were supposed to enter this way, going through Kabukicho Sakuradori, and then eventually, like, yeah, entering the fun nightlife scene. I will hold. I have a vape ad. You have a vape ad. I will hold. Let me flip back to a few photos. That was short. Oh, okay. So you're back. You see the Kabukicho? Cool. Yeah, didn't mention much. I just like took pictures of like the of one of the streets of Kabukicho, but we just never entered. Only the one quit vaping ad. Are you going to quit vaping? I'm kidding. But yeah, we never entered Kabukicho per se. We ended up walking around it and headed towards the small alleyways of bars. But I know a group of friends did, and apparently they did get almost escorted, not really escorted, swindled to one of their clubs. And I'm just like, at least you didn't. The only smoke I inhale is car smoke. Starts coughing. Oof. Yeah, we managed to like eventually meet up with them at the bar side of things. Oop, wrong one. Yeah, just going through like the alleyways and whatnot to get there. Apparently, there's like a restroom right here on the side that was like a little bit dingy and whatnot. But yeah, we went through this part. I forgot what it's called. It's not Golden Guy. Is it Golden Guy? No, it's not. Shinjuku. I don't know why I'm in caps. Yeah, for some odd reason, I meant. Oh, I mean, I guess I never saw Kabukicho Tower because technically we were down here. That makes a lot more sense now. Oh no, yeah, we went to Golden Guy. Duh, it was Golden Guy. Okay, I thought I was being stupid. I thought I was being stupid for not remembering the name, but we did end up going to Golden Guy, which was next to Kabukicho, to do the bar hopping. Except, yeah, some of us were not feeling the bars, myself included. Unfortunately, I thought I would be. I was not, but I took pictures, as much pictures as I can. Like going through Golden Guy. Yes, it did look this dingy, sort of thing. I did get this feeling, sort of thing. But it was really cool to go through. What was interesting though, and I don't know why they did this, why this group of people did it, but they brought their family with them, and by family, they brought their little kids too. So it was interesting seeing a little kid in their stroller going through Golden Guy, and I'm just like, are you sure you want to be here? Golden Guy is not the place for kids. Kabukicho is definitely not the place for kids. And yet, you brought them here. Like, why? Why would you do that? It's terrible. But the vibe is cool. I also took a picture of like the edge of Golden Guy with the Family Mart. But yeah, it was just like a Golden Guy here. It was just like a whole bunch of like small little bars. Most of them accept only cash, and you just, they do have like a little service fee and whatnot, but you get to have drinks, talk with the bartenders and all that stuff, and just have a fun time. The answer is why not? That's true. Unfortunately, yeah, I didn't get to fully experience it because I was not feeling for the drinks as much as I want to. I ended up just we ended up getting a little dinner snack at a gyoza place, but then after that I just said I am gonna head back to the B&B because I was tired. But I tried to take as many photos as I can as we walked around, taking photos like little alleyways and whatnot. Not gonna lie, even though it was like cold that night in Tokyo, going around Golden Guy, I was sweating because everything was like close, packed, and condensed sort of thing. They were like really trying to like fit as many bars as you can. But yeah, so it looked dingy, but hey, it's how it is. It's how it looks. Yeah, I ended up taking like pictures of more pictures of and just like being around like Shinjuku and whatnot. Noticed like all the taxis rolling in at the night. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, we managed to. We eventually stumbled upon a place that served gyoza as well as this chicken wing, but it's not any normal chicken wing. It's a chicken wing that's filled on the flat side or the drum side of the chicken wing. It has gyoza filling, as in like just the usual like pork dumpling gyoza filling in it, which was very, very interesting to have. I highly recommend if you ever find yourself at this spot somewhere in Shinjuku. Obviously there are like better spots to get food, but this was a pretty decent spot to like have like some small dishes of like this gyoza and some drinks. I think I did end up drinking a little bit here, but I didn't really go for the full Golden Guy experience per se. From there, I decided to just me and a friend decided to just head back towards the B&B for the night. Luckily, we didn't. This was like around like closer to 11, so we still had one one and a half hours left before the last trains. So it was pretty easy to get back to Airbnb. What's up, Izzy? Off topic on the what? I was here to just enjoy this train footage because yes. And yeah, that was my Thursday, going through Akihabara and going through Shinjuku. Fortunately, I was starting to get worse. So like, the funny thing is that on this Thursday, I woke up late. What I wanted to do originally was wake up early enough to go all the way to Saitama, and I think specifically Oimiya in Saitama, to go to the train museum, the JR train museum. Unfortunately, one, I was starting to feel sick, and two, I woke up late and I didn't want to ride a train an hour and a half all the way to Saitama. So I ended up doing this, and I just ended up doing like a whole shopping trip at the very end of it. Playing Dragon's Dogma, a non-adult blamed me for the loss of a family, so I threw him into the same hole that I allegedly caused. What? How did that happen? Oh no. That is wild. Story, but still, that is what such a story. Like, how did that happen? It's like no, throw. I committed seppuku and to go back and record it. Oh my god, that's crazy. That is a wild time. Oh yeah, this was also the day where we decided to watch some Japanese news, and this was also the time where everyone in America was getting ready for the solar eclipse that was going across the East Coast. And there was just this weird section where this guy was talking about how to prepare for the solar eclipse. Obviously, this dude is not in New York City doing the thing. He's in Japan, but I don't know why they got him to do this bit, but they did. It was definitely a very wild bit. Also, for those in the know, there's also FRYYAY statue, FRYYAY figurine just sitting here on the coffee table, minding your own business. Oh yeah, this was like our initial snack run. I'll now send to you on Discord. Oh no, I know that elf. I mean, if you watch FRYYAY, you should know that elf. I don't watch FRYYAY, but I know about this elf. But yeah, these were like some of the snacks that we had, or at least the snacks that I decided to get because they were unique. Many of them were Haichus and Kit Kats because yes, I decided to only get Haichus and Kit Kats. I changed my mind. I remember, I think this one, yeah, this is Sakura roasted soybean sitting somewhere installed. Oh no. Is it gonna be a messenger? I'll be prepared. Kit Kat Gold, which I think is caramel, lemon Kit Kats, strawberry Kit Kats, wasabi Kit Kats, which was wild. Sake Kit Kats that I eventually did try. Giant Pocky because my friend wanted Giant Pocky. Luckily, this was the funny thing is that this Giant Pocky was a hell of a lot cheaper than you buy it in the States. I think in the States it's like $12-13. This was only like $2-3. Also, Post, thank you for the raid of a party of 4. Thank you. And welcome. I'm just explaining the rest of my Japan trip right now. I think I'm on like day 4, but showing like all the goods that I've gotten so far, which are like Kit Kats, Pocky, and Haichus amongst many other things. But how are you doing? doing this wonderful, I guess, night. Since it's still night. Yeah, no, thank you for the raid. Whoa. Oh, that did not stick. And I think, at least on the high chew side, I believe I got melon, regular melon, peach, muscat grape, and other stuff in peach. Doing well, super tired, so I'm gonna raid and run. Have a good night. Alright, no worries, pals. Have a great night. Thank you for the raid again. I'm sending a link. Alright, no worries. Also, I am holding. Hey. I also got this like little cup from where did I get it? Don Quixote. I ended up using it just a stationary cup to like hold stationary back at work. So I just like wanted to get some stuff. But yeah, like these were like the snacks I had. Eventually, I've already distributed them with friends and coworkers. So unfortunately, I don't have much left outside of like a small sample bag that I created myself. I also have this Kaiba Corp little bag tag that I ended up putting on my keyring bag tag. I don't know what it's called, but I ended up putting this on my car keys because why the fuck not? It looks pretty cool. But also took a picture of the receipt. It actually also imprinted the KC store, the Kaiba Corporation store, which is really cool, and have the Blue Eyes White Dragon right over there on the side. This picture, this is like actually around our B&B, which is somewhere around in Meguro. I believe the nearest station is Senzoku Station, and it's a really nice community. I think most of the B&Bs that we stayed at, the one in Shinagawa and the one here in Meguro, they were all family-oriented sort of places, very suburban, very homey sort of thing. One cool thing is that right by Senzoku Station is a 7-Eleven, so you can able to buy any of like our kombini goods, such as the usual Pakari sweats, the chickens, and all that stuff. And unfortunately, I did get into the addiction of having an onigiri and a coffee every morning for the rest of that trip because I needed that energy to wake up. And then ended up getting a Pakari and another onigiri to make it through the day. See this? What is? Uh-oh. I hate to break it to you, but it's access denied. I also accidentally showed my email. That's fine. Press request, I guess. But yeah, so like this is Meguro. Ended up trying to like record a train, and I guess I never recorded it. Nice. But played a little bit more of what do you call it? I was about to say Genshin Impact. Pokemon Go as I did that. And then I believe this day on Friday I explored the local side of Meguro. Retry? Okay. Oh yeah, this was also the day where is me speaking. What did you do? I'm showing it now. Wow. Wow. That's wild. That is so wild. I love that. Thank you, Izzy, for sharing that. But yeah, I went to one of the shopping malls, like right by Meguro. I bought his family a house, and that's my next interaction with him. Oh boy. That's gonna be great. And since I didn't use a weapon, it's not a crime apparently. Oh, what the? So that's just an quote-unquote accident then, I assume. Or cause of natural death by falling into a hole. He tripped, officer, I swear. Oh. Totally he tripped. I saw him trip. He just had a nice forceful push and then got tripped into the hole. He tripped into my arms and then I tripped. Honestly, yeah. But yeah, went through here. I was like only like a few stations away from the B&B. It was a really cool like market, open air market sort of thing. It felt like a mall, but it was not an indoor mall sort of thing. Which is like had like a bunch of shops and restaurants, very local sort of thing. But also very busy as well. And mainly I was here to go to a hobby off store that was also had like their I was also selling like Common Rider figures and whatnot. So I was like, I just like went exploring around, trying to find like every single like used toy store sort of thing to buy all these figures, and I ended up buying quite a bit at the very end. I'll show it here soon. But I remember there was one here, so I was like, I'm gonna explore. Eventually, my friend let me know about like the other ones, like Mandarake, which apparently I didn't go to the Mandarake in Akihabara the first time. I didn't end up going until like the second to last day, or the very last day of the last full day of my Tokyo trip, which was pretty bad, but pretty funny at the same time. Honestly, if I went into that Mandarake in Akihabara, I could have probably saved like a good 4 or 5,000 yen on some stuff. I should have, but I remember also finding another Daiso here at the mall in this open air mall in Meguro, and somehow I managed to find masks which was needed because I was sick. So I need to get some extra masks. But it was interesting seeing sizes of large, medium, small, and well, somewhat small. Like you have to be specific between small and medium with somewhat small. All the masks, yep. All the paper masks, 25 pieces for 100 yen, which is actually a steal. Literally, like if you need to wear a disposable mask, they'd sell it in 25 packs for 100 yen, 60 cents. How do you measure your face? Apparently, so what I didn't know is that masks have sizes. And I don't know if I have it in one of these bags or not. I do. I have at least like one that did come from Daiso, but at least in the Americas. Yeah. So apparently masks actually do have sizes. How do you measure your face though? Probably a tape measure, or you just try. But disposable masks have sizes. Here. Let's see how well I can do this. Apparently they do like have sizes right here. So you see it's 17.5 by 9.5 centimeters. They even have like some that are like smaller than this, bigger than this, wider than this, all that stuff. It's pretty crazy. But yeah, it was interesting like just seeing it, it's like somewhat small. I was like, what is somewhat small? Certain size apparently. I was like again taking like pictures for like all the Kamen Rider stuff to just send to my friends. Apparently, for like some of the Kamen Riders, they're like in this game called Gamba Legends, which is like a fighting game, one of the fighting games, I believe. Yeah. It was all cool to like see like this indoor mall or enclosed outdoor mall, decorated like this. Just have like a bunch of shops. I did want to eat here. I was thinking about like eating at like a Yoshinoya or like a Donburi place somewhere here, but I was so scared because they were either machine based or requires you to talk to the server, and I'm just like, no, my full introvertness kicked in, and it's like I'm not gonna talk to them. So I ate at the place that only made sense for me, which is somewhere in here. Oh, that's figures. That's not what I was looking for. Though I did want to see the price on some of these again. I only ate at the best place that I could think of, KFC. Because apparently my friends decided to go to KFC the day before and they said they loved it. Like they said the food was pretty good. Both the chicken, the biscuits, and the potatoes were actually pretty good. And I said, you know what? I'll see if they're right. They're right. And it was pretty affordable too. I think it was like everything was like for like 1,200 yen, which was like $8, which is not terrible to say the least. Yeah, I took like quite a lot more pictures of like being in the shops, as well as like taking pictures of the shops around here. They also had like other malls, pretty cool supermarket right by the station and whatnot. Um, this is my third time being at Shibuya. Like, I was at Shibuya Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. But I was here to go to the Mandarake here to shop for more figures. I did end up finding this, taking a picture of the Shibuya crossing right here, which has a really nice vantage point. Took quite a bit of pictures of the Shibuya crossing, I think about it. I remember, like, yeah, going through the aisles. Apparently, I also missed out on going to a Pokemon Center and Animate shop here in Shibuya, which was like a little bit further down in. Like, if I walked past the Mandarake, I would have found it, but I forgot to. I didn't walk any further, and I wish I did. But yeah, it was like recording around Shibuya. Yeah, Shibuya 109. You have the Shibuya crossing that way. I remember the Don Quixote that's like somewhere over there. But yeah, if I like walked further, I could have probably went to the Pokemon Center amongst the other center, the Pokemon Center, the Shonen Jump store, amongst many others in the Shibuya section. Had I looked just a little bit further and like stayed around here a little bit longer, but I didn't. But yeah, I was like finding like other figures for like friends. Apparently, like this is like this was technically the first Mandarake I went to, and I realized how much stuff was in a Mandarake. I'm just like, oh shoot, there is a lot of stuff here. So took all the pictures, tried to send it to a couple of friends to see if they wanted anything. And like honestly, if you're here to like, especially if you're a person that wants to collect figures or whatnot, or like yeah, figures and whatnot, definitely bring yourself some empty bags, because especially for like Japanese figures, obviously it's the best place to get it is in Japan, and you don't have to buy new. You can actually just buy them at the lightly used stores, like Mandarake, Hobby Off, the Shinbang, and all that stuff, because you can get them at a good price, and probably for the most part they could be unopened, or if they are opened, they'll most likely be well packaged. Don't have to worry about like destroyed goods, missing items, and if it is destroyed goods or missing items, they'll let you know, and most of the time it'll be a hell of a lot cheaper. But even then, like these things, like these figures, like they were like at least 20-30 bucks cheaper than if you buy it online of the same condition or worse condition. So I definitely spent quite a bit to get there, but it was nice to save a lot at the very long run. Which reminds me, seeing these, yeah, they were cheap. Damn. So yeah, like I took quite a bit of pictures, like figures everywhere. And I only did it for like the common items, but they also have like a lot of anime figures as well, like the usual cheaper like gacha ones, that or you can get it from Crane Games, but they also sell like the more premium ones as well. You also got like the new stuff, old stuff, quite a lot, I would say. Yeah, this was me slowly suffering on the Yamanote because it's busy. I just like had to take the picture of like, hi, welcome on to a busy train. Yeah, this is me trying to like shop for, trying to grab some final stuff for friends. Not really final stuff, but this is like my part 1 of stuff, like part 3 of stuff. Of just like taking stock, taking note of like all the items that are around the area. Some of these were repeats, but ended up. Oh wait, this was actually after Shibuya. After Shibuya, we ended up heading back towards Ueno because we decided to have all you can eat yakiniku, and more specifically all you can eat wagyu, because it was only $40 each, $40 per person, and it was all you can eat. and we just thoroughly enjoyed it. Unfortunately, I forgot to take pictures of it. But it was like a lot, not a lot, like quite a lot of meats, quite a lot of beef, like steaks and pretty good cuts. They also had all you can drink, non-alcoholic and alcoholic stuff. I believe if you paid like an extra, like I think 1,000 or something. Our fire alarm is going off, but I don't know why. And now it's off. Yeah, no, I forgot to take a picture of it. Apparently, I thought I did, but I know a couple of my other friends did. I wish I stole some of their pictures, but it's pretty good meats. We ate quite a bit of meats while we were there. We definitely got our meats worth. Yeah, they had also all you can eat non-alcoholic drinks and alcoholic drinks for like a little bit more, but most of us was not really wanting to have the alcoholic drinks, so just had a nice fun time of eating meats and drinking Calpis plus melon soda, which was the best combination ever. So at least this was my haul for the first day of buying figures. It was a lot. It grows exponentially the next day. But this was me. I think this was Saturday. This was a pure solo adventure for me, where I decided to go towards Nakano, not Nagano, but Nakano, which has like another shopping section over there called Nakano Broadway, which has like a big mandarake and amongst many other like cheap stores and whatnot that I wanted to shop. But also, I didn't know there were like a lot of cherry blossoms here either, so you'll get to see more cherry blossoms finally. Woo! But this is me adventuring from Meguro to Nakano via the JR lines. At least again, taking a picture of like you're not gonna get lost, even though they're in Japanese, whether it's kanji, katakana, you'll see the English translations as well, trying to see where you're gonna go. It was interesting seeing like a little old trade signal, so I decided to take a picture of it. Here's one stop west of Nakano. Unfortunately, there was not much to see here because I thought there was like a used hobby shop here, but it was not. It was only in Nakano, so I decided to go back. But rather than going by train, I decided to walk all the way over there since it was like a 20-minute walk, and it was a nice walk, honestly. I was just like going through here. It was like pretty cloudy, but it was like at least dry and nothing too crazy. Also, somehow stumbled along my way to Nakano. I found myself the ad break. I will wait until the ad break ends to explain more. But yeah, like I wish I did like a lot more things. I wish I did better research, but oh well. I still made a pretty good, unique trip overall, and nonetheless, I will wait until Izzy gets back from the ad. I also definitely need to put skin cream on my hand because it is dry and ugly as fuck. I never left. Oh wait, is no ad playing? Never mind. I thought the ad was playing for you because it says ad break in progress. Let me know if you don't see the ad. I'm pretty sure you don't. Well, in that case, it's weird. Okay. I guess ads play for some people, but not everyone all the time. Because I think mine's running every half an hour now for like a minute. I think that's what I said too. I forgot. Unless if they changed it for me, which is stupid if it did. But yeah, with that, going back to things, managed to find the UFO Table Cafe, aka like not aka the UFO Table Cafe, which is basically a cafe that has all. I believe this one has like anime themed, certain anime themed drinks and food. From the various animes that UFO Table made. BRB, no worries. Let me like lower lower this camera so I can at least see me a little bit. That did not work. Let's see if that worked. That kind of worked. I am now a little bit angled now, but it's okay. But I wanted to go in here. However, I looked at their menu and I looked at their thing. Everything was in Japanese, and I didn't bother to translate because I didn't want to be the awkward foreigner going into there. So I said, nah, maybe next time. Maybe if I'm with a group of people, I'll go. But I managed to find lots and lots of cherry blossoms here at Nakano. I could tell they were like fully blooming around this area because, oh my god, it looks so beautiful. Yeah, they were like fully blooming. This is like the only tree I found so far, but I didn't know there were going to be a lot more when I was going to be exploring Nakano itself. Took quite a bit of pictures, and here's like a little video of like going through Nakano, looking at all the beautiful cherry blossoms that were in bloom. It was so beautiful and loved to see it. At the same time, since this was a Saturday, there was a lot of like kids and families roaming around. And I believe there's like a little kids events going here at the Nakano city center, I believe. Not really city center, but like their city hall. So they're like having a lot of children events. Even a lot of people like having picnics. I think you're gonna see it here in a little bit, but quite a lot of pretty flower photos and whatnot. Just gonna let it run again on this. But yeah, everything looks very, very pretty, very, very cute, cool. All the pretty flowers. I know some of these look, again, very unedited, but it's because I use an iPhone 14 Pro Max, so the photos look a little bit dull. I do have to like fringe it a little bit to make it pop. But yeah, like it was crazy to see like so many families around this area. Like they have like little tents and whatnot to like have like nice picnics and whatnot. Just a nice place to just gather, and it was nice because it was like pretty clear and dry on this day, so it was nice to just experiencing it and then see all the cherry blossoms being out in bloom. And we're on a stroll. Definitely we are on a stroll. Also, welcome back, Izzy. But yeah, it looks pretty. Try my best to like show it. Yeah, there's like a lot of families like around when I was there in Nakano. Still looks a little bit better, yeah. It still feels a little bit low for me. But yeah, like just strolling down and around. I've tried my best to like find a good position with this camera, but it's not been really good. But yeah, all the photos of cherry blossoms everywhere, and like there were like many places where I was able to like take a picture of it real close and make it look pretty. And then finally, when I reached, I eventually reached Nakano, like the main street of Nakano itself, and this is where it just gets even prettier. Apparently, if I walk just a little bit north on this street, I would get like the quintessential photo with this, with the cherry blossoms on this street and the Shinjuku line, which is like a railway line from a different operator, but it's like it has the crossing of the train and then the cherry blossoms fluttering. If I walk like 1 mile, like I think half a mile north, I would get there, or ride one of the buses, I would get there and be able to take the quintessential photos. Like I realized it's like where like I saw a couple photos eventually on Facebook of it, and I was like, wait, where is this? This looks familiar. And then I realized I was just like a half mile away from it, so missed opportunity. But this actually was very pretty to take. So like I took so many photos of like that, just like the buses just crossing over sort of thing with the flowers in bloom. It looks so pretty. I took quite a bit of photos. Um, like it was crazy to see like how white and pink it was. It was surreal. It was beautiful. Loved it. Eventually, I got myself into Nakano Broadway. Don't know why I said it like that, but I did. I got myself into Nakano Broadway and explored all the shops, or most of the shops that are around there, sort of thing. I did eventually found myself at the Mandarake and took all the pictures for all the common rider pictures to send over to friends, as always. Like, there was, well, a lot of them and whatnot, so I'm just gonna like speed through this sort of thing, unless if I found something that I should have gotten. I don't remember. I'll look at this in my own time. But this Mandarake here in Nakano also had like some exclusive like common rider merch as well, which is interesting. Not all Mandarakes were like this. So I looked around and was like, wow, they have some exclusives. I was tempted to. I did get a few things here, I believe, as well. Which I think it's gonna come up here soon. Yeah, this is like I remember getting this Deno eau de toilette, aka perfume, because why the fuck not? It was unopened, on sale for 3,000 yen. Why not? Must be really cool. I did get also a couple things as well from here, and I just ended up taking quite a bit of pictures around, like of like the Mandarake, this part of the Mandarake where it just has all the torii gates and whatnot. It was interesting, like to see like this is like a multi-story building, but with like low ceilings from between the two floors. Yeah, like looking around, just going through all the shops, and like you could definitely get lost here for hours. I believe the better one to go to outside of Nakano is Radio Kaiken in Akihabara, and I completely forgot to go there. I know my friend heavily suggested me to go to Radio Kaiken next to in Akihabara, but I said nah, I'll eventually go there later, sort of thing, and I never did. And ever since seeing other videos of people going there, and I'm just like, I regret not going there. So hopefully the next time I do go to Japan or in Tokyo, I will go there specifically to explore their stores. But eventually, I think I remember walking down here, and I think I entered this store here, which is the Lashinbang, which is like a competitor to Mandarake and Hardoff. Again, like a figure hobby store, just selling all like the figures and whatnot. And I think this is where I found most of my figures, specifically the figures that like my friends wanted. So I bought like quite a bit here as well. I remember that specifically. And yeah, like I ended up just like doing a little bit of tours of like all the shops that are around the area. Try my best not to be a little bit weird when recording inside a mall, but I tried. I think I was about to say, I was like, I don't think that I thought I would be like one of the only foreigners there, but no, there was like a handful of foreigners here. Not as much as like Akiba or anything like that, but there were a few going around. Yeah, this is also part of Nakano Broadway. It looks very cool and pretty. Eventually, I want to like go to the other enclosed malls. I think there's like one in Asakusa. There's like some things that I just didn't go to because I didn't go to the touristy spots. I just ended up doing more shopping, which again created a more unique trip for myself. But hopefully the next time, maybe like on a either longer trip, or maybe if I decide to go to a short trip to Japan on Memorial Day weekend, could do some sightseeing and a little bit of shopping this time. Yeah, I had a fun time just like walking around, like taking as much pictures, seeing all the fish kites and all that stuff. Nakano Broadway. If you want to know where we are, we're at Nakano Broadway, Nakano Broadway, Nakano Broadway. Yeah. Also, I love the Broadway sign that just copies from New York. It feels very homey. Yeah, like more cherry blossoms. I think I remember going to that 7-Eleven to buy some like onigiri and all that stuff because I was getting very hungry, but I didn't know what I wanted to eat, and I said, forget it. I'm going to default to onigiri and some Pocari Sweat and whatnot, and then just sit down and relax because I was tired as fuck because I didn't have anything for a good 4 or 5 hours. walking around. But yeah, I kept seeing all the cherry blossoms here, and I just relaxed for like a little bit. Um, just reminiscing. Like I remember like sitting here, and I just remember reminiscing and saying that I know I have a few days left. I still have a full day Sunday, full day Monday, and then leaving Tuesday. But and at the same time, it felt like it's just it's almost a week. Yet it feels like I've been here forever. And at the same time, it's like I want to go home, but at the same time, I want to be here. Like weirdly enough, I do want to try and live in Japan one day. Probably not permanently, but at least for a few months to just like fully take in everything, fully experience everything. Ideally, I want to experience it like from the beginning of the year, so hopefully before it gets too hot, or if anything, when it starts to cool down, like around like um October and November, all the way to like March or April, before it gets too hot. Because I think now it's like the 70s, 80s, and I think it's slowly starting to get humid. But I thoroughly enjoyed when I was there, at least the first week of April, and I want to explore the places, maybe like try to like live the life, but also at the same time, I feel like in order to do that, I need to at least learn the language and be prepared to not get mocked. Because there is that sort of stigma. But it was amazing to be here. It was really cool. It was interesting seeing around the people like taking pictures over there. Meanwhile, me, I just pan around. I saw trains, so I was like, "Ooh, trains!" But then there's a reason why a lot of people are taking pictures. It's because of the street here. It was pretty, even though it looked busy and all that stuff. Something with the cherry blossoms just right there. They just stand out, and it looks really cool to see as a street. So I remember like yeah, taking quite a bit of pictures and all that stuff. I think yeah, I use this one for like Instagram and all that. The bus turning with the cherry blossoms in the background and so much traffic because it's at 5 p.m. on a Saturday. But yeah, I remember just like staying here for like 5 minutes taking all these pictures, which is crazy. Just all the photos. Yeah. But eventually I did leave Nakano to head towards Tokyo Skytree because that's where I'm going to be meeting up with friends to go up the Tokyo Skytree. To be fair, I didn't know we were going up the Tokyo Skytree. I thought we were just there to take pictures of it outside, but we ended up going up anyways. So onto a bunch of trains. Oh wait, no, I didn't go to Skytree just yet. I did end up going back to Ikebukuro to go to one more Mandarake over here to purchase a Raphtalia Figma, which is right there. I think I can zoom in. Let me check. Will it work? Right there, up here. So I do have the Naofumi Figma that I've had for like 2 years now, and now I get to finally pair it with the Raphtalia one. Both are from the Rising of the Shield Hero, which I still need to finish season 3 of, because apparently that season has been done for like quite a while. Ooh, that is far. There we go. Let's try to get in here. So I did buy the figure. I also bought like other figures as well, such as the Momotaros from Deno. You're reading it? Ooh, what book number are you at? Are you reading the manga or are you reading the light novel? Like more figures, all that stuff. Haven't watched since episode 2, 3 though. Lol. Mango. Oh, okay. I remember reading like after season 1 ended, I ended up reading the light novel, which I ended up reading book 6 to 8. Then I watched The Disappointment, that was season 2. That did tell the story, but it was very rushed. And then I've only got up to like the first few episodes of season 3 with Dragon, and we haven't finished it yet, which is great. I wanted to read the manga. Oh, I see. Pretty sure it still follows 1-to-1 with the light novel, so like there's not going to be anything missing. So also need to catch up with My Hero. That's fair. I know I've heard there's like a season 7, I believe, going on to continue the storyline or something like that. Oh well, that's the anime. I don't know so much about the manga itself. It's monthly release, so it's a bit slow. Ah, I see. Man, it's crazy now that it's like I'm finally looking at these photos of the figure art pictures that I take, and it's like, man, maybe I should have bought this. Maybe I should have bought that. Yeah, it's kind of calling to me. Fuck. Darn you, Mandarake in Ikebukuro. Black Clover is gonna. Are you going back on his schedule for the manga? Ooh. And then gotta wait for a bit for Dragon Ball to resume. I see. Exciting. Yeah, sort of like some things. Oh yeah, this was interesting. So the little plush that I have right here, it's Lovekov. This plush, the character is from Kamen Rider Revice. They also made a giant one, and they were selling it in the Mandarake Nikabukuro for like 15,000 yen. However, it's a bit squished. I hate to say it. Wait, I think it's 15,000 yen? Hold on, ちょっと待ってね. Oh, yeah, that's 15,000 yen. I thought it was gonna be like 100,000, like 150,000. That's 15. Yeah, 15,000 yen. Because it's 16 with tax. Unsquish it. No, it's vacuum packed. All other, yeah, like some others. Also, for some odd reason, I managed to find the shortest escalator. I think one of the shortest escalators. I think there's a lot shorter ones where there's like 3 steps, but I at least found one of the short escalators here. And eventually, I managed to get myself towards Skytree after going through the Mandarake in Ikebukuro. I got myself on a couple trains to get to Tokyo Skytree, which looks very pretty at night, especially with like a little bit of cloud cover. There's a lot of nice photos of the Tokyo Skytree right here. Here's like a 0.5x shot of it, which I realized where I was coming from. Yep, going up at the escalator. I think I was by myself. Yeah, trying my best to like take a picture of take a video of this. I almost got a headache doing this because not only I was sick, I was looking way far up doing this reel. But oh my god, Skytree looks so pretty at night. And yeah, you got the other stuff like right behind. But yeah, Skytree was illuminating with all the different lights. Try my best like show it, sort of thing. At least here it was like actually glowing the different colors. I don't know why I was zooming in, but I was. But it looked pretty. So I have a lot of pictures of Skytree as well. I think 5% of my photos are Skytree stuff. Actually, I think I just show it again. It's huge, by the way. Skytree goes up to I think like 350 meters, or like from base to like the top. I think it's like 500 meters. From base to where you stop at, it's 360, I believe. But it's huge. It's tall. And we decided to go up. It was only like 2,200 yen to go up. Well, we didn't go up all the way. I think all the way was like about 4,000-5,000 yen, or no, like no 3,000-4,000 yen. Going up to like the 350-meter, which is where you need to be, was like 2,200, and managed to um, go up. I told myself like I didn't want to go because when I was sick, which means I have pressurized ears. But two, it's like I don't know. Do you want to pay to just go up there? We did, and well, it did look pretty. Unfortunately, I could not find Tokyo Tower. I don't think I was facing the right direction for it, or maybe I was. I just don't know where to find it. But I try to take as many pictures at night of like being in the area and whatnot. I don't know what station this is. I don't think this was Tokyo Station though. But it was very bright over there. I did try my best to like record as much videos to see like where I'm at. And I was like, ooh, I'm here. I indicate where I'm at. Oh yeah, no, like try to like zoom all the way in. And it was like, hi, we're this far up. It's crazy because those are just like houses over there. Oh, never mind. I found it. I found Tokyo Tower. So that means yeah, like towards down this way is like Tokyo itself, like down like the downtown Tokyo, the downtown Tokyo metropolitan area sort of thing with all the tall buildings and whatnot. I managed to find it. Yeah. I think there's like a lot of like billboard ads and whatnot around here. But yeah, I managed to find Tokyo Tower just right across. Somewhere that way, I think it should be a scramble. But yeah, at least we got some like pretty okay photos here. There was also some boats on the river, but apparently my phone did not capture that any way at all whatsoever. They did have like a little fixture up at the towers. This really cool bridge. And yeah, we decided to do like some of the free photography that they had at like 350 and 340 meters. Unfortunately, I didn't take any photos of like where you could like look down at the glass because one, I'm afraid of heights to the extent, and also two, I'm afraid of that glass breaking, even though I'm pretty sure it's reinforced because I'm a big boy. So I said nah, but I tried my best to take as much photos when I was at Tokyo Skytree itself. It was a nice fun time. I thought I was gonna diss on going up that way, but it's well worth the 2,200 yen or so to go up to Tokyo Tower. Not Tokyo Tower, Tokyo Skytree. So thank you, friends, for encouraging that. In the meanwhile, while we were at the Tokyo Skytree, we did manage to find the FRYYAY cafe that my friend wanted to go to, but unfortunately they were all booked out in Tokyo. Luckily, he was still staying in Tokyo for a few extra days. Not Tokyo. Stayed in Japan for a few extra days, so he decided to go to the one in Osaka instead. But at least he got like a good glimpse, good preview of like what the FRYYAY cafe was all about. Probably should have gone for this picture instead. That at least showed the FRYYAY Beyond Journey's End, the FRYYAY cafe. Unlike with many Japanese event cafes, it's like you have to make a reservation, then you get to get the food, and then from there you can buy the merch and all that stuff. In the midst of this, oh, here we go. From the bottom to the top of the sky, or at least to the top of the Skytree, it's 634 meters, so that's pretty high up there. But I think you can only go up to the 500 meters, I believe, which is like at the top observation deck and whatnot. I remember trying my best to take a lot of like pictures of the Skytree from this angle because it looked very cool. Has a little like just the clouds rolling over the top, so I'm just like I'm gonna try my best to take a slow-mo video, or like a not slow-mo video, but a time-lapse sort of thing. I had no idea how to get a good time-lapse because I forgot to bring my tripod and I was using my phone for this, so that's why it looks ugly. This would have worked, but I messed this one up, and then that one I messed up as well. Actually, it doesn't look pretty cool, but I was like, if I just moved it a little bit further, then it would look really cool to see the fog. And then Here's the strobing lights one. Wee 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 wee. From there, we were trying to find dinner. Unfortunately, lots of the places were closing up because they closed up. This at least this part of the mall, most of the places closed up at like 9:30 and 10. It was already getting close to 9:30, so unfortunately, all the final orders were already taken, and they were closing. Um, we almost went to Kura Sushi that was there because it was going to close until 11, but some parties were not interested. And we're trying our best to like figure out where we're gonna go, whether we're gonna have like yakitori, go to an izakaya or anything like that. But it was getting like every time we kept looking at it, it was getting closer to 10, which things were starting to close. Even like more things are starting to close from that. So what we decided to do was head back towards the Airbnb, but eventually order something. And what they noticed is that our place was close to a Domino's. And so we decided to do the most unnatural thing. Not really unnatural thing, the most like obscure thing, and order Domino's for dinner, for late night dinner. To be fair, the friend group that didn't want Kura Sushi and wanted Domino's had just went to Costco in Yokohama earlier that day to try the bulgogi bake and a bunch of other things. I remember they ended up filling up our fridge full of their shit, full of their delicious shit, I would say. I remember like, oh yeah, I just wanted to like take a picture of it. I was like, oh yeah, it's called Tokyo TV technically because it's on the train Tokyo. Eventually, we managed to make it all the way back to our B&B, where they picked up the pizza. This was one of them. This is one of the limited edition Sakura pizza, which was a weird sweet pizza. So basically, it has strawberries, I think tapioca pearls, regular cheese, as in mozzarella cheese, a weird creamy sauce, that like sweet creamy sauce, and then mochi style crust, which was interesting to say the least. This one was an okay pizza until you get to the crust part where it just gets kind of But you want to know the better monstrosity out of this? What the heck? Oh no, that's not monstrosity, that's just a regular pizza. Apparently the regular pizza was pretty good. I didn't try this one because I ended up trying this monstrosity. It's a all meat pizza, but with a cheese, a Velveeta cheese like cone in the middle. Basically, this is the volcano pizza because the molten cheese is in the middle that just spews out, and then you get the pizza that surrounds the volcano. It was wild. This is a wild invention where you get to dip cheese into your pizza. And guess what? It definitely works. I do not know why the states add. No worries. I'll take this time to yawn. Oh, and also stretch. I need that stretch. Hell yeah. Back, but I don't see a button. Okay. What the science in the food? Yeah. So it's a pizza, and then there's a bowl of molten cheese right here. So you could tear apart your pizza, dip it in cheese, and then have it together. It's all built in. In the actual science of things, it is a pizza, right there, and then it is a thing of like melted Velveeta cheese, probably like the tippable cheese. Unfortunately, this is not a bread bowl, like an inverted bread bowl inside. This is an actual bowl, and the crust just goes upwards. Kind of sucks. It would have been cool if this was like an inverted bread bowl. I would have totally eat from it, but it is not, unfortunately. Make it ranch and I'm in. I guess the people do like ranch on pizza. I'm more of a. I'm actually inclined on having this more. The cheese on pizza. It's actually a really good combo, especially with the all meats. Um, Thought we are gonna diss on it, but this was pretty good. But the more interesting of it all was these things. These were rice bowls, but like you can't tell because it has cheese and pizza toppings on it. Basically, it's you're basically having a personal pan pizza, but instead of bread on the bottom, it's rice. And I'll let you know, this shit's good. This pizza bowl is really good. I never thought putting pizza toppings on rice will work, but apparently it does. And we should have this one day. Like I want to go back to Japan and have this again one day. Surprising, yeah. Everything in Japan pretty decent. Also, there was some Costco Madeleines right here. The Madeleines in Japan are a lot bigger than the Madeleines in the States, and I think, a little bit too cakey for me compared to the Madeleines here. But it was really good. Really loved it. But yeah, after doing 3 days of figure art shopping, I think I did, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. These were the 3 days. This is how much I ended up with, which ended up filling the new checked baggage that I bought. Literally all this fit in there, and I had no space left for anything. So I didn't have much space left to buy or bring stuff back, per se. I mean, I did have like another luggage bag, but half of it was going to be for clothes. So it's like, okay, well, I'm going to try my best to fit as much as I can in my bag. Otherwise, shit, I'm going to be out of space. Yeah. Yeah, that's my collection. Leading to that, we're leading to Sunday, which is where I went with a coworker towards Ikebukuro and headed towards Sunshine City for the Pokemon Center, amongst many other things. This is finally where I detached myself from buying figures and finally did some proper shopping. I also recorded quite a lot of trains because why not? As I always do. The good old fast Yamanote going there. But we managed to make it back all the way to Ikebukuro, where we walked towards Sunshine City Mall. From the looks of it, like outside of the thing, outside of the usual arcades and like the shops and whatnot, it does look a little bit business parky until you get there. Train Simulator win? I wish. That's why you ditch the clothes and fill it with the good stuff. Honestly, very true. Also, hello. I've recognized that name before. It's been a while, I would say. I mean, I tried my best to fill it up with much good stuff. I eventually filled it up with like other shit as well. And that's the reason why I went to Ikebukuro with my friend. It's because he needed to go to the Pokemon store to buy stuff for his friends as well. I was like, okay, I'll do that. I think I do have... I think the Piplup plushies are here somewhere. Train Simulator when? One day. I don't know when though. I want to get Densha to go on the Switch. It'd be fun to play. But that means I would also get the controller and try to do that. And also learn Japanese. But yeah, I took pictures of like around Ikebukuro, like the trees coming out. Also somehow took this picture of this interchange here right by Sunshine City. Looks kind of familiar with all the ramps and all that stuff. But eventually went into Sunshine City Mall and found myself at one of the Pokemon centers over here. This place was really busy on a Sunday. I kind of wish I went to the one in Shibuya as well because I realized how busy this was. But all the Pokemon models and all that stuff just lined around this floor. It was also the same floor where they had the Shonen Jump shop with all the One Piece stuff, and then up one more floor was the Bandai shop, which has a lot of shit. with all the Pokemon Center. Apparently, this one I forgot which Pokemon specifically this is on, and the ones they mainly support. I know the one in Shibuya has the Mewtwo, and I wish I went to that one to see it. Remember there was also one in Skytree, but by the time we got to Skytree and went up Skytree, by the time we come back down, the Pokemon Center was closed. But they sell like a lot of wares. Mirai done? Oh, okay. So that's who it was. Noted. Yeah, like every Pokemon Center, I believe, has their own Pokemon. So I'm assuming Ikebukuro has Miraidon. I know, yeah, Shibuya has Mewtwo, if I remember correctly. The motorcycle from the future that likes meat. Oh, I see. I don't know any new gen Pokemon, unfortunately. Thank you. But yeah, I've tried my best to take so many pictures to send to my friends on a group chat to see what stuff they want at the Pokemon Center. Unfortunately, the signal was so shit in there, I could not send any pictures. Like I tried my best to like send like many pictures, and it just didn't work. Like no matter if I tried to send on Discord, Twitter, or anything like that, it just did not bother to work. But yeah, I went through like see like all the figures. Did you get those portable internet thingy they have? I did not because my phone had so in the US I use T-Mobile, and I had like the more higher tier T-Mobile plan, which gives me unlimited international data. Well, not really unlimited, but like I think like 5 gigs or so of international data. So I could have just used my straight SIM card. And I believe when I was connected in Japan, I was I think through SoftBank, I believe. And even then, I think it was just that so much people like trying to like take pictures or anything like, or like sending pictures, chatting or anything, or even playing Pokemon Go because there's a Pokemon Go like big stop over there. It just like the whole network was just not having it in this mall, or at least this section of the mall. So it's like I wanted to send all these photos of just like all the plushes on the wall, the accessories like towels, shirts, figures, and all that stuff. But yeah, no, I ended up using like my own iPhone, and then used the signal from there. But yeah, like there's like so many plushies and all that stuff. And I'd say kind of expensive, but at the same time, more or less affordable compared to if you buy it in the States or try to import it. They have like plushies galore, other accessories like bath accessories and whatnot, travel accessories I believe are these and whatnot. They all looked really cool. I was like, I wish I wanted to buy a lot, but unfortunately one of my friends decided to request this, which is already big in itself. A football blush. Like this, like literally said, it's like I want this one. It's like, okay, as big as my head. Piplup. It's okay. Not only he will get this one, but he may also get this one as well. I did not get this at the Pokemon Center. I won this at round 1. So I have 2. They are different, but you can see the difference in between the two actually. That's crazy. But yeah, so like there were like many plushes and whatnot, and he wanted a plush. He wanted that plush specifically. I tried asking others if they wanted anything, and then I didn't get a response for some of them, so I was like, well, you missed out. Sorry about that. And I didn't know what they wanted, so like, well, I'm not gonna get you anything if you didn't say anything, sort of thing. Unfortunately, like I don't fully know Pokemon outside of I think like I know all of first gen, some of like second and third gen, and everything would just be a loss for me from there. Outside of probably starters. But yeah, there were like a lot of people here, especially like with parents with their kids. A lot of them, like going through the thing. Yeah, they have like even like dental hygiene and all that stuff, like bathroom stuff, more travel stuff. Lots of plushies, lots of travel stuff. There was so much. And like they even had stickers and whatnot. I tried my best to like even like if anything try to find stickers that people would like. Unfortunately, I think the B-side label Pokemon they only had the first gen stuff and well some like second, third gen, but like I don't know which Pokemons do people like. So and well some of them told me, others didn't, and I'm just like, well, too bad. I did remember buying this thing though, the Pikachu Yokohama Japan 2023 figure, which is really cool. It's just the Pikachu with a ramen bowl on top of it of their head. I bought that and decided to bring it all the way back to my bring it to the office just for as a little figure display. Technically, they did have more stickers here for like the new gen Pokemons, but like I didn't know what people wanted. Oh, I did see the Lechonk though. Maybe I should have done that. That would have been funny. But yeah, I didn't bother. Like all the stickers and whatnot. But eventually I did check out. I just did, like the little close sign that just has the Pikachu. But I also didn't want to show this because I didn't get this. Give me a moment. In the midst of purchasing stuff, such as the Piplup plush and whatnot, I got myself like for 800, 900 yen, which is kind of expensive for a reusable bag. But it's a pretty good reusable bag because I'll put it in just chatting mode. It's just all Pokemon. I think this side is the gotcha, the crane games, with the fun game, like the amusement section, all the Pokemon and just have like going around having a fun time. And the other side is all the plushies. It's actually really big for a bag. I use this for shopping. I have used it a few times here in when I went shopping, like grocery shopping and whatnot. When I went to Nijiya, which is a Japanese chain grocery store here, the first thing the cashier commented was like, "Did you go to the Pokemon Center?" It's like, did you go to Japan? It's like, yes. Like, I recognize this bag. I have the same bag as you. It's a really nice big bag. It's like, I know it is. And we just ended up talking about like what I got when I was there. And I was like, oh yeah, I got like a couple plushies for friends and whatnot. And it's like, oh, that must be like it's a little bit. It's kind of expensive. It's like it kind of is, but it's a lot better than buying it over here in the States, sort of thing. So yeah, it's a really big bag. It says Pokemon Center here. Of course, I did it the wrong way around. Pokemon Center right here. And I just like, if there's anything I want to like buy something practical, and you know what, for 800 yen this is not too bad. I kind of also wish I spent 1200 yen when I went to Don Quixote, because Don Quixote had like a similar reusable tote bag. I don't know why it's 1200 yen, but I should have bought it for the novelty, because I mean, who doesn't want to have a bag from Don Quixote? So but yeah, so managed to finish out at the Pokemon Center, and I also found like the Pokemon Go store, and they had like a little center as well to do their Pokemon, like to do. They actually had a whole setup for anyone who wanted to trade Pokemon um, for Pokemon Go. And it's like, I wish I had some stuff, but all I have is like shitty Pokemon. Like, if I had like Pokemon that you wanted, maybe, but outside of that, I do not have anything. I remember there was like a dude, like I believe he was Japanese, but he did speak like like little bit English and says, "Do you have Pokemon?" And I'm just like this Pokemon? Like, no, I wish I did. I don't have any. Sorry, sort of thing. But it was cool to like come into like the Pokemon Center in Ikebukuro and experience like the Pokemon Go stuff amongst many other things. Again, next door to the Pokemon stuff, oh, there was also like the Pokemon Go store and Battle Arena. They also had the Pokemon Cafe. They had a lot of stuff. Next to it was the Jump store as well. Also, for those who know Digisanji, you probably know that that cosplayer and VTuber. Yeah, Luffy. There was apparently at every Jump store, there is a different Luffy. There's at least a Luffy, but in all the different outfits. I think like Shibuya had one. I think Tokyo Station had one because I did see a Jump store over there. But yeah, they all had different ones. And eventually, I found my friend and I found ourselves going to the Bandai shop, the Bandai Namco shop. I think it's mostly Bandai, no Bandai Namco, which houses the largest gashapon, like the largest gashapon store. Basically, like this is the location where you can have access to I think like 3,000 gashapons to just try and get stuff. But in the midst of it, I did find like a lot of like exclusive merch. The first one was like Kamen Riders from JoJo. They had some big figures of like JoJo, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I do see Goku in the back. But yeah, they also had like all their promotions for like the figures they have for like Spy Family. They had like the SH figure arts and the minis. Kamen Rider Ultraman. Yeah, this is like their little like hobby shop. I try my best to like record as much as I can. This literally I think housed everything Bandai too. So like down to like their gashapons, their shops, their collaborations, and all that stuff. So yeah, like they had like all like even like collaborations with like VTubers and all that in there. They even have like the premium stuff as well. So this is more like Kamen Rider. Oh, they have like even like the Digivice from Digimon. Millennium Ring, a couple of like more Kamen Rider stuff as well. And then like yeah, they also had what do you call it? Crane games and all that stuff. Like a lot of amusement too. Oh yeah, there was also like a whole JoJo's Bizarre Adventure like called JoJo World Q like event exhibit thing going on at this location in Ikebukuro, which is pretty cool. Here is the place with all the gashapons. Literally, it's 3,000. It extends further out that way, and I'm gonna wait for the video to like restart itself. Like you see how I turn around, like you see that. If I pause right here, there's like a whole double section of gashapons further down this way. You think this is a lot? No, there's like I think one or two more of these that you see around, all go like extending all the way to the back wall. It's a lot. And I remember people saying that this, like even my friends saying like this is the place where they have all the gashapons, and I'm just like, yeah, they have everything. And I think both of us ended up spending like 2-3k yen on gashapons because there was just a shit ton here. And so we just went ham. It was great. Did found like a few things and whatnot. Like I ended up grabbing like a few gashapons for like whether it's Kamen Rider or something funny related or anything like that. I managed to get some for myself and friends. After going through all the gashapons, we just finally decided to eat lunch. And we ended up going to this place that served this beautiful monstrosity of a pork bowl. The reason why we went here is because we saw a similar ad of like a different restaurant that serves this kind of pork bowl on a train ride over to places. Like on the trains, they have TV screens right next to the destination boards that shows ads, and almost every time we see a certain ad that shows this similar pork bowl. And when we found a when both of us found one of like a similar restaurant here at Sunshine City, we're just like, do we want this? We walked around and then we walked around again, and I was like, okay, do we want this? And we just said, yeah, why not? Let's just grab this food. And we did, and it was pretty damn good. The pork was good, rice was good, miso soup, kimchi, all that stuff was perfect, and it was good for like 2k yen, which was pretty cheap. From here, I decided to like just look around at other shops. I went to this specialized mandarake, which sells a lot of like idol and VTuber stuff, and I believe this one really catered. Oh, idol, VTuber, and Genshin. This one's geared towards like Niji Sanji, Genshin Impact, amongst many other things. There's also a bunch of like other like very anime shops. There's also a Lashinbang that also had VTuber anime stuff as well. Still managed to find cherry blossoms in the area of Ikebukuro. Managed to find myself at a park that just had a shit ton of cherry blossoms, so I just took lots and lots of photos. Also tried my best to take pictures of the cherry blossoms, which from the looks, from like looking at this video, these cherry blossoms were already in full bloom and started to turn green. So at this point, I could tell we were at peak to now finishing the peak blooming of the cherry blossoms. But it did look pretty. Oh yeah, in the midst of our walks, we also did find this whole ad about pachinko. One thing I did wanted to try was pachinko, but every time I see a pachinko parlor and we would go in, I got easily overwhelmed of trying to figure out what the fuck you need to do to operate those machines. So in that front, I didn't really try the pachinko machines per se. Maybe if I had like if I had an interpreter that knows how to play pachinko or willing to play pachinko, I would do it. But it's very overwhelming because not only you have to like buy the balls for the pachinko machines, which is all in Japanese, you then have all the machines that are in Japanese to like try to feed the machine in to do all these fancy things that goes on in the pachinko. So, oh well. We did end up going to the anime shop here in Ikebukuro, which was funny for my friend because he said that he was not going to be buying too much anime stuff, and yet I think he found his calling after visiting this anime shop because he found stuff for FRYYAY and Bocchi the Rock, which were like two of the animes that he watched the most, amongst the other stuff that I can't remember right now. At least those two specifically. And FRYYAY, Bocchi, and Licorice Recoil. He found like a lot of goods and stuff for it, and he just went ham on buying it. And after like saying I think he spent like 12k at the very end of it, like 12k yen. I looked back at him and I was like, so how do you feel? I was like, wow, so now I understand what you guys feel when after buying this stuff. I was like, I know, it's amazing. You'll never get to see this stuff, and when you do, you just have to buy it. And so he understands. For context, this dude is a normie, like 100%. Well, not really normie. He's pretty eccentric, but he's very extrovert. And then like he did question of like buying this kind of shit until this day, where he started buying all the stuff and then realizing, oh wait, I understand now. So like we just accidentally initiated him to buy a lot of weeb shit, and it's like, well, welcome to the club, dude. Oh yeah, I also did notice at this animate that they were selling some Lumika light sticks. Even though I already own some, I was so tempted to buy the advanced 300 or try to like buy the more premium stuff. And I'm just like, maybe not. I already have light sticks of my own. After Ikebukuro, we went straight back towards Ueno, towards Ueno Park, because the other group ended up going to the zoo to Ueno Zoo eventually, and yep, everything was on full bloom, and it was pretty as fuck. Try my best to fast forward to a location, like everything started to go full bloom now here. If I go further this way, yeah. So compared before to the video I shared about an hour or two ago, when it was the first full day here. Luckily, the time we went to Ueno Park again, it was a nice clear day. They started to bloom beautifully, and some of them has already started to become green. So you could tell that they've went on full bloom already. But thank God we decided to go this day, because oh my God, it popped. You can see less of the branches now and more of the flowers coming out. And everything just looks pretty. Also, it didn't feel like it took 8 minutes to walk this whole thing, but it did. Yeah, we enjoyed the scenery. It looked very pretty this time around. At least some of the trees were bare still, I think because of the weather, but they are at least better bloomed. Better in bloom. I'm trying my best. Again, most of these pictures that I've taken, they are wide shots. They are from the video I recorded, because you can take pictures. So it does look a little bit grainy, but it's okay. I've taken a lot of pictures of the cherry blossoms. It looked pretty nonetheless. I remember just snapping so much as we walked by. It looked so pretty. Even looking back, it's at least it's bloomed. It's amazing. But yeah, I enjoyed all the picture taking. We also tried. My friend and I also tried our best to find a chocolate banana, because we did buy a chocolate banana from a different stall, elsewhere. But I wanted to try something hopefully we find something similar, or at least something sweet at the very end of it. I did want to move the video back a bit. This dude's taking a picture of all the 196s that he drank, which I believe is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 cans. It's pretty crazy. But he felt very proud of drinking all of that. But yeah, we ended up exploring around. Sounds human. I mean, yeah. But we ended up just exploring around, trying to see find any cool snacks or whatnot. Honestly, I wanted something more sweet than salty, so I didn't want to go for yakisoba, takoyaki, or shaka shaka, or anything like that. But I wanted something sweet. That's why I cut maybe a chocolate banana or something. Ad. I'll wait for the ad to stop. Let me know when. Oh, you're back. But yeah, so try my best to find something nice and sweet to have, because I didn't really want any salty stuff like takoyaki, shaka shaka fries, or yakitori. I could have probably found yakitori. I think there were some, but they were long lines. But yeah, we ended up stumbling upon a gelato place that just served. So this is interesting. It is gelato, or ice cream technically, but how they served it is it's in the little cups, right? However, you realize this is served in a cone, and it's all swirled up. Apparently, they have a machine where you could just put the cup in, press it, and it will serve it like it's from an ice cream machine, and it ended up like this. Was it worth the 500 yen? Kinda. It was pretty warm, and it was actually pretty decent. I tried the cherry, the sakura flavored. I think it was just cherry blossom flavored. It tasted pretty vanilla with a hint of cherry blossom, whatever that flavor is. So I tried that. I also tried like my best to like take as many videos of like just all the festivities that was going on, where people are like eating and having fun. It was pretty busy though, because it was starting to become a little more late at night, so people like were now heading towards the park to enjoy the festivities as well, which is crazy for a Sunday. One cool thing with at least Ueno Park, and actually I think Japan in general, in a way, you can technically walk around with your drink. I believe. So like you can walk around with an open can, and there no one will bat an eye per se. So a lot of people here are like, even like as an open public park, there are like people like just drinking beers, chew highs, and all that stuff, as well as getting food and whatnot. And yeah, it was like pretty busy. Like definitely pretty busy. There are quite a bit of foreigners, but I'd also say there's probably quite a lot of Japanese going around. Japanese people going around, like just looking from this video. Um, like everyone was like having an enjoyable time, because honestly, it was a pretty nice sunny day. For the Sunday. Yeah, like a lot of photos and whatnot. Japanese foreigners in my Japanese Japan, I know, right? Unacceptable. But yeah, like now from here, it's like I've taken way too many photos and such of the cherry blossoms, but it doesn't stop, because once the night started and got a little bit darker, everything started to look pretty, especially with their LED lanterns that was just running right across with the cherry blossoms. And thank God I walked down this street, or this part of the pathway, because oh my god, it was pretty. Like, this was pretty. I wish I had my DJI or my Osmo Pocket. Unfortunately, I gave that to my friend, who I thought recorded as much stuff where he went, but apparently he just ended up recording stuff on his phone, which sucks. And it's like at that point, it's like I should have just got the camera from him, so I could have just recorded all this shit a lot better. To be fair, I think at least this video, it doesn't look great now, only because it's like wirelessly uploaded via the internet from my phone to Google Drive. If I grab like the raw file, I think it would look a lot better. I want the Sizz, but no money. I forgot I had the Sizz locked down. One day. Maybe I'll change it around. I haven't really looked at my channel too much to do these changes yet, so. But yeah, everything, it was just so damn pretty, as you can see, outside of, well, blurriness. There's even like people having like picnics like right at the end. And yeah, from here I just started to take more and more pictures, trying my best to like find the flare sort of thing. Oh yeah, compression. Trying to like find the right flares, trying to like get the right images and all that stuff. I did try to experiment with these lanterns here, and then like the cherry blossoms like kind of looking a little bit red. And I think this one I just ended up modifying it. It just like pop. It doesn't look that great, but I did try to make it look cool, sort of thing. I ended up making one of these my backgrounds. I think it was this one specifically. Yes, it is. It's actually the background of my phone, because I did like the little bit of blue that did show. It did show like the background, like the blue background of the sky. So I ended up making that as my wallpaper, because it looked really cool. There was a lot of good like vantage points. Like I wanted to like escape from like the crowd sort of thing. I try to like look up and pretend like there's like no one there. So I try my best to like get these shots sort of thing. Like this might have worked. This one actually looks a little little blurred, but I think I did edit something like that, like the little lantern hiding there. I did get the people, like the crowd, as like a part of the background, but it looks pretty cool. I try like to mix it in with the blossoms itself, like that sort of thing. And this is all done with my iPhone. I was tempted to buy like a really expensive camera here in Japan because, well, most of the DSLRs and mirrorless are made in Japan, or at least in Asia, and I know I probably could get it for cheap. I did see like some sets where you could buy like a Sony A7 Mark III or like that, and then like a lens for like $1,000, and I'm just like, it's so tempting, and yet I don't know if I want to spend that much money, and yet I spent money elsewhere. But it's okay. I bought it for friends who was willing to pay me back because they wanted it too. So, but yeah, I mean, if anything, like these, I do love some of these photos. Like these photos turned out pretty decent. Albeit maybe a little bit grainy, but I did try. And I believe some of these lanterns actually like that are hung up in Ueno Park are actually the sponsors that like keeps like upkeeps the park. So these are like not any just regular lanterns. These are actually sponsored lanterns. It's like, hi, this is my business. I sponsor this one, sort of thing. But yeah, it looks so pretty at night. It like, ah, it was so beautiful. Yeah, the compression in the video doesn't do justice. I did record at 1080p 60. I don't usually record 4K for storage reasons, even though I think I still have like 100 gigs left, 120 gigs. I didn't even really, even with like 1,500 shots and videos, I only use like 4 or 5 gigs. But yeah, the pictures are amazing. I love the like also their little lamps at Ueno. Not only like the lanterns, but the lamp itself. Not enough. Get more. I wish I wanted like I should have taken more pictures, or like should have gone for like more high quality pictures, but I didn't. And honestly, like I do want to eventually get a new iPhone that has like 512 gigs, so I could just fill up stuff. This one was only 256, which I know 120 gigs left is still pretty good, but I don't like wasting all that much space. So, but yeah, it was a fun time. We enjoyed it. Oh yeah, I forgot. After going to Ueno Park, we one of our friends decided to go back to the B&B, while the rest of us decided to go to round 1 and play some more games at round 1. So we went back to Ikebukuro, headed to the round 1 over there, which is funny because I thought we were not going to the round 1 in Ikebukuro, but like somewhere else, but I guess they wanted to go here because it was just easier by train. I ended up playing roughly the same machines from like the first time I went to round 1, except this time I won quite a bit. So much that I think I won 4 figures, 2 that I had to give to friends because I couldn't fit in my bag, and the Piplup plush. All for like I think $30, like converted, which was pretty damn good. Like I remember winning this, like all that stuff, and I'm just like, I gotta stop before I get kicked out. And I think overall, I think I spent like 10k yen, I believe, like a little under 10k yen, on like games and on like crane games with friends. Like gave some for friends, and then I played like the coin game machine for like 1,200 yen or so. Haven't been to a round one yet. The ones in the Bay Area are pretty good. The ones also I haven't been to the one in Roseville, the one over there close by Sac, or a little bit past Sac. But I've heard that one is good. The ones in the Bay Area are pretty decent. I want to see what the one in San Francisco would be like once it opens. So, but overall, I enjoyed the round ones over here until I went to the round one in Japan where it originated, and I cannot go back to any round ones in America per se. Like I can, but I just don't want to. I went there, but it was under construction. Well, hopefully you find find a time again to go over there. Maybe you should get drunk again. I'm kidding. I remember your 21st birthday. So yeah, I said this was like my past wallpaper, but now I went for a more like two-tone approach with the sakuras. I need money and gas. That's fair. So yeah, and most of the photos here are the ones I shared on Instagram as well, and that's the one I ended up using with a little bit of modification. This one is videos to help out my friend Dragon to do some audio stuff. But right here is my last full day in Tokyo before going back home. And this one, I ended up exploring Tokyo Station and then heading towards Akihabara to finally go to the Mandarake over there. The reason why I took this picture is for those who have played or watched people play Exit 8. Looking at this hallway specifically made me remind me of the game Exit 8. If I remember correctly, I think Exit 8 was supposed to be based in Shinjuku, and I kind of see it, but I definitely see it more on this game or on this hallway. Like this looks like Exit 8. Like. You can't tell me they look similar. So I just want to know. It's like, I want to see if it's like now I'm curious. It's like, what is it based on specifically? But yeah, so like that's what it reminded me when I saw that. I'm just like, I remember like looking down this long hallway and it just goes yeah, and it just goes right. And I remember, I wish I took the next picture because I believe it goes slight left. And I'm just like, dude, this is just creepy. But there are hallways like this in Japanese subways where it's just right angles all the way through, and it's just like, once you experience Exit 8, it's terrible. But that's what I got when I was looking at this. It's like, hello, welcome to Exit B6. I should probably post this on like Twitter. But it has that feeling, and I hate it. But ended up going outside. Like I think I exited here to kind of see Imperial Palace, but I didn't want to walk all the way to Imperial Palace, so I only stayed at the edge. Like actually, found more sakura trees and whatnot. As always, this one was actually really blooming. Somewhere over there is an Imperial Palace, but I was too lazy to walk over there because I was already getting tired, like physically tired. Not only that, I was still overcoming a sickness, so it's not the best combination that I had. But it was somewhere over there. I think I was taking a picture of a bird. Birds. Bird. But yeah, Imperial Palace was like somewhere over there. But I was again too lazy to walk all the way down there to see it myself. But what was interesting is I think I ended up seeing Well, outside of this, like it's interesting to see like the Imperial Palace right here, and then suddenly corporate offices. Lots of corporate offices, or probably governmental offices too. But like right across from here is the fabled. If I pan around here, probably it is. It did start to rain here when I was here. But looking straight ahead is the amazing, big, and rustic, technically from the outside, Tokyo Station. It's really cool to finally see Tokyo Station. Like it took me till my last full day to finally see it. I remember passing it like a handful of times, but never really went in it. Well, we did went in it when we stopped at Tokyo Station, but I never saw the facade, like this part of the facade, which is like the main part. Where it's like I see all these like corporate buildings and like the inside looks so modern, but then here it's like it's restored to its like original glory, basically. So I took quite a bit of pictures of Tokyo Station. It looks pretty. And then eventually I took pictures of like the facade up close. It was interesting to say, like looking at it, it's like it looks like it's like a university or something. But like towards the edges and like some of the tunnels, like some of the walkways here, it just does go straight to the station. So it's like one hell of a pretty facade for Tokyo Station. So it's very pretty. Like even on a cloudy day, like it's funny that it got cloudy again after a sunshiny day back at Ueno Park. Maybe it's just meant to be when it's like sunshiny and you're in Ueno Park, rain next day. But the facade looks so cool. Looks like it's like supposed to be like a government office, but it's not. Sorry, my ear got a little bit itchy. Hold on. But once I finally got into Tokyo Station, I was actually on a mission to find something, because apparently my friend noted that he was able to find pineapple cakes, like Taiwanese pineapple cakes, at the Tokyo Station, which is like, okay, strange, but I'll try and find it for you since I was gonna be here. Cue the 2-3 hours I got lost in Tokyo Station. First, I found myself finding the Kamen Rider store, which is actually the store I was like looking for to begin with, because I knew there was one in Tokyo Station. I just didn't know where, and then I found it by sheer accident. So it took quite like I think I spent like a good 30 minutes here trying to figure out what other Kamen Rider merch I wanted outside of the shit that I got, okay, figure arts. But all things Kamen Rider, I try to like see what I wanted to get. They even had like tote bags and whatnot, which I don't know if this was worth 4,400 yen, which is about $20. I'm not gonna lie, this is one hell of a premium tote bag. Like it's like actual tote bag. Like this is not like a reusable thing. Like this is like an actual like permanent tote bag. And I feel it looks kind of cheap. Like seeing the Kamen Rider, they could have went more of like their logo, the Kamen Rider logo, but it's also cool to see like all the writers' logos, like their respective logos, from Showa to Heisei, from Showa to Reiwa, and all in between. So it's really cool to see. And I was like, you know what? If I'm already splurging, I will splurge on this. So I spent the 4,400 yen on a tote bag. I felt like there were like other better tote bags out there, but this one was like the biggest one that I wanted to get, so I ended up getting that one. I think this one's like just as big as well, with a different design. Others are, I think, like towels and play mats and whatnot, and I'm just like, I'm not really into that. And they also have like pins and whatnot. Towels from like different series. I think this is like from their recent series. That is from like past series and whatnot. Like they had like a whole bunch of stuff, and I'm just like, I'm already out of space. I just packed everything I got from Ikebukuro, and I finally found myself here. And really, what I needed to buy was snacks. So, but there's a lot of Kamen Rider stuff. Again, maybe next time, if I find myself back again in Tokyo, I'm gonna like go here and buy more shit and buy less figure arts, or at least attempt to buy less figure arts. It was really cool seeing like some of the like exclusive shoes and whatnot. They also had like the Henshin sound cards, which are like if you play the card, it actually plays their transformation sequence. Unfortunately, that only works in Japan and China. That sucks. I wish it didn't, but oh well. They did like a lot of accessories, a lot of goods and whatnot. Oh yeah, the little perfume things, they also have it here too, which is pretty funny as well. And then they had all the belts. And then yeah, like after I explored that, I managed to find also like the other jump store. I didn't find the other Pokemon Center. I think there was a Pokemon Center here in Tokyo Station. But I also found like the Calbee store, the like Calbee chips. I wish I ordered the Jaka Choco, fresh Jaka Choco, because I knew they had it. They also had the Haichu store, which I bought a shit ton of Haichus from, amongst many other things. But unfortunately, I could not find the place where he found the Taiwanese pineapple cakes. Like my friend found the Taiwanese pineapple cakes. I literally walked around here for like 2 hours trying to find it, and I'm just like, where am I going? Why am I lost in the station? Like I couldn't figure out where to go. I'm legitimately lost. But I was not able to find that, so I had to admit defeat in that front after walking around for like 2 hours. With that, my friends wanted to get some curry, because we like outside of the unagi and like that, we didn't really have like a lot of authentic Japanese food per se, and one of them wanted to have curry, so we ended up going to a curry place up in Akasaka. It's not Asakusa, but it's Akasaka. It's like right near, it's like east, it's like no, it's like west of Shimbashi, I think, and west of Tokyo. I think it's where the TBS company, Tokyo. I'm trying to remember. Akasaka. Oh wow, I was right with TBS because this is the right station. Oh, I'm so good. Yeah, we went over to Akasaka. Apparently there was like a whole like Harry Potter store here. It's not the like a Harry Potter like museum and whatnot, but apparently like there's like a Harry Potter store and whatnot here at like because apparently like at this location where the Tokyo Broadcasting services is at. I guess this is like Marunouchi. Oh, I see. I know Marunouchi. That's a Tokyo Station. Haha! I was there. I remember that. Okay. But like this is like where the whole TPS, like the company, like their broadcasting services were located. It was pretty as fuck, as you know. I'm pretty sure these were like sakura flowers that have now gone to green. But it was windy and it was like starting to like flutter away, sort of thing. I did try to like record around while I was there as best as I can. Um, but yeah, we ended up getting some curry nearby at the most um how do I say it? Like the most chain place to ever get curry, but it's actually a really good chain place to get curry, which was Koko Ichiban. So we ended up going to Koko Ichiban and ordered some good old curry. I ended up getting a katsu curry with a level 2 spice and then a michi katsu on the side, and then this interesting chili garlic, which actually worked with the curry. My friend, or one of our friends, decided to do the insane challenge and ordered the level 20 spicy curry, which was literal hell on earth. Like, I tried a little bit of it, and I said, "No, I do not want this as my whole curry." But he managed to pull. He ordered it and managed to finish the whole thing. God bless his soul. I expected I expected a DEFCON 5 in our bathroom, but it didn't really happen too much. But he did suffer. He did say like were the shits gnarly? I think so. He did mention it at one point that his shits were gnarly. But like he suffered. like that like trying to level 20, like a little bit of level 20, it was spicy as fuck. So bless his heart and soul and his ass for trying the level 20 curry, because I know no one wanted to. But that curry was amazing. At least my curry was amazing. I got nice and full. It was a nice hearty meal to have right before I need to finalize my shopping at Akihabara. With that, like again, just took like more pictures of like just the stuff around the area, sort of thing. It's like the gates and the trees. Apparently, there's like a shrine and whatnot up that way. And then from there, I said goodbye to my friends for a little while as I went back to Akihabara to purchase one last thing. And then I was going to meet up again with them at Shibuya to finalize some Don Quixote shopping. Was supposed to send a picture to my friend about this of Hitorigoto from Buchi. Honestly, I think he would have loved it if I remember to send the picture, but I forgot. Also found another of Talia that I was gonna buy for my other friend, and I said I don't have space. I'm sorry. Ends up buying more figure arts though, because I found all the figure arts that I was gonna plan to purchase. And as I said sometime earlier in the stream, if I went to here first on the Thursday that I went back to Akihabara, I would have like saved quite a lot of money. Alas, I didn't, because Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, yeah, I could have saved quite a bit of money buying stuff here instead. But oh well, lessons learned. But I did buy a couple things there, last minute things there, as a requested purchase. And then from there, headed back towards Shibuya. We were supposed to go up Shibuya Scramble and check the tower over there and to see the surrounds. However, they sold out their tickets for the Scramble, so we ended up just roaming. Well, some of them roamed towards the Mega Don Quixote. I first went to the arcade to try out to see if I could try the Densha to Go game one last time. Unfortunately, I could not find it, and I will wait. Let me know when you're back. Back? Okay. But yeah, like I was gonna try, like I went to like a couple of the arcades in Shibuya to try and find the Densha to Go machine so I could play the train simulator game. Unfortunately, I couldn't find it at this Taito game station. I should have went like down to the Gigo, like further down where at the closer to Mega Don Quixote. and all that stuff, and probably I would have found it, but alas, I did not. Cry, I wanted to play that machine. One day, I will find time to play it again. But yeah, here's, I think this is the Shibuya Scramble Square, the big tower that has like a viewing point up there. Ended up taking a picture of it. Quite a bit of pictures of it. And if I think from here, I just like took quite a bit of pictures as I head towards Mega Don Quixote to finalize my shopping of last minute goods such as like more Haichus, Kit Kats, and whatnot to bring back to the States. And then after that, we split up with our friends. I decided to go back with one of my friends because we decided to get McDonald's amongst some other snacks. Meanwhile, the others wanted to try some yakitori and other stuff at the izakaya that I if I didn't buy stuff there, like at the McDonald's, I would have totally gone with them with the izakaya, but at the same time I was very tired, so I was like, I just wanted to go home and just rest. Also at the same time, we were planning to fly out that Tuesday morning to back home. So basically it's like I just want to like get up, get ready, pack, and then get ready to go, sort of thing. But this event, technically after this day, this was the last day in Japan when we're ready to go back home. And that is if we could go back home, because the flights back to San Francisco direct, whether in Haneda or Narita, were pretty full. However, there was a lot of opportunity if we decided to fly via Seoul in Korea. So we managed to find some decent price flights via Zip Air to fly from Narita to Seoul. The unfortunate part is that we had to leave at like 8:30 in the morning. So that means we had to take the first train to get to like the first few trains of the morning to get all the way to Narita in order to make it through check-in, immigration, and all that stuff. We barely made it, to say the least. Not only that, it was raining pretty heavily in Tokyo the day we were flying out. Like, early in the morning, the rain was coming down, and the rain did not stop the whole day. Even like getting on, like transferring from like trains to the Yamanote, and then eventually to the Skyliner. So I did experience some high-speed rail action because apparently this express train went non-stop up 100 miles an hour. So it was pretty fun, pretty fast, but it was not high-speed rail. It was just raining the whole time, which kind of sucked. But we managed to make it to Narita pretty quickly. Managed to check in our bags, get through immigration, or get through security, get through immigration with ease, and then had enough time to board our flight. And then we boarded our flight and headed towards Seoul, Korea, where we had a nice 6-hour layover here at Incheon Airport. Technically, we did have to get out of immigration because we were flying United back home with a standby segment. So in this case, we decided to just relax here at the airport. We didn't really bother to try to go into the city, even though we had 6 hours, because we had a lot of bags to work with, and we didn't want to go through the hassle of moving our bags to a place and try to hop on a bus or a train to get there. So we decided to just stay outside of the immigration in Incheon Airport. Had some nice Korean food for a little bit. Ended up having kimchi fried rice, a little of this like pork cutlet with rice, and then my friend ended up having some ramyun. And then from there, I just ended up like walking around for like a good 2-3 hours around the airport. Surprisingly, there was a lot of American fast food stalls, such as Dunkin', Shake Shack, Jamba Juice, amongst many other things. That was very strange to see. Out of the things on Dunkin', I was tempted for the donuts, but I ended up getting a matcha latte because I wanted something sweet, but I wanted to drink something. This was not sweet. This was a little bit bitter because apparently Jeju matcha is pretty bitter. And also, I wish I waited till I walked around, because then after that I saw Gongcha and I was like, oh, it would have been fun to try a Gongcha in Korea. But oh well. Did end up walking around. Yeah, found it the Shake Shack that was there. I think they pretty much sell the same menu items and whatnot. Did found some interesting Pringles at the convenience store in the Icheon airport of South American chopstick flavor. Interesting flavor. But I also did find the Bingeray famous banana milk. I had to get it, so I did get it and drank it. It was really good. It was very banana-y. I also like spotted some like different Korean sauces in a convenience store. It was also interesting because they also had Spam at an airport. Why? Or tuna. I just like I took pictures of like cars that were like around and whatnot. I did eventually go outside and it was nice to just kind of be out in like a nice mild weather. The weird part is like when we were landing in Icheon, it was pretty smoggy, but then when I look outside, it was still pretty smoggy. Like if you look at the difference, yeah, like at distance, it's pretty smoggy over there. But it was nice to just like experience like a little bit of Icheon for a little bit. Hopefully one day, we'll find the time to hang out in a few nights in like Seoul and go around. I remember these were my final picks for Japan. But we managed to get our flights back to San Francisco. Managed to snag some premium seats for a couple of us, and then actually some got really lucky and got business. Lucky them. But in the midst of that, clearing immigration and security, noticed this big figure, and I realized that this is Pink Fong. Apparently, Pink Fong is one of the main advertisers for Icheon Airport, like their main sponsors for Icheon Airport. So I had one of my friends just doing a lot of poses, which I've been meaning to send the photos to her. I should send it eventually about the Pink Fong. But not only there was a Pink Fong figure, figure. There's also the Riot Games store. Not really stores, but it's more like the Riot Games experience, where they allowed you to play free games of Valorant, League, or any other of the Riot, TFT, or any of the other Riot games at their booth. It's great if you are not flying standby and you actually are transferring, where you could just spend hours upon hours playing some Rito games. Very. But it's cool. They also have like little like statues of like Blitzcrank, Jet, Teemo, and like many other like the things. They have like these like little pods where you could just play the game. If you like play a game after a certain time, you can also get some freebies from Riot Games. But it's nothing like too crazy. Here's the League section if I remember correctly. And they have like little missions and whatnot at the Riot Arcade. Oh, they call it arcade. Like you have like some missions that you could do, sort of thing. And you can actually get some free shit as well. And yeah, like if you actually do play some of the games, you can get like some free passport card holders, as well as like bottled water stickers and whatnot. It's pretty cool. Like an Ari. And it was honestly a pretty awesome place to be at and just see before you board your flight. So it was really cool. It's really amazing to just like walk around this whole booth. And like they have like helpers out there, just like if you like try to see if you want to play games or you just want to like look around. Otherwise you could just like lounge. They could do like lounge around here as well. And it's crazy. It was just in Incheon Airport, Terminal 1. I think it was Terminal 1. Pretty sure it was Terminal 1. No, Terminal 1, yeah. Just to see this. Pretty cool. But outside of that, we managed to board our flight. I managed to leave on time. Unfortunately, because I was still recovering from a cold, I was still congested. So I had some massive congestion pain when I was up in the flight. Luckily, the amazing people at United provided some medicine and a hot towel to help me like relax, and somehow managed to get like 6 hours of sleep on the flight. Ended up taking pictures of my dinner and my breakfast. So this was my dinner. This is like some sweet and spicy chicken with some greens and rice. And then for breakfast, it was Korean pancakes, or no, Korean chicken over egg, I believe, with like fruits and whatnot. And then yeah, leading to that, we were slowly getting close to San Francisco. Eventually landed sometime, like flew out on Tuesday morning in Tokyo at 8 a.m. Managed to fly into San Francisco at 12 p.m. on Tuesday because of time difference. But yeah, no, this was the aftermath of after me packing some of the stuff and then already splitting off some of the stuff, some of the figures for my friends. So yeah. But outside of that has been my whole trip. This is where I was for the past hour and a half, past week and a half, at least the first week and a half of April. Can't believe it took me 9 hours, or 9 hours, 5 hours. I could speak. 5 hours to talk about this whole thing. I think I'm gonna go for like a nice wide shot of this. I'll use it as my background. But it was an amazing trip. It was my first time being in Japan, also first time being in Korea and Taiwan, like setting foot in Taiwan itself. I thoroughly enjoyed the trip. It was an amazing trip. Pretty impromptu since we didn't plan on going to Taipei, but eventually led to, I'd say, what was an amazing trip so far this year. We'll see if going to Europe will top it sometime in the next few months. Maybe it will. Maybe it'll be right there as well, like right matching with Asia. But it was genuinely nice to finally go to Japan after so long. I know I told myself that I want to go one day, that maybe hopefully I have a job and the time to do it. Luckily, things did align. I thank my friends for helping out, making that trip possible, and making the trip fun overall. So definitely worth a recommend to go at any time. If you can afford it, go for the cherry blossom season. It looks pretty, and I'd say it's worth it. It can be a little bit more expensive. Hotels and B&Bs are pretty expensive during that time. Outside of that hours and like the festivals and probably the holiday season, B&Bs I believe are pretty reasonable in Japan. Flights are also very reasonable when it's like off peak season, so when it's not cherry blossom or like the matsuri season, and probably some holidays. It will be relatively cheap to fly to Japan. And then like in terms of like food and transportation and all that stuff, you are set. Assuming you come from like a pretty strong environment, so like the US, even like Canada, Australia, Europe, and like that, where the conversion rates are well in your favor. Your money can go a very long way. Whether you stick with the basic kombini or like fast food sort of things, or you can also find a time and space to fit in like a custom, like a fancy meal of sorts within your budget. Like food cost is like not too much of a problem. I think the only big sink costs that you'll have is kind of B&Bs. Travel, I don't think it's fine, even like around locally, outside of probably Shinkansen, but I don't have experience in that. As well as any shit that you buy, because it's not the prices that you're going to be worried about, it's probably the quantity of stuff that you buy. If you are a minimalist, awesome, you probably won't spend too much, go for the experiences. But if you're not a minimalist and like to collect stuff, you're in trouble. But it's in a good way. Definitely recommend. I kind of hope I go again. I kind of want to go next month, like on the 3-day Memorial Day weekend, just to do a little bit more shopping and a little bit more sightseeing. Hopefully, when it's like a little bit less busy. I know it's going to be a little bit hotter because Japan does get hot and humid, and it has gotten to the warming side as of late. So who knows? But I want to go back. It's now back on my top priority to just like it's still on my top priority to go, but now it's a go back rather than go, because I've been there, I experienced it, it was amazing, and I want to go back. So but thank you again for those who joined in the whole four-ish hour ramble. I feel like at least the first 30 minutes to an hour was like not too much of a ramble. I talked about other stuff, but it can't believe it took me almost like a little over 4.5 hours to talk about this whole Japan trip. I never expected it to be this long, but I thoroughly enjoyed it, and hopefully I shared quite a lot with you. And thank you for those who tuned in. Thank you, Dragon, for being an amazing guest from the first half. Also, thank you, Izzy, if you're still here, for tuning in for the rest of the stream. This is a really, really long one. Got to explain all the details. That's true. I mean, that's what 1,500 pictures do to you. You just kind of have to go through all the pictures and then retell the whole story. So I'm glad I was able to do it here in this whole 5-hour stream. So feel free to like reflect back, like push back if you want to see some like other photos. I'll see if I could find other photos I want to post like on Instagram and whatnot. I do have quite a bit of stuff that I could post. Can't just go went here, got a thing, and then go next. I mean, that's true. It is. I just never expect. I usually never expected to talk a long story about my trip like in this great detail. Because I think even like the last few times when I went to like the Philippines or even in Canada, it took me like about maybe 2 hours at best to talk about that story. This one, I never thought I would go into full great detail. But I think it's just because of the time I went and the things I've experienced. It was like worth the shot to tell. So I guess there is that. If you want to see some of the photos that I did post, I have them all up on Instagram. Do follow me on Instagram, and I have them there. I'll try to post more photos as I go by. Hopefully, I'll have time. I want to eventually filter out the photos and like upload more in there, so I'll do that. If you want to follow me with some shenanigans over on Twitter, go for it. I do have post some kind of exclusive stuff in there. Outside of that, I usually just repost random shit and whatnot. So if you like that kind of stuff, go follow me on Twitter. Twitter, like X, formerly Twitter, but I still call it Twitter. If you're watching this live on Twitch, feel free to follow me on YouTube. I will be uploading this VOD here real soon. It's gonna be one hell of a long VOD, but we'll get through it. You can also watch other VODs and videos based on like travels that I've done. One thing I suggest, I think way early in the stream, is my Canadian vlogs when I went to Canada to visit Dragon the first time in a long while. I do have them there. I do eventually want to do a run around of like the other trips that I did, such as like Philippines in 2022, New York in 2023, amongst many other things. I have like so much content to work with. Unfortunately, with the Japan one, I didn't really do any talkovers because I was a dumb and only recorded with this and didn't bring my DJI. But I feel like this stream, this VOD will be more than enough to explain it, especially in photo format. So, and if you're watching this on YouTube, go follow me on Twitch. I'm going to try my best to stream more. Thank you, Dragon, again for recommending me to stream this again and finally provide like a long-winded update that I should have provided a long time ago. And by a long time ago, probably like about 2-3 weeks ago, back when everything was still fresh. Luckily, after even looking at these photos, everything is still fresh to the heart. So, but yeah, with that, I hope you guys have a great day or night, wherever the heck you are. I hope you guys have a great weekend if you're watching this live. I hope you guys have a great rest of the week if you're watching this as a VOD. Thank you again for those all who tuned in live, and thank you for those who watched it all the way to the very end. With that, hopefully I see you guys next time. Probably won't be streaming next week because I'll be heading back to the Central Valley to visit La Familia to celebrate my mom's 69th birthday, as well as I believe Mother's Day. I could be very wrong if Mother's Day is not. I lied. Mother's Day is not until another week later, but we'll be celebrating my mom's birthday next week, so I'm not going to be streaming then. Hopefully I'll be streaming the following week with updates from Dragon, amongst many other things. Hopefully I'll get back into actual truck and talk. I know we only did one route sort of thing, but hopefully we did more. So definitely yeah, give me a follow, and hopefully I'll see you guys in 2 weeks. In any case, I hope you guys have a great day or night, or wherever the heck you are, and I'll see you guys on the next stream. This is Spam Waits, only by myself. Oh, my camera's not working on this one. What the heck? Hello? Hold on, hold on, hold on. I want to get this working. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. Ah. It's gonna work. Oh shit. See ya! Bye! I can't fix it anymore for whatever reason, so we're just gonna do this. Wait. Fit to screen. Bye! This will be less scuff, I promise, one day. Look at the sharky. Okay. Bye!